raise. 525.
That's a meaty boy.
Not today, Satan.
525. Big Daddy Chaz, 3 bets too. GM with the pocket 10.
Yeah, that's kind of nice when you straddle. Not everyone can play that well.
GM, the man of few words, will lay it down.
What's his name? I can't remember. Like the guy who was like, oh yeah, I'm like
10 years to do like online dating.
Oh, Tony G? Yeah, Tony G, where he did that to Phil Helmuth. He's like, no, I didn't look. I didn't look.
of course Phil.
He's like, no, you lied. Yeah. Yeah, of course. It's poker. We're not playing a kid's game here. Yeah, that was great. And then he just rode him the rest of the time. Like, get on your bike.
I kind of wish that helmet
T1000 with 9-10 suited makes the call.
These two with another showdown. Flush draw.
I know, but that was
for the 1000.
That was pretty good.
That was shitty.
I think he looked like a chump, dude. He just got sucked out on.
Small blind BDC. Action is on him, reaching for chips.
For the cooler.
400.
$400 makes the call. To the turn we go. Pot at 2,000.
Deuce of hearts. T1000 with a bunch of outs.
You're probably thinking right now, you wish they didn't let us get the chips. You could have went out to Austin, saved some money.
Bro, nah, it's all good. It's still early.
Yeah. Oh, I've accepted it. I never win in Austin, ever. It's crazy. It's always humbling.
1300.
1300's the bet.
Rory already waving the white flag on the session. Cheer up, young fella.
You still got time.
Meanwhile, BDC, who only wins in Austin, also from San Antonio, fires up the double barrel. 1300 is the price. Overs and a flush draw on a paired board for T1000. What does he want to do? Chris is asking me if I like NYC bagel. Yeah, New York City bagels, of course. The greatest. Makes the call. Going to be interesting to see if a blank falls on the river.
Ooh.
And that's not a blank. That's the action card that everybody wants. Flush for T1000. 2 pair now for BDC. Will he slow down? Blocker type bet, value bet, who knows? Could see him checking perhaps. All options in play, but Chaz usually takes the more aggressive route. Doesn't have a spade in his hand, not blocking that. Would the T1000 chase his flush on a paired board the entire way? Maybe. Looks to be going for value.
3,100.
And that is hefty value, 3,100. You know the T1000 never folding after coming along this way, only contemplating raising or not. I think he'll just elect on a call. But raising definitely an option. That's what he is trying to process in his mind. He's not afraid of a boat. What do you think, Rick? Are we ripping it all, or are we just flatting here?
I mean, he's ripping it all. I mean, Big Daddy Chaz only has
4,000
behind.
You think we're going all in? You don't think 3,100 is enough? You're going to get greedy and go for it all, perhaps being crushed?
There is.
Just makes the call.
Just makes the call.
Flush is good. Take it down, young fella.
And we hit overtime.
Sticky Cinnabon here.
Congratulations, folks.
Just calls the straddle here.
On the stand-up contestants, making a go.
Yeah, I was just like pre-flop. I was just like, please 4 bets so I can jam.
Yeah, I thought about ripping it.
On the river? Huh? On the river, right?
No.
Oh, pre. Yeah, that makes a play.
Aces for Rory, queens for T1000, jacks for Cinnabon.
Oh my goodness.
Stand-up game catastrophe. Just as we get to overtime, you guys are rewarded here with perhaps the hand of the day.
1,500. Rory with his aces. Been waiting for a hand like this.
And Cinnabon here thinks he's been trapping the entire way, but with all of this action in front of him, what does he do here?
All in.
Rips it all in, and the action's going to be on the T1000 with the ladies. We saw him lay down jacks already once today. Will he be laying down queens? It would be an excellent laydown. But there's always that little voice in the back of your head, an angel or a devil, perhaps, saying, don't be an it. You can't fold queens on stream. And look at the pain on this man's face.
How you doing, Jay? How you doing?
Pretty good, man.
Just chilling down, though.
That
Yeah,
sick feeling, aces, queens versus jacks.
Looks like it'll be between me and you. Yeah, probably. I mean,
Wow.
Haven't seen one of these in a while. Hand number 65. We'll remember this on June 1st, 2022. T1000, perhaps our largest stack at the table, sitting on close to 17,000.
Could he lay this down?
And you remember Cinnabon here just limped. So he just limped under the gun, which is very, very strong after all of this action. A 3-bet, 4-bet, and then 5-bet jam after limping. Usually always aces or kings.
This would be a first. If he folds queens, he would have folded jacks and queens pre-flop. Never seen that on the street. He does lay it down. What a laydown.
Twice, sir.
Twice it took.
Okay, we're gonna go 2 times.
And we're going to go twice.
So what do you want, sandwich here? You pick him.
Yeah. Are we
I'm going with the Cinnabon.
All right. I got aces. You got jacks.
First board only.
First board only.
Maybe both boards. We'll see how it goes.
6-6 setup.
Neither of us get a
Ace is
sandwich.
still well in the lead here. No jack.
That was so
We're going to need
close.
a 4 for a chop.
No, he has aces.
We're going to lock that one up for Rory. We're running it another board.
I didn't waste the jack at least.
Sandwich bet off from second board.
Yeah, we're good.
475.
Cinnabon looking for a jack, or he will be felted. Another ace. Lock this one up.
It's over.
Set. Easy
Both.
game. Under the gun after the straddle. 2 red ladies.
What a nice guy Boston Jimmy was, joining us in the bunker.
Aces for Ethan.
Uh-oh. Danger Will Robinson.
And Eli is going to cold call the 3-bet here. Calls 430 rather quickly. And what will Jimmy do here? 1.1 in the middle. All 4,500 of you in the chat being rewarded with this train wreck upon us.
Ethan very deep. 6K in front of him.
Also pretty stuck. Austin Jimmy just gonna call. Good for him on not raising there, because that's never getting through, obviously. Just decides on a call up against it, and it's a king high flop, 10 and a 6
Look at
behind
those
him.
spades for Eli.
Flush draw for Eli.
Everybody a little something, something. Goes check, check. Over to Jimmy. Makes it 800.
800 here. Jimmy wants to see where he's at. Efan likely to raise right now. Might make this something like 2,000. Let's see what he wants to do. Eyeing up his chip count, rubbing a knuckle or two. Maybe putting one of his opponents on ace-king, saying they're about to pay me. Let's get paid. Carving out a tower of black chips.
It's like about 2,200, if I'm not mistaken. Let's see.
2,200 would be correct for Efan 2.0. And what is Eli going to do here? Probably going to rip it. If he wanted to get involved in this hand, he's not cold calling a 3-bet, seeing a flop like this and getting away with all of this action. I think he doesn't
all
rip
in.
it. Soda on the side, all you can eat buffet on a Wednesday. Boston Jimmy now put in the blender. Boston Jimmy folds, Efan snap calls, and these boys are going to be running it twice. Pot at 12K, one of the biggest ones of the afternoon. Who runs better than Mike Eli? It's debatable if anybody does. Efan's been running pretty sour lately on table 11.
Under the lights.
But he's ahead here. They're going to be running it 2 times. Always nice to win the first one. Another king here. Can Efan fade this river? No, he cannot. Flush gets there. Lock one up board for Eli. We're running it twice. And we're going to go chop, chop.
Chop, chop.
As it gets closer, poker players are procrastinators. A week before the series, I'm sure the satellites will start picking up steam. But when you're, a couple weeks out, it's just tough to get those going. But we will promote them as much as we can. Try to get as many of those satellites going as possible. The LCS is geared towards bigger buy-ins. The Mayhem series that we run twice a year is, broad to the big amount of people. So this LCS is going to be a little deeper buy-ins. We're trying to sprinkle in some smaller stuff so for everyone can play in. But, obviously we're going to have, the main event is a 3K buy-in. We have a high roller event and just some deeper buy-ins. But that's what that was geared towards.
Doug with pocket sixes. Coins with pocket fives and mixing it up pocket jacks. We do a normal sandwich bet here.
I'm in for the sandwich
All
bet.
right, sandwich bet. What are you picking?
Taking the jiggities.
All right, I'll take the sixes. I'll take Mr. Polk.
Doug runs so pure in these spots, though.
For a sandwich, if a jack comes, I owe the poobah a sandwich.
I haven't been to hoodies in a long time. I'm having withdrawals.
If a six comes, look at this. This is escalating nicely.
Oh, man.
That works out well. We got a pot here, boys.
$2,500 skillet.
Texas heads up. 4 ways. 2,500 pop. Jiggity, come on.
And neither of us picked the five.
I almost picked
and
coins. I almost.
Seti McGetty for coins. Mixing up. It's tough for mixing it up because Jack's on a 9-high board. He's going to think he's maybe good here.
Yeah.
He's going to make a huge bet. That's a lot of brisket right there.
1,000.
1,000.
Is Seti in the hand? I can't see because of the box. I don't know if Seti is.
Seti is in the hand.
Yeah, he does.
And Doug is going to fold.
Doug's going to fold pretty quickly.
And coins. He's going to raise it up. He doesn't have enough hands to push all the chips that he wants to push in there.
Can I call for multiple or just one?
He raised to 2K.
gotta factor that into your pre-flop range, you know? I can only call for one. So, think about that.
Maybe you can call
Pairs are good.
but you only get one.
Oh, so you can be like, okay, I'll take one of these or one of those.
Yeah. Tough spot, such a dry board. You know, mixing getting raised here. You know, deuces, fives, definitely in the range.
Ooh, all in. Quick call. Coins is going to show the bad news. Set of fives versus jacks. 2 outs for mixing it up. Jack of spades, jack of hearts. Oh, the jack of hearts. Mixing it up. There is a 5 available. It does not come. Mixing it up, catches lightning in a bottle.
Wow.
And Coins has had that happen to him, and he did it to somebody, and the smile of, oh my goodness, flop a set, 2 outed.
37.75.
37.75, mixing it up. Skull Mike, watching from Grand Rapids. Error watching from Pyongyang. Belgium, Camp Pendleton, Wharton,
It's like a cash game, but the
Germany, Rip City.
the cage,
Helazona.
Lots of
Next door
people.
neighbors.
The Woodlands, Texas. Thank you all for watching.
That's pretty cool. You guys got fans everywhere.
You know, did I ask
Italy.
you this question?
Who's up, who's down? Like there's a story.
Ireland and India. After this hand, I want to ask you a question. I may have asked this to you. 10-8-3.
Three's a hot.
Straight flush draw for Bash. Open-ender.
Pretty wet board. Low card. You really want to go for the raise right here. There we go.
Everyone's bought in for, like, yeah, sexy. So by the end, you're just like,
Bash is not going anywhere,
Joseph
of course.
Costello's laughing at me. Mixing it up, watching from inside the lodge. Garza 512, hello.
some people will be like, try to survive. Did they allow rebuys in that? I think it might be tournament structure where rebuys is gone.
Set versus an open-ended straight flush draw.
So when Bash goes for the 3-bet, he's really trying to get Jake to fold. Maybe top pair. Now the really tough thing is that if Jake feels like he has the best hand here, which he's just gonna have the best hand almost all of the time, he's just never gonna get away from it, and Bash is gonna be put in a tough place.
Huge raise.
Yeah,
From
and
Jake.
Bash already knows. Like, he's getting it in.
All in
And if you
call.
guys know the equities, I think they'll both be fine with it. Especially once Bash puts in that 3-bet.
All right, let's listen to the table here.
Figure it out now. One time, all right. One time, baby. Jack 9. This is street. This is some carnage.
Ooh.
There it is, right
there
there.
right away.
Looking for a board pair. Doesn't come. And the set goes down in flames to Bash.
You're able to steal some pots in the beautiful game of poker, and that's what we saw right there from the 2 seed. Going for about another hour today, folks, for our Wednesday 5K game. Stacks are building. Lineup on Friday is a good one. You're going to want to come back and tune in for that. But let's see if things spice up here down the stretch. I went out there recently and I saw a big hand brewing between a couple of the players, so that should be arriving here shortly.
I have no idea. You probably got found out already.
Eli looking for a 6 or 7. Here's the bet from Brad. That should get it done. 125. But Eli says, nope. I'm going to re-raise you and come back at you, Brad Owen.
6:20 a.m.
And Brad.
Nice move there from Brad. It's nice when you have a tight image at the table. really haven't gotten out of line once at Showdown. You're able to maneuver certain streets just because of your image. Semi-bluffing there with the Broadway draw, but Eli's going to give him the respect he deserves, and Brad steals a pot there with a nice raise. Well, that's impossible.
Picnic.
Mosquitoes always find a way just to suck my blood. It is.
400.
You take me to the Caribbean or some type of pool party, bet on me to get the most mosquito bites.
Oh, they love me too.
Kind of weird for Wednesday to be cap and Monday to be best.
Right, that's what I'm thinking is if you're going to do this cap, is make Monday cap.
For sure.
Call 400.
Doug taking notes down. I think he wants to put a cap on the Monday game is what he's talking about. It's a committee now.
Yeah.
It's a committee. Used to be a dictatorship, but it's a pretty smart and educated committee.
Sharon Barth staying on top of the spammers. Thank you, Sharon Barth. 4 ways to a flop. King 8-6.
Top pair for coins.
Aaron Landon says, I've never tried hoodies. I'll have to give it a whirl. Come on now, get over to hoodies.
It's about time Hoodies
Yes.
has an official sponsorship.
It's
time.
It is.
It's time. Enough's enough. Enough's enough. We'll start going to Subway.
No.
We might.
Subway's trash. Unless they're a sponsor. And then I like them. No, I can't eat Subway. I don't get the appeal.
All right, we'll go to Firehouse then. Those are legit.
All right.
I like Firehouse.
Jersey Mike's?
For some. Coins. It's got top pair here, no?
One count.
Wow. SETI all in.
Nope, ace on that, so I
With
thought
a flush draw
Bash has top pair.
and a straight draw.
Yeah, SETI's got a lot going on here too. And this pot is massive. SETI, the one with his foot on the gas, says, let's gamble, this is good enough. 29% equity, never good when your opponent has that old 69%. 2% for coins. Asking for a count 4.3 to call. Still has a player behind. Bash will be making this call. He's feeling it. Been on quite the heater this week. I played with him a little bit earlier in the week. He ran up 2K to about 10K. Coin still thinking about this, right? Can't see if he has cards, but the action looks like it's on him.
Yeah.
He makes the call, and now Bash, a bit perplexed. Bash goes bye-bye, right? He folds. It's just coins. And now that's a great call by coins. Bash gets out of the way, and it is SETI and coins. Looks like they're running it 2 times, running it 1 time. 11.7 scoop.
Wake up with something here.
Lay it down. Lay it down.
Matt has.
Eight's just all 3 times.
Oh, God, I'm dead. I'm dead.
Raise it, 575.
575. What?
I'd like that.
We don't know what he has. It's a mystery.
Think about this.
Dylan folded ace-10 suited.
Defense. Defense.
What did you say? No, what can I do? I saw 1 8. In this hand?
Doug has an ace, and there is the defense from Doug. Yeah, atta boy.
My chance here to win back that sandwich quickly. Don't know what Matt has.
I thought you were telling your cards in this hand. Like, we're in the hand.
Or I thought you were saying you saw them in Doug's aces. I was like, huh?
Queen, Jack, 5. Will Matt c-bet here? Does not c-bet. The c-bet would have likely taken it down. Goes check.
What can I say? I only saw one ace.
I know.
Reball. Now Doug with
a wheel draw.
Wheel draw.
Let's get a
I get
4
that
ball.
sandwich back.
Let's get a
check. Check.
4 ball from outer space. No, but it is
Pair
a deuce.
Ducks. Don't tell me Doug's gonna win with a pair
Maybe
of
Matt
ducks.
had like big slick or something and just loses to a deuce right now. Mystery hand for Matt. Reaching for chips. Will it get through? 800. Can Doug channel his inner Marcus Smart, defensive player of the year, make a call here with Ducks, and apply max pain to young Matthew?
George W.
Somebody's calling you again, Rick. Your phone's ringing.
Oh. And Schnitzel is praying for a Doug Polk call.
All in! Right back at him, probably thinking his deuce might not be good. Matt could be doing this with a wide range, and Doug steps on the gas, applies max heat, and he has Matt shaking in his little space boots.
Fridge? Fridge, anybody?
I'll take a water.
Yeah.
Water, please.
Yeah, water, please. You got a little water bottle?
Yeah, they do.
Cool.
He calls!
Showdown.
Oh my god.
Oh,
And Matt calls with the jack, sits down, and now you win yourself another sandwich.
So back up to 3, but what a call. And look at Schnitzel. He's going to have to give everybody $100 each. What a call by Matt. And what a bet by Doug.
Yes, a very, very excellent hand. Chat loves that one. Doug goes for it. Matt put into the blender.
Looks like we've got a straddle on.
Big in the Philippines.
We are big in the Philippines.
Raise it up, 100.
Matt has heaps now, 16.3 in front of him.
Okay, 3 players.
Three, 4, 9. This has a chance for something special.
Open ender.
Open
here.
ender.
Gut shot for Doug. Backdoor spades. Backdoor spades for Matt. And a 3 of spades here on the turn. Let's see what happens here. Imagine a pot will start to build.
7, well, deuce of spades would be an interesting card.
300.
Doug with his combo draw here. A bet from Matt, a bet from Dan, and a flat from Matt. Perhaps Doug thinking about a check raise. And will indeed turn up the heat here. Makes it 1,400. It'll be interesting to see if he whiffs, if he pulls the trigger. I imagine he's fully committed to this pot. Don't see Matt leaving just yet. Doug in the straddle as well, has all the 3s in his range, so no matter what comes on this river, I imagine Doug is going to rip it. Any card, I predict a rip from Doug. Let's hope it's not a spade, otherwise Matt will get him 2 times.
Ooh!
And it is
A spade.
spade.
Doug is not going to be able to get away from this.
The board is paired, obviously the flush, not the nuts, but
Let's listen in if there's any.
I think we're ripping it.
I don't hear anything. I don't hear that. From the Lodge Mahal in beautiful Austin, Texas, welcome to the Lodge live stream presented by Jock Market, and we'll tell you a lot more about that throughout the show. We've got something very special for you today. It's the Heads Up semifinals. We're going to do this on the stream table, and we've got another semifinal game going on at table 42. We'll be checking throughout the day. And with me today will be obviously Skull Mike, but the great Doug Polk checking in. Doug, how you doing today?
Thanks for the intro, Rick. I'm feeling a decent amount better. I've unfortunately just had a series of sicknesses over the last few weeks, culminating in a nice case of COVID. Finally tested positive after a couple of years of escaping the virus, but you know, it catches up to all of us, and I've been in bed, but today I got 11 hours of sleep. I'm locked, I'm loaded, and I'm ready to do a little commentary on these heads-up matches.
Well, we appreciate however long you can be with us to offer your expertise. Let me introduce the players. You're looking there at Greg Shipman. He's from New Braunfels area, calls the San Antonio Card House his home, and he's excited to be here. And there's Jeremy Moore. He's a lodge. He calls the lodge his home, a crusher in the cash games and tournament circuit. And there you see the poobah, Joe Strazzera, the general manager, his back towards us. And, on the other table, folks, and we'll be checking in with them probably in about 20 minutes for kind of a sideline reporter action. Josh Beckenstein is playing Charles Waymill. Charles is from London, England, and Josh Beckenstein's from the area, and they're on table 42. We'll play one round each. Winner goes to the final, and once we get to the finals, Doug, we'll be playing best 2 of 3.
That's a great format. I think it's an appropriate format as you get deep in a heads-up event. It's nice to have a best 2 out of 3, but the drawback is sometimes those matches can go on for a very long period of time. It's tough to exactly schedule out some of the commentary and matches when you don't know how long it will be, but this is a nice compromise. Single match in the semifinal round, and then when the money is on the line, we will have a heads-up match in a best of 3. They're all heads-up matches, Rick.
Absolutely. And as you noticed, look at that brand new felt, folks, and that is because we have a brand new sponsor, Jock Market. It's kind of like putting together both fantasy sports and the stock market. Skull and I got a little money and started playing around with us. We'll tell you a lot more about it. It's a lot of fun. It's not all or nothing bets. Stop betting or start trading. That's their slogan. In sports betting or regular fantasy sports, it's all or nothing proposition. If you don't win, you lose everything. In Jock Market, you win more and lose less. Since the minimum payout on any player is $1, you will always get some portion of your investment back. And when you win, you can win big. So we'll be telling you a lot more about that, especially with football. They got a special promotion. If you go on to Jock, it's Jock Market, but it's Jock MKT. If you download their app and download $50, actually deposit up to $100, they will match your $100 if you use the code LODGE. And we're underway. We'll tell you a lot more about Jock Market. Pocket pair and pocket pair, Doug.
Here we go. We're off to the races. I also want to quickly say thank you to Jock Market for being the official sponsor for the stream. Good to have them on board. And if you're interested in, down the road, becoming a partner sponsor, or rather, of the Lodge, you, of course, can reach out to us. We are now taking sponsorship requests. All right, let's get into the action. So first hand here. By the way, yeah, this felt does look great, I got to say. This felt has made me feel like maybe we should experiment with some different kinds of color schemes. And, of course, the overlay also a little bit nice, a little bit different, like in the look. Anyway, we have pocket 8s and pocket jacks. In heads up, we call this a cooler. A lot of money is going to go into this pot in some fashion. The question is going to be exactly how much is it going to cost Greg? Hand 1, too, right out of the gate. Jeremy opens up the pocket jacks on the button. Greg's now going to re-raise 8,500 to go up 320K stacks. Jeremy elects to go with the 4-bet with pocket jacks. Interesting note about pocket jacks on these deep stack sizes. You're actually supposed to slow play this a good portion of the time heads up. It doesn't feel right. You're likely ahead. But apparently it is correct to sometimes put the trap in, play a little post-flop. 4-betting, of course, also completely fine. Very strong hand. You're only really behind 3 hands your opponent can have. He should be re-raising about 20, 25% of his hands in the big blind, so you're definitely ahead of that range. Jeremy now looking to 4-bet and get some value. We are at 1K 1,500 blinds. A little bit strange here because the big blind is not 2x the small blind. We have these kinds of blind levels to not need weird chip amounts. So these players are over 200 blinds deep to start.
Yeah, we're going here.
Now that Greg is facing a 4-bet with pocket eights,
It was C7.
you're going to want to see a flop. You're going to want to see 3 cards. You definitely don't want to put in 200 big blinds with pocket eights. Not many hands do want to put in 200 blinds.
48.5 total.
Ooh, Greg's coming over the top. He's not buying it. 48.5 to go with the pocket eights. Spoke a little bit too soon here. Maybe Greg just feels like Jeremy's not going to have enough good hands here, making a move out of the gate. Either way, now with pocket jacks, how is Jeremy going to proceed?
Call. 7 calls.
Does make the call. Jacks are a strong hand heads up, but for 200 big blinds, when you do get the money in, you're very likely up against queens plus ace king. It makes sense for Jeremy to pump the brakes a little bit here and play some post flop. That said, this is going to get scary. Ace, king, or queen comes out. Your opponent can have hit any of those. They could have been ahead to begin with. So you're really hoping to see a jack, or else things can get dicey.
There's the king you talked about.
King, 3 deuce, 2 clubs. Greg, after 4-betting the pocket eights, probably a board he's going to want to look to bet the flop on. Both players have a club in their hand, so they do have some potential playability on some backdoor club runouts. In Greg's shoes, you 4-bet. This is a fairly good board for you. You're going to want to bet. Most likely, this should be a spot you should be betting quite often. You could definitely have ace king. He's going to go ahead and bet the flop.
It looks like he bet 47,000.
Half pot bet here. It's a fairly large bet in this kind of spot. And Jeremy lets it go. The pocket jacks into the muck. And pocket eights take it down. Wow. Pocket eights played it super aggressive. Pocket jacks played it pretty conservative. And already we've got a value bet getting through as a bluff versus the better hand. Welcome to Heads Up No Limit.
Yeah, Greg came in today. I had a chance to talk with him before the match, and he said he's going to stick with his plan. When he's up chips, he's going to pounce on the opposing player. So there you go. Jeremy has a lot of experience with Heads Up, being a big chess player, and also played in the Magic Championships back in the day, he said, and he thinks that's going to help him today.
I have some thoughts on that hand, Rick, just to kind of get this going, not to get too deep into the strategy weeds, but being that this is my preferred game type and I've studied an hour or two in this format, I want to drop some knowledge here on the chat. I do think in that spot, I think in Greg's shoes, you usually want to go a little bit of a smaller bet size. When he bets that big, realistically, no better hand should fold, and a lot of the worst hands might fold. You want to be able to bet a size so the ace-queen floats you or pocket sevens float you. And then in Jeremy's shoes, you just simply have to call the flop. I know it's not your favorite board. You can have ace, king, king, queen. Those are hands that you should be a little bit afraid of. He could have had you beat already. But when you do have the pocket jacks, you got to at least call one bet with just the single over there. You're going to have to look to play some turns for sure.
Slick Rick and Doug Polk here. Skull Mike will join us throughout
We're going to have
show.
a few... Oh, sorry, not to cut you off here, Rick. We're going to have a few sort of weird pots like this one. The big blind's 1,500 chips, small blind 1K chips. So the button's going to have to play just about every hand. You're getting a really attractive price just to complete and try and see a flop. So Greg got in there correctly with his 9-4 offsuit. Jeremy, with the open-ender here, calls a flop bet. Now he's going to face a turn bet. In this spot with the open-ended straight draw, it's a bit of a rough one. When you're really deep, you can decide just to call to give you some kind of unlikely straights. And it looks like Jeremy is going to go ahead and do that. But also worth noting, this is the kind of hand that makes a nice check-raise turn bet and river bluff on a lot of runouts because you do not have the clubs. You do not block some of the hands like queen 10 or king queen that might float you. So this hand ends up in a lot of the raise and barrel lines if you want to play it aggressively. However, when you are this deep, check calling is nice because it gives you some kind of unlikely straights. And if your opponent decides to use overbets against you, well, you're going to be able to give him the business when that river comes the 5 or the 10, especially the 5.
Makes the call, and Greg is going to take down this pot. I want to thank everybody for joining us today on a special edition of the Lodge live stream. Special time, a couple hours earlier than usual, but a special tournament, our first ever heads-up championship at the Lodge. We've got 2 semifinal games. You can see one just at the top of the screen. That's the other semifinal match going on. They will meet when both are decided. They will meet for a best 2 of 3 finals that will all be streamed right here.
Nice call from Greg on the river there with just the 9. And a little bit of a weird line from Jeremy to go for the lead out of position. It's not a spot that I think that many players are going to go for the leads. So I guess if you're going to have leads there, his hand does make a lot of sense. He has 8 high, can't win at showdown basically. However, because his opponent is saying he has an ace or better or a flush draw, something like that, that's not really a card that I think the out-of-position player likes to lead too much. And if you are going to lead, I think you want to go for a small-sized lead, something like a 10% pot lead. Makes a lot more sense to me there than a larger size. That said, and this is an important thing to take away here, guys, in heads-up, a lot of times just the more aggressive player will end up winning. So I like that Jeremy at least had the courage to fire one out there with 8 high, no way to win. At least he's going for these pots, and that's definitely something that you need if you want to run far in a heads-up tournament or simply in a heads-up cash game.
Yeah, this hand we had a reader problem. There are 2 trays on the board. It's showing a 5 of spades. We realized there's a challenge here. So Greg, I believe, did flop and flat trips.
Oh, well, that's a nice upgrade from the bottom pair.
Yes.
All right, 3 of a kind for Greg. Greg already just out of the gate. It's going to be a question of how much will Jeremy lose. Once again, top pair for Jeremy here with the 10-9 suited.
Yeah, this hand we've been told that 5 of spades is going to pop up from time to time. It was just a mistake there. So bear with us on this first glitch. Early on, the card reader takes a little time to warm up.
Does go back. Call on the flop. 9 on the turn.
Oh, my goodness.
Little boat over boat action here. Man, these hands are really coming in hot. I feel like we've had a whole day's worth of coolers, and we're 3 hands into the stream. Jeremy now with top boat, deciding how to play it. Maybe once in a blue moon, you check this guy back, give you some surprise boats.
Those light blue chips are 25,000. The orange are 5,000. The yellows are 1,000, and the purples are 500, folks.
Now on Greg just going for the check call here, playing this conservatively. Absolutely the prudent move when your opponent does have the top boat. 8 on the river. Wow, Greg, I think, is actually going to manage to find a way to not lose that much money here. It feels like this hand's probably just a little too weak to go for the check raise. Your opponent could have a 9. If Greg does play the check call here, this is going to be a pretty phenomenal play from Greg to just slow it down enough to be able to lose the least. Jeremy, his decision here, pretty simple. I got top boat. Time to bet some chips.
7 bets. 16-5.
About a 2/3 pot bet here from Jeremy and the river. Certainly good sized bet. This is always a great spot when you're in Jeremy's shoes. Try to look weak. Pretend like you might be bluffing. No, don't raise me. No. Don't do it. Inside, all you're thinking about is Vegas and the Mirage. Or should I say Austin and the Lodge?
And the Lodge. There you go.
There you go.
Let's see what Greg does here. He's got a boat. Not too shabby.
He's reaching for some chips. Oh, looks like he might be putting in a raise.
38,000.
38.
Oh, man.
7 calls.
Just a quick call. Jeremy's going to show the higher boat.
Oh.
See the reaction from Craig. I feel like today, folks, in Chatsville, you're going to get something extra here from Doug Polk, a personal coaching session here with all the knowledge, heads-up knowledge we're getting today, and that's fantastic for your future heads-up plans. This is the first ever heads-up tournament we've ever had at the Lodge, and I can tell you from the excitement around here, it will not be the last.
I think Jeremy should have considered a re-raise there. When he got raised on the river, he started smiling, and probably a little too used to full ring, where when someone raises you on the river, it's quads or better. This is heads-up poker. The only hands that he's losing to are 9-5, and his opponent shouldn't even be playing that pre-flop versus raise, so he kind of doesn't have that other than maybe one combo of 9-5 suited. And then the other hand he loses to is pocket threes, which is quads. So I think in that spot, you should probably be looking to come in over the top. Maybe your opponent can call a three. That said, not the most ridiculous to just call there, being that your opponent does have to have a hand that can raise call that you beat. So I can see the logic in going for the call. Maybe he wants to see the showdown. Maybe a call is just fine. I'm talking myself out of it as I talk more, so I'm going to stop talking.
Ace-10 four is the flop. Couple of spades. Nobody with a spade. Pair of fours for Greg, though.
I think call is actually fine. You just hate to see it when you see a three for your opponent, you know. But a three, it's a very weird line for a three. It makes a little bit of sense to try and catch your opponent bluffing, but kind of hard for Jeremy to bet call a lot of worse hands. So I think it actually was fine.
Okay.
All right. Next hand, we're moving on.
Yep.
Okay, sorry.
A lot of these kinds of spots in heads up, guys. Board comes out, two players with nothing, and the button wins. We can see why position is powerful in the heads up no limit.
And in about 10 minutes, you are going to get a live report from the other tables, so don't worry. Those players are going to get their fair share of screen time. Maybe not exactly the amount, but they'll get some time on the screen. Uh-oh. Jiggities again for Jeremy. Didn't he have those hand one?
Ika Jax once again raising it up. Interesting strategy here on the button, going for min raises. Usually go a little bit bigger on the button. Greg does decide to call with the queen three offsuit. This is the downside to facing a min raise. When someone min raises the button, you're getting 3-1 on a call. You have to play a lot of hands in the big blind, like the queen three offsuit. Hands like queen three offsuit don't hit too many flops, Rick.
Exactly. Wanted to let everybody know 70 people entered this tournament. It was a $1,000 buy-in. Up top is $20,000 for the winner today, $14,000 for second place, $10,000 for third place, and $6,000 for fourth. The third and fourth place will play a match off stream to figure out who is third and who is actually fourth. The losers of each of these semifinals will play a match together.
That was just the cooler deck for the first couple hands.
And Charles on the other table, interestingly enough, had a great strategy for him. He was playing on our stream table on Saturday, so he went all in. His strategy was going all in the first two rounds, every hand. And what did he do? He made it to the final four. Interesting strategy, Doug, going all in every hand.
And I thought the king
blind.
was a safe card for me, so you know. Well, I mean, I didn't put you on.
He went all in every hand blind for 2 rounds.
For 2 rounds.
That's crazy.
And made it to the final four. He did play poker yesterday, but on Saturday, his first 2 rounds, all in every hand.
Yeah, I was not expecting a 5.
It's a hell of a strat.
Don't do that at home.
Red line for that guy is going to be something else.
Plus that one,
wow.
We're going to bring Skull Mike also into the discussion.
We have a little chat going on at the table here. What are we talking about? Of course, now it's going to stop happening. Cast your curse. By the way, chat, what do you guys think of the new felt? Let me get a 1 in the chat if you prefer the old felt, the blue felt, or 2 in the chat if you prefer the new felt here. 1 for the old felt, 2 for the new. What do you guys like? Open and call. Ace, 3, deuce, 2 diamonds. Neither player has any of this. First guy to take a stab, probably going to take it down. Greg decides to bet the flop. Jeremy's out of there.
And you can see both players came to the table with 320,000 chips. So Greg does have a slight chip lead over Jeremy.
A lot of twos in the chat. I see a few ones sprinkled in there. But I think people in general seem to like the new felt. I'm not going to lie, guys. I think I like the new felt a lot better than the old felt. Good, clean.
Change is good.
Clean look. Yeah, it's nice.
Bring Skull Mike into the conversation. How you doing, Skull?
Doing good, Rick. Happy to be here. Nice to see Doug on board. Final four.
Exactly.
We're not talking basketball. We're at the lodge, and we're heads up.
You should be glad we're not talking basketball, Skull
Oh,
Mike,
man.
after your performance in the Lodge Recreational Basketball League last Tuesday. Why don't you go ahead and tell the good people how many points you scored?
Well, all I remember is giving you a great pass, and then it just hit you right in the face because you couldn't catch it because your sun was in your eyes.
That was bullshit. In the gym in the league, there's one window, and it comes into the painted area on one side of the floor. And I look over, Skull was rolling to the rim. I cut alongside. I was ready for the pass. I look over. It's just blinding light in my face.
It was a
and
great
I think
pass,
to myself,
Rick.
I'm thinking to myself, this is terrible. I can't see shit. And then I just get hit in the face with the ball. No bracing. No bracing for impact. No clue that it's coming. Just it was a nice pass. It was right in the money.
Oh, man. No bloody nose, though.
Thankfully, no.
No, but I knocked him out of the heads-up tournament. He's got a big bruise on his face. That's why I didn't want to show up.
What can I say? Pure embarrassment. Anyway, back to the hand. Well, the hand's over.
Matthew with the super chat. Glad Doug is better after weeks of being sick. Matthew from Chatsville says he's glad you're getting a little bit better.
It's been kind of an annoying process here. It's every time I turn a corner, I get some new sickness. Thought it was finally around the bend, and then I got COVID. Maybe my immune system was run down. I was picking stuff up. I don't know.
Pocket sixes for Greg here.
Yeah, Greg lives down in San Antonio. Plenty of people from San Antonio having a lot of success here on the stream.
Greg going with a slightly larger than min open size. I like this. This is certainly the correct strategy. Interesting note. As you get deeper in heads up, usually you like to open a little bit bigger. These guys are 200 blinds deep, so this is definitely the preferred size. And then Jeremy with the 7-5 suited. This is a nice hand to 3-bet. Got some playability. Not that much showdown value. Typically, these hands that have some low playability like to 3-bet. Of course, you can call as well, but 3-bet certainly a strong play. Greg makes the call. A couple solid hands here. Let's take a flop. King, queen, deuce, 2 hearts. Both players brick the flop. Kind of a tough spot for both of them. In Jeremy's shoes, having 7-5 of clubs, not a great hand to bet the flop with because you have clubs. You want your opponent to have clubs. Those hands will fold to a flop bet. So if his opponent does have a hand like 8-7 of clubs, he's never calling this. But you know he doesn't have that because you have the 7 of clubs. Also, these boards tend to like a little bit of a bigger flop bet size. So this is probably a bit of a close spot for Jeremy. Does decide to take a bet. Greg, with the pocket sixes facing this small 1/4 pot size, going nowhere, makes the call, and the ace of diamonds rolls off. Both players want none of this board. None of it.
Let's see if Jeremy fires again here on the turn. He's looking at his chips, and he's reaching.
Wow, this would be a ballsy spot to fire for sure. No equity, no removal, nothing. He's got nothing here, guys. Bit of a small bet here from Jeremy.
It's going to work, though. I don't see Greg making this call here after Jeremy fires again.
And what was that you said earlier? Aggression and heads up sometimes pays? There you
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, here we go, Rick, over here at table 42 in our other semifinal game where we have Charles Waymo from London, England, playing local player Josh Beckenstein. And Josh has a slight lead right now early on in the competition. We'll be checking in with this table throughout the day. Thanks.
Wow, look
How about that sideline reporter?
Looking like a young Michelle Tafoya right there.
Spare no expense here at the Lodge live stream for the sideline reporter.
Nicely done, Rick. Nicely done.
We'll check on them a couple times today.
Going back to the hand that we just saw, so on that turn in Jeremy's shoes, when you're thinking about what kind of hands do I want to bet on that board, it's a spot where we use the word polarized. Oh, now Greg with the 7-5 of clubs. That hand apparently getting some play here at the stream.
Pocket kings for Jeremy.
Wow, pocket kings. If Greg decides to re-raise this, he's going to face a 4-bet. Pot could get big in a hurry. He didn't move. Oh, there we go.
Hand number 9, neck and neck here. Jeremy hoping that Greg gets out of line here. Does indeed fire in a raise to 5,500. Jeremy in position.
Very small re-raise here. I'm not entirely sure if Greg just kind of misconstrued the situation, but Jeremy's definitely going to bump it up again. 13-5. Some very small raises here, guys. I think when you re-raise in the big blind, you typically want to make it around 10, 11,000. And then when you 4-bet here, facing the size he faced, you probably want to make it about 18,000 or something. Greg will make the call, though, and we're taking a flop in a interesting, possibly misclick pot. I guess we'll see how this plays out.
A 10 tray flop. King's way in the lead.
Some backdoor stuff going on here for Greg, but he's going to tread lightly, checks it on over to the Jeremy, and he's going to fire in a C-bet.
Yeah, this is a spot where, typically speaking, you're going to check everything as the guy that calls a 4-bet. There are some interesting spots in heads up where when you call a 4-bet, you might lead out. Some boards like Queen, Jack, 9, where you have a bunch of hands that the 4-better doesn't really have. But typically speaking, when you call a 4-bet, you're going to check everything over. Jeremy, going to go ahead and bet the flop. And Greg's going to lay down the hand. So, you know, all things considered, could have gotten a lot worse for Greg there if he'd gotten a little more of that board. He'll be happy to have gotten away from the pocket kings.
Now, throughout the tournament, heads-up matches here at the Lodge during the weekend took anywhere from about 5 minutes to maybe a little over 2.5 hours. So heads-up matches can last a while or they can be over quickly. But we'll be here for it all.
Yeah, semis are best of 1, winner take all. The finals will be best of 3. We're streaming a little bit earlier today than we normally do. There won't be any overtime. We're going to be here until there's a winner, though, so it could be into the evening. Who knows? Everybody hit that like button, of course. Same rules as always. I see all the regulars in the chat. Corey Moe, Mix in Poker, Nick from Yuma, RL. We thank you for joining us.
I want to go back briefly and talk about that 7-5 versus 6's hands just for a second. So on a board like that, when it was king, queen, whatever the flop was, king, queen, deuce, king, queen, 3, turn ace. When you're in the big blind, you bet the turn. You're really saying that you have 2 pair or better. Anything less than that needs to be checking. So usually in spots like that, you want to be going with a pretty big turn bet when you do bet, and you want to be mainly checking. So
you say 2 pair or better, so Jeremy can't necessarily be c-betting flop with ace high and then maybe just firing again once he connects with an ace there on the turn?
He definitely can, but those hands are typically going to want to check turn because when you have an ace there, you need some hands that can check call turn, check call river. And an ace is just simply a little too thin to get 3 streets, especially with the straight now out there. And then you also do need some hands that can check call river. So I don't think it's a spot where you want to go small with one pair. I think you want to bet big with very strong hands or just be totally full of shit.
Jeremy gets some value here on this hand. Gets rivers and 8, and Greg's pair of 4s will have to go into the muck. So Jeremy's starting to gain a little momentum here.
Yeah, takes the lead here.
Yeah, nice value bet from Jeremy there on the end. Usually when you have the third pair on the final street and heads up, that's going to be worth the value bet. And then also in Greg's shoes, a lot of times you're pretty handcuffed when you do have a pair yourself. If you fold those hands, you're just going to fold too often. So it seems like a pretty simple but well-played hand from both. And there's a lot of spots like that in heads up where one player just has to value bet and one player just has to call. So I think if you reverse the hands there, either one of these guys will play it the same. That's not really where you get the edge in heads up. The edge is how you play in some of the tougher spots. And I think that's the cool thing about heads up. It's you get a bunch of tough spots that are really close between two decisions, and the better player being able to navigate their way through those situations is going to be the difference between winning or losing.
7 raises 4,000. Call 4,000.
The blinds have gone up now, 1K, 2K, so this could be a more traditional blind level. We see Jeremy opening it up with the 8-4 hearts. Greg making the call with the 10-9. 6-5 deuce, 2 spades. Not much here for either player. Jeremy does have the gut shot, though. He's going to bet 5K into 8K, and I think that's going to be all here. Greg, let's go with the 10 high.
70 players started this tournament. 4 remain. And we are in the money, well into the money. 20K for first place today. Lodge open 24/7, folks. Come on down on your Monday night or Monday afternoon. Play some poker. Plenty of cash tables going on, as well as the semifinal matchup. Nice to see Jeremy back on stream, a.k.a. Woody. Fans of the stream, we call him Woody.
Pocket kings again here for Greg.
Kings for Jeremy, yeah, kings for Greg. It keeps going back and forth. They had 7-5 of clubs, both of them, so same. And now let's see how Greg plays his Cowboys on the button. He's going to raise it up.
10-8 for Jeremy. He's going to make the call. Chat's asking, I did not play the event. I tested positive for COVID and was quite sick a couple days before, so I had to unfortunately sit it out. I'm still in my house, recovering, feeling a bit better today, on the mend.
Well, Doug saved himself $1,000, so it's probably for the better.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened. Greg, gonna bet the flop, Queen, Jack, Jack. Interesting note about boards like this, heads up. These are some of the boards it is best to bet every single hand in your entire range. Now, Jack, Jack 10, Rainbow would be a better one, but you can bet every single hand on this flop and you'll be totally fine. I think some people might not think that, but there you go.
Jeremy hoping for a 9 or maybe a spade, even though that spade's no good. Let's see if he gets some assistance here on the turn. 29,000 in the middle.
So in Greg's shoes here with the pocket kings, you do have the spade. You're not loving life with kings because it's less likely your opponent's making a move with king 10 or king 9. However, you're still ahead against any hand that might look to bluff the flop. Typically speaking, you're going to call here and evaluate this on the turn.
Yep, 14,500 was the raise. Thought Greg would call a little bit quicker, but he's going to fire in a raise himself here. Back and forth we go. Greg juices it on up to 31,000.
It's going to be tough for Jeremy to continue here.
He's out of there.
Typically speaking, I think in this spot on the button, you're going to want to just call. You have so many hands betting this flop. You can have so much garbage that when you do face a check raise, you're going to need to be floating very light. And then also on paired boards in general, you know, I'm sure it's correct to be 3-betting some hands sometimes, and bet you kings every now and then might get in there. But I think that it's difficult to balance that. And if you think about kind of the way it plays for the other player, if Jeremy check raises and he gets 3-bet, well, if he has a jack, he'll continue, and now you're behind with kings. And if he has a really good draw, he'll continue. But that's only going to be a few hands. And then he's going to fold his hands like the 10-8 where it's air. So in Greg's shoes there, you typically want to call, let some bricks come off, let Jeremy keep stabbing at it, keep his range wide, and then you're going to be able to make a little more money from Jeremy when he's making a move. By the way, I like the check raise from Jeremy there. I think it's a nice hand to pick. Has a spade in it, has a gut shot. I think it was a nice move. It just doesn't work when your opponent's got a strong holding.
King 10 here, diamonds for Greg. Ace 5 off for Jeremy. Makes it 4,000 to go, and Greg going nowhere. Actually going to fire in a raise himself, it seems.
Yeah, this is a nice hand to re-raise. You definitely want to be re-raising all of your suited Broadway hands playing heads up. King 10 suited, no exception. He's going to go for a very small re-raise here to 6,500 chips.
Quick call from Jeremy. Flop, we go 13,000 in the middle. Hand number 13. 13's all around. Jack 9, 8, Skittles. Open ender here for Greg.
Greg's got one of the best hands to go completely batshit insane with when you have the open ender to the nuts with a very low showdown value. These are some of your quintessential bluffs, whether you want to bet, or check raise bet, or bet check raise, or just go nuts. This is the hand to do it with. You pretend you basically have the queen 10, but his opponent going to lay it down. Nice bluff hand, Skull, because in that spot, you know, you either hit a very strong hand, whether it's the 7 for the second note straight or the queen for just the stone nuts, or you don't, and you feel pretty good bluffing.
Yep, fires and takes it down. Jeremy lays down ace high there, so a nice little pickup for Greg. You just got to pretend you have queen 10, right? If you just pretend you have the nuts, just keep firing. That seems like a good strategy.
Sometimes you just got to hold on and fire it. Also, interesting note there, when he has diamonds on the rainbow board with no diamond out there, it's going to be a better hand to barrel because on the turn, you're not going to block backdoor flush draws. There are more hands that can float and fold later. So it's a nice barrel hand on the turn for sure. And then on the river, you're also not going to block the backdoor flush draw hands as well. So it's almost always one of your best barrel hands when you have the diamonds there. Some low-level strategy talk, you know?
I like it.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm taking notes. I know chat's taking notes as well. In between hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel, they're taking notes. There's homework on this channel sometimes.
Ooh, we've got a straight draw.
Open ender here.
On the queen 5 deuce.
Just king high for Jeremy. Checks it. Greg's going to fire a c-bet here on the button. And that's going to get it through.
Another nice bluff hand spot for Greg. You got the open ender. You got the 4 high. There's no way you're winning this if it checks. Time to start loading up the barrels and firing. And so far, we got to give Greg some credit here. He's been, I would say, the more aggressive player, firing all over the place. Jeremy has looked a little more like he's selecting his spots. I think overall, I've liked almost all of the plays I've seen here from both these guys. It's not a surprise to me that they've run deep in this tournament, given the fact that they're just playing hard and looking to try and win some pots. And that's this is the tournament for that. No doubt about it.
We spoke to Greg before he got on the feature here, and he said he was going to keep barreling and he was going to play very, very aggressive. So he's living up to that. Jack 3 and King 5 for our two players here.
Jeremy opening it up for the minimum. Greg calling with the Jack 3. This is a nice adjustment from Greg. Or I don't know whether it's adjustment or not. He's been doing it the whole time. But when your opponent min raises, you just got to play a lot of hands in the big blind. Jack 3, we might be getting into territory where, you know, you could look to possibly fold. But it's definitely on the cusp here between both. And he's not going to let his opponent just take this down pre-flop. He's going to make him earn it. lets it go on the flop.
Wanted to welcome Jonathan from Jock Market into chat. Jonathan, what's going on? And we've been talking a little bit about Jock Market and the great partnership that we have. Check it out, folks. It's a lot of fun. Skull Mike and I got $100 and started playing around with it. First day.
Now we have more. Now we have more than $100, right?
Exactly.
$102 and some change. We're going on. We're going to be rich soon.
It's a lot of fun. Don't forget, if you download the app and deposit $100, they'll match you $100 when using the code LODGE. Code automatically applied by clicking the link on the app.
And they're giving away $50 to 2 members of Chatsville today.
Yes, who download the app and deposit money. Absolutely.
Nothing more tilting when you're playing fantasy sports and then maybe your player gets injured and your whole team is screwed. No chance of winning. Kind of like a Skull Mike jump shot. No chance of going in.
One of these days, you keep. That was me actually. First few games, I had no points. Now things are turning around. When I'm not sick, which apparently doesn't happen very often. Check on the flop. 7 for Jeremy. Pairs his 7 for second pair on the turn. Bets 3,000. Now for Greg, just the 9 high. He's going to have to get kind of creative if he wants to continue. But he makes the prudent laydown.
Poobah in chat says there's 0 chance.
No, but like I was saying, though, with this the Jock Market, if you can trade players on the fly. So let's say your player gets injured, you just sell them on to the next. So you're always involved in the action. There's always something to play for with Jock Market. Kind of cool.
Especially with football season around the corner. NFL, I saw some preseason football this past weekend. It's here, folks.
Is there anything that's more of a letdown than preseason football?
Exactly. The guys who will be bartenders in about 3 weeks, they're playing.
Every time I see preseason football, I get myself pumped up. I'm like, I can do this. This is going to be great. Finally, football's here. And then I watch about 1 minute, and I say, nope, that's going to be it for me. I'll see you in a month.
But the owners like it because it's a full-price ticket.
Is that true?
Oh, yeah. You got to pay for the preseason games, for sure.
It's a full-price ticket, though?
I don't know the full price, but you got to pay. Okay. It comes in the package for season.
It's not free.
It's not free.
Well,
such as
not free and full price are a little different.
Yeah.
Have you been to a preseason NFL game, Rick?
I have not been to a preseason. No.
Yeah.
I don't think I'd go.
Same.
Greg fires in a raise here. Jack 7 off. Just king high for Jeremy.
Greg does have the Jack of Diamonds, so, he's got a little bit of a chance to barrel on some turns, some flush completing turns, some straight completing turns. I'd say this is probably a little into the loose and spewy zone when we just have that little. I mean, if he had a hand like 9-7 with the 9 of diamonds where he can barrel a lot of different turns, I feel a little bit better. Even if he had 5-4 for one of the gut shot kind of hands, I feel a lot better about it. Even if he had some clubs. But I think the Jack 7, we're just getting into kind of loose. And then from Jeremy's perspective, King Queen on Ace 8-3 does not like to bet the flop that much compared to most hands. That said, it's a flop that you do like to bet quite often. I think you're probably supposed to float 1 there in Jeremy's shoes. Make him bet the turn. You're ahead of the draws. You're ahead of the bluffs. Small price. So kind of an interesting counter here from Greg where he's going with a very small size, pretty wide, and he's countering Jeremy, who's maybe playing a bit too tight versus some of these raises. So he's finding a nice spot, I think, with some of these moves.
Suited connectors here, 6-5 spades, 4,500 the price. Quick call from Jeremy, so we're going to see 3 here.
10-8 offsuit. We've seen a lot of this hand pre-flop calls and a little bit of something for both players here. Just a touch. We got a gutter ball for Jeremy with the 10 of clubs on this 2-club board. And then Greg has the 2 spades. This is the kind of board where when you do bet, you like going big and you like to put in some barrels, but not a flop you want to bet too much. And Greg does decide to check it back and will move into the lead when he pairs a 6. But Jeremy with a whole lot of outs.
7 bets, 8,000.
Lex to lead for 8,000. Bottom pair for Greg, and he looks to be laying it down. Sends it into the muck.
Nice play here from both our players.
Chatsville, now it's your time to let us know where you're watching from. It's a little roll call. Where are you watching from today? We'd love to hear from you. Living by the sun and moon, first-time chatter, long-time listener. We appreciate you participating in the chat today.
Yeah, always love seeing new people in the chat. Always interested to see where people are tuning in from. That's why we always do the roll call. About 50% of our viewership outside of the United States, it seems.
Do you think we're going to have to ban phones at the table? Skull, what do you think?
I wouldn't mind that.
We might have to start taking them because, I don't know, did you let the players know no phones today?
We did.
Yeah. See, the problem is we tell the players, if you keep using phones, we're going to have to eventually ban phones here. And everyone says, okay. And then the next day, everyone uses their phones. So, a couple different problems with it. Obviously, you want to make sure that everything's on the up and up, although I'm not really that worried about that specifically here. And then I also think for the viewers, you don't want to see people on their phones. Well, I guess some of us. Maybe some of us don't care. I don't know. Ooh,
No,
little bottom 2 for Jeremy on the flop.
I don't want to see anybody on their phones ever. You get enough of that in life. Everybody now walking around just staring at their devices. Let's play some cards.
7 bets, 9,000.
Takes it down, 2 pair. Nothing going for Greg. Lays it down.
Couple viewers from Singapore, of course, Australia. Probably our number 1 place outside the U.S., as Jimmy Bluffett says. So many people from Australia, and it's like so early in the morning. What time is it over there right now? But we appreciate everybody tuning in from wherever you're watching. We're on every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday. Usually it's cash games. Every now and then we'll throw a tournament out there. 3 p.m. Central Time is when we're normally on. Today's a little bit different.
I thought we'd have somebody in the chat from Cambodia today.
Yes.
Mr. Nemi made his travels there recently.
Took about 40 different flights to get there. Glad he's there safely.
I like that he gave the running updates over on Twitter.
Yeah.
I feel like I got the full experience of that journey. By the way, someone in the chat from Fort Polk, Louisiana, I thought for sure someone was trolling, but no, that actually appears to be a place. Fort Polk. Not my house.
Yeah, it's 2:20 in the morning in Australia, Paul Edwards says. That's dedication, folks.
Is Paul going to be here for the finals, match number 3, for the nail biter, for the 20K, for the trophy, for the glory? Paul still going to be watching?
Who knows what time that will be. We're still just in the semis. But we'll be here.
Little Birdie told me that there's going to be another update on the secondary feature coming up here soon, right?
Absolutely.
Michelle Tafoya back out there reporting live from the lodge.
Absolutely.
10-8 versus 9-8. Greg calls. Monotone King 7-4, all diamonds. Nobody with a diamond. But that's not going to stop Greg from firing 4,000. Goes for about 1/3 pot. takes it down.
You know, these kinds of boards were some of the ones that I think I was playing the most wrong over my career until the computer overlords came out and told us what was correct. I used to always think that these are draw-heavy boards, so you need to bet big to charge draws. Apparently that is completely wrong. And they're actually very, what's the word I'd be looking for here? I mean, obviously there are a lot of draws and that any diamond is a flush draw, but the way these boards kind of function is either you have a diamond or you don't. So when you do bet, you bet very small. In fact, I think when I was playing versus Negreanu in our heads-up challenge, when I would bet those flops, I would bet the minimum you were allowed to bet. So you bet really, really small, and you don't bet very often. And apparently, yeah, bluffing is not very good, and you can't charge draws. Who knew?
So you would have gone 3K into that pot is what you're saying instead of 4. I mean, 4 is pretty much the same thing, but you probably would have gone 3K into that.
Yeah. So I more or less solved all of the boards for their optimal single-size solution and kind of bucketed them into about 30 to 35 different sort of categories. And monotone boards were just you bet the minimum, and you don't bet very often. And then what's weird is all hands bet. So, you know, if you have like 9-8 of spades on king 7-4 diamonds, you're going to bet sometimes, but it's going to be like 15% of the time. It's weird. Weird spots with those hands. Monotone boards, I think, are the weirdest boards, the way that they play. Very, very strange.
So many people play them differently, too. I mean, nowadays, you definitely see more of the smaller sizing, but still recreational players. I see it all the time. People just seem a little bit confused, play it passively, and a lot of weird things happen.
Well, the strange thing is that some boards really like very, very small, like that board we just saw. And then some boards actually like pretty big. Like the ace queen 9 with 2 clubs that we saw the other hand. I think that on that flop, the strategy I was using was I'd bet 125% pot if I bet the flop. So if the pot was 12K, I would bet, 15K.
2 pair here for Greg, top 2, and a pair of 8s for Jeremy. So we're going to have some chips into this pot. Already 20K, 20,000 in the middle, and Jeremy fires 8,000 here.
Yeah, so this is now an interesting spot for Greg. He has to decide, do I want to just slow play this and let my opponent continue to barrel, or do I want to fast play this and raise now? I think that they're both good plays. Probably slightly prefer raising, but I don't mind calling. I'm going to put the raise out. Kind of in line with the way that Greg has played today. He's played a little more foot in the gas style. Going to raise up 17.5. Over to Jeremy with second pair. If you do bet this on the flop, which is fine. Again, this hand could bet or check. They're both fine. You're going to have to at least take a turn. There's a chance that your opponent's bluffing here. A lot of draws. Jack 10, 10-7, 7-6, clubs, hearts. Even the gutters, queen jack, queen 10, jack 7, 7-5, 6-5. There's just an absolute boatload of hands that could be bluffing, and you do have a pair. So definitely a hand you got to at least see a turn. But he was behind and let it go, so that's why I'm in the booth.
Adam asks, how do they determine who gets fourth and who gets third? They will actually play that match off stream to determine who gets third and fourth. The losers of both semifinals will meet once again, so their work is not done today after they lose here. They'll play one more.
Is it really a loser's bracket when you still could win 10K?
I would love to win 10K.
Keep dreaming, Rick.
I know.
Greg on the button, 4 high. Not going to stop him from firing in a raise to 6,500. Suited broadways for Jeremy. Just makes the call, it seems. Queen 10 of diamonds.
Jeremy just going with the slow play here, calling it open.
7 check.
Not a great play, I think. This hand's just very strong. And if your opponent has a hand like 4-3 offsuit, you don't really want to give him a chance to bet a board and make one up. Let's just say king 8-5, where you didn't hit. And then now have to, make a kind of questionable decision. This is actually kind of interesting for Jeremy. He does have the king of diamonds out there. 3 to a royal is never a fold in heads up. I don't know if that's true, but I made it up and it sounds right. And Greg's going to take it down with the 4-3 offsuit for 4 high, no gutter, nothing, weak open, and flop bet versus the 3 to royal. Not great, guys. That was not Jeremy's pot to lose. Greg should not have gotten away with that. He was just stealing the money out there. Jeremy going to let it go.
Is Jeremy going to drink that coffee, or is that just going to sit in the cup holder all match?
He could use a swig of that after how he played that last hand. I teased Jeremy. Jeremy's a good dude.
Very good dude.
He's probably top 3 nicest guys at the lodge.
Couple fun things about Jeremy. First off, when I first moved here, he was the one that told me about stand-up. I'd never heard about it before. And every table I was at with Jeremy, he tried to get us to play stand-up. Interesting part of that, he would always lose. And then he would be lobbying for more. So I don't know if his strategy is, play normal and let these idiots just spew off their money, which is certainly what I do. But either way, loves the stand-up game. And then second off, every time I see Jeremy, he tries to get me to do a push-up last longer bet in our tournaments that we're playing. He got me once. I got him once in the Lodge LCS main event. So 1-1 so far.
How many push-ups?
I don't even remember. I think it was a lot.
Jeremy also has played many times on our stream, and his nickname is Woody because he has a resemblance to Woody from Toy Story. If you put a hat on him and an outfit, he'd be Woody from Toy Story. That's his nickname.
Have to see it.
I'm seeing that stand-up game everywhere now, Doug. It's all over the place. Casinos, other poker media outlets, people posting it on social media. It's crazy.
It's a good game. It's just a good game. It's so much better than the 7 deuce because 7 deuce is very one-dimensional. You either have the 7 deuce or you don't. And then in the 7 deuce game, you're just supposed to mainly bluff with the 7 deuce everywhere, and then all your other hands you might normally bluff, you shouldn't. So I don't think that's that great. I mean, I get that it can still be fun, but it's kind of one-dimensional, whereas the stand-up game has some serious complexity to it, and you have to think about how many are standing still, the stacks that are at play, how much you lose on the payouts. There's just so much to think about, and everyone gets so loose. I just feel like it's a substantially better game. Anyway, we have another one of those pops, by the way, guys.
Yeah, monotone diamonds again. And Jeremy goes for the minimum 3,000. Solver approved.
Ooh. Greg's going to fold the 7 of diamonds. Definitely want to continue with that card versus a 1/4 pot bet. In fact, the point of Jeremy's bet basically is to get non-diamond hands to fold that don't pair. And then he's just accepting, hey, if you have a diamond or if you have a pair, I know you're calling. I'm okay with that. I know you're going to call. But Greg just folds the 7 of diamonds. So if you start folding those, then that bet is printing. And now if Jeremy decides to bluff any monotone flop for that size, he's going to just be running away to the bank with the money. Simply just going to have to continue in Greg's shoes. I think the hard hands were that better. Like, what do I do with like ace 7 with no diamond? Probably call. I don't know. It's tough. Those are the ones you're targeting with the bet Jeremy went for. Greg folds the button here with 10-4. I think if I was kind of making some adjustments, I'd probably be opening that versus Jeremy. He's shown a propensity to not 3-bet that much and play a little straightforward, I think, on some boards. So it's a correct fold pre-flop on the button, but maybe one where if you think your opponent isn't punishing you hard enough, you go for the open.
Nice hand for Jeremy. Suited ace. 7-3 off for Greg. And And he might not even battle with this one. One of the rare hands where Greg doesn't even want to see a flop, lays it down.
I think he just had this versus an open and called, right?
Yeah.
I think so. Totally fine to fold, by the way. I mean, this is a standard fold. So, but just kind of interesting to see that he called in the last one and folded this one. I wonder if there was a difference there.
Got to have a balanced 7-3 off folding range.
Yeah. There you go.
A lot of buzz for this tournament. It started off in the original Lodge room, which is the Austin room. And now we're here in the Round Rock room on the featured table.
You know, isn't this room the Austin room, the other one's the Round Rock room?
That's correct. I was just testing you. Sharp as can be. And then the stream room is going to be the Champions room right there in the middle. So very close to 100 tables here at the Lodge.
Yeah, I think we'll come in at 90-ish probably once it's all.
We were talking about we need to add like 10 small heads-up tables. And then we have 100.
Yeah. That would be great for our 1 to 3 times a year heads-up events. A lot of space at the Lodge, I'll say that. And, you know, it's nice on during those times where we really do pack the house. During our Lodge Championship Series earlier this year, we were really needing those tables. So it's kind of funny how I think most days the Lodge can survive on about 30, 40 tables. But, you know, when we have big events, it's nice to be able to get up there, and we want to make sure that anyone that wants to play poker can at the Lodge Card Club.
Big events like the Mayhem series coming up here in September, just a couple weeks away. We're already in the middle of August, so.
Yeah, September 6th, they'll have a meetup game with Doug, Andrew, and Brad. It was scheduled back over here at table 42 in the other semifinal match, and Josh has about a 100K chip lead over Charles here. We'll check in later on. Thanks.
Short and sweet on these updates. No hat. I realized you had the Lodge hat on the first one. No hat.
You weren't supposed to notice that.
Well, you kind of got some hat hair. It was pretty obvious.
Yes.
It was pretty noticeable.
We'll try to update throughout the day.
That's not good for me. I got a side bet that Charles, a.k.a. Chips, is going to be the winner here. We had a little draft, 4-person draft, little extra cheese on the line for some people at the Lodge.
65.
I'm interested to see if either of these players is going to start to kind of make some small adjustments on the fringes based on what they're seeing from their opponent. It's tough in heads up because these guys have seen only a fraction of the hands at showdowns that we have seen, right? We know all 32 hands. We know what they've had. A lot of big hands, by the way. But they can just kind of tell from some small differences or some small things maybe that they've seen. If I was in Jeremy's shoes, I would be looking to play maybe a little defensive in some spots and trap some hands. Greg's really shown a lot of aggression in some of these situations.
I was thinking the same thing here. You know, Jeremy's wife, Laura, also a Lodge regular. She might be watching the stream, and Greg has his father-in-law here watching, an experienced poker player as well. So maybe after a break, you know, the stream's on a half-hour delay. They might get word on some of these hands and adjust accordingly by finding out some information that we see at every hand.
Yeah, we have gotten word that on hand number 42, they will be taking a 2-minute break, I guess, to take care of some business. That's coming up in about 9 hands.
How do we know that they make it there, Rick? Are you spoiling the stream?
Well, I just want to give people know that in hand 42, they'll take a 2-minute break. Maybe they can go get some pop from some Coke from the refrigerator, chips.
I got to say, if they bust on hand 35, I'm going to have some newfound respect for you, Rick. Not that I don't have respect already, but I don't think you have the gear to say that. And then, oh, surprise, they busted hand 35.
I don't. That is not me. That's Skull. That's not me.
That'd be shocking.
This is definitely not happening. Spoiler alert, this hand goes over 42 hands.
I love that stream where you guys bet on how many hands till the whiskey gets taken out, and it happened on the actual hand.
That was ridiculous.
What a line.
44, hand number 44. Will go down in Lodge history.
Incredible.
Ace-6 and Jack-8.
Hand 44 feels like a nice hand for the alcohol to come out in general. So, you know, you got to play some sober poker. Now you're ready to roll.
That usually happens around the 5 o'clock hour, too, the way the stream starts around 3 o'clock. So people usually wait till about 5 to indulge. Greg's starting to build himself a little bit of a lead here.
Greg opens the button with the A6. Jeremy makes the call with the Jack-8. A lot of this kind of stuff in heads up, guys. Two hands that are definitely good enough to play, but not amazing hands. And they have to try and duke it out. On this board, though, Greg's going to bet the flop, and Jeremy with the Jack-high. Tough to imagine getting too creative. If he's not floating the Queen 10 of diamonds on the King of diamonds board, I don't think he's floating this one. Decides to let it go.
Jeremy's first 2 rounds were pretty short and sweet, but he had a multi-hour battle yesterday to get here. I think he played for about 3-4 hours.
I agree with anything you want there, buddy. Because yesterday was...
Yeah, exactly.
And these two are chatting with one another.
I agree with whatever you want.
They want to take a 2-minute break after
It's been pretty quiet so far. I mean, the players are mic'd up, but both players focused in on the action. It's not like the Deputy Dan Sheriff Polk match that we had that was pretty lively. People getting handcuffed, getting sent to prison.
That was a great bet. Glad I brought the handcuffs.
Yeah, that was pretty cool. Clubs would be interesting here. Everybody's got them. Not many left in the deck, but let's see what the flop brings. 16K in the middle. No clubs, but the 5-5 and a 3.
This is a board you're going to want to bet a lot in position. You've got all of the high pairs your opponent doesn't have. Also not too likely to have a 5. An interesting thing happens in heads up where
7 bets, 9,000.
the lower the paired board, the less likely that chips are, essentially. So on a board like 3 deuce deuce, you can use a much bigger size than on a board like, you know, Jack 10-10. But either way, these paired flops definitely favor the in-position player. And that's going to take it down right there. Flop bet.
Stop betting, start trading. The Jock Market slogan. Man, that felt looks fresh.
I think it came out really nice.
Yeah, I didn't
like the green. I like the green accent.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be immediate. We were saying at the end of this level, just so no one gets. Appreciate it.
Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, if we just both decide, it's just going to switch until we get back. So
Right.
It doesn't change anything.
King 9, Queen 4. Players were discussing the short break that will be coming up here briefly.
7 checks.
All that coffee might be hitting, Skull.
I don't know. I don't even think I haven't seen him take a sip.
Huge flop here for Greg. Open-ended straight draw with the queen high flush draw.
4,000.
I think this went limp check and Jeremy's leading the flop. Not going to work against this hand. Greg behind right now, but has 69% equity. Not too often does the worst hand have 69% equity.
Yeah, we're going to fire an erase here.
Quote, worst hand. Worst hand.
2 raises, 9,000.
Jeremy's folding. He had a little smirk on his face, smiling. You can't call after that. He's gone. He's out of there.
Jeremy does do that a decent amount. He does like a little smile.
He's too nice.
The little smile, I think, is a fold, or he's never raising or continuing at that point.
Fold 98% of the time.
He did it with a call earlier where he had the top boat. But yeah, he's not going to let you have any more actions once he smiles, I think. Blinds have gone up to 2K, 4K, so effective stack size probably something around 75 blinds. Yeah, that's about right.
Still pretty deep. Very, very deep here.
7 rings, 8,000.
I think it's a good structure that we put together. A couple blind levels are maybe a little strange because we don't want to have too many chips. But
You had too much out.
well, I think it's pretty good.
Yeah. You had a little too much. We
Yeah, I think the players enjoyed it. Feedback's been pretty good. There was a special buzz in the room over the weekend. And it's still going on right now on Monday as we're playing down to a winner right here on the stream. This is the semifinal match. Another match going on at the table adjacent to the stream table. And then the finals will be a best-of-3 matchup. Top pair for Greg and a pair of 5s for Jeremy.
Matthew, the best ice cream man of Chatsville, says, or gives a $5 donation, thank you very much, and says, after the winner is announced, we need final boss music to play, and Doug steps from the booth and offers them double or nothing for their winnings. You know, the first iteration of this and the idea of this was that I was going to play the winner, and that the way the buy-in would work would be, part of it would go into a pool to play me at the end. But we kind of decided that we didn't like the look of let's put a pool of money together from this tournament to play a really good heads-up player that's also an owner of the room at the end. And so we decided to not go with that, although I think that would have been a lot of fun. So maybe in the future we'll, the winner has an option to play for some amount. I don't know. We'll think about the way to do it, but we're not trying to force anyone into a high-stakes battle where they, might feel uncomfortable. Or the optics of me trying to finagle a high-stakes match in my own room. So, there you go.
You got to do it the old-fashioned way.
Exactly. Next time. I'm pretty bummed I missed this, man.
Yeah.
Pretty bummed.
It's unfortunate, but there's going to be others down the road here. You'll have your shot.
I'm sure.
Sounding good, though. Looking good, sounding good. So hopefully you're back in the room and doing what you do best here shortly.
Yeah, we'll see. It's the fatigue, man. At this point, it's the fatigue.
Call.
8,000 and a call.
Still testing positive as well, so need that to come down, but yeah. I didn't realize when I tweeted, I said that, ooh, we have a little open-ender for Jeremy. The 8-2 suited. Yeah, I didn't realize when I tweeted, like, oh, I have COVID, I'm going to be out. People were like, actually, you should never test. It's the flu.
Of course,
okay, guys,
yeah.
let's just calm down. I'm sick. Yeah, or if I'm sick, I'm not going to go to the room. It's like, I didn't realize it was like a political statement that was being made with, hey, have COVID, not going.
Yep. Sensitive subject these days. But it's best when you're under the weather, no matter what it is. Just stay home, recover, relax, get well, and don't infect other people.
Yeah, it seems fair.
No matter what it is.
Seems fair.
Greg, 358,000 chips. Jeremy, 281. Still plenty of big blinds, like we mentioned. Other matchups still going on. You guys are getting a treat with Doug in the bunker as well, remotely. Heads up specialist, might learn a thing or two, always. And if you're interested in learning more, you can check out his course on Upswing Poker. Jeremy's going to come along here. 8,000 to go on the button. Greg, Jack 6 of clubs. Queen high flop, 2 hearts. Nobody with much here.
7,000.
7,000 announced from 16,000.
Thank you.
Greg, a nice guy, has been playing poker for about 40 years. Also used to work at the lodge for a brief period of time. He was a dealer. His father-in-law played the same tournament, and he was one of the casualties against Charles, who's in the other semifinals, who went all in blind. His first 2 rounds, he won with 6 deuce offsuit, and he won with queen 8 against Greg's father-in-law's ace king to a flop 2 pair, queen and an 8.
Unfortunate way to go out.
He's still steamed up about it, by the way. He's in the room right now watching his son-in-law play, and he's still steamed up about it.
It's an unfortunate way to go out. Still, you're happy to have your opponent do that, and then you get to call with ace king, but
95.
Greg opening up the 4 deuce on the button. Jeremy's going to make the call with the queen 9. Couple pretty whatever hands taking a flop, but Jeremy moves into a pretty concrete lead here. Top pair for Jeremy, 4 high, nada for Greg on the button.
Haven't gone into many rivers here lately.
The way that they both play doesn't lead to a lot of later streets, so they both play, I would say, a little more aggressive on the front end, and so a lot of raises and re-raises. Kind of takes the pot down there, especially Greg. But even Jeremy, I can sense a little bit of Jeremy plays a lot of ring cash because he tends to play a little more raise or fold in spots where you can definitely call. And I think that might be something that, as when you're a ring player moving into a heads-up format, it feels kind of weird to just float these sort of like queen high or high card hands out of position, but you definitely can.
We should get to a river here, as Greg fires 16,000 here after he connects with his deuce. Still top pair for Jeremy. Reaching for calling chip, so pot building here. Jeremy in good shape to get back to even in this matchup, unless Greg spikes the river here for deuce. So still top pair for Jeremy. 77,000 in the middle.
Jeremy's praying that Greg just checks back on the river.
Does have showdown value with his deuce. In some worlds that might be good, but if he doesn't think it's good, he'll turn that into a bluff and try and take it down.
And if Greg fires here, Jeremy's going to end up in a horrible, horrible, horrible spot.
He's firing. Let's see how much. Looks like 28 or 29. Not that large of a sizing, so I don't see Jeremy folding for 28,000.
Small bet here from Greg. I don't mind the idea of betting. I think a lot of times you'll check here with a little bit of showdown value. Maybe Jeremy has like ace-6 with the ace of spades. So your deuce does win occasionally.
He's calling, and yeah, but if that size was, about 45 or half pot or larger, Jeremy might have found the fold.
Wow. They're going to see that on the stream. Everybody knows that's my favorite hand.
You got a story about that one?
Queen 9, that's my nut hand.
Nice.
So Greg loves Queen 9 apparently, but that's Jeremy's holding. And he wins 133,000 chip pot right there.
with a cookie jar.
And Greg said we're going to see that on stream. We see everything on stream, Greg, including that luscious flow he's got going on. That's quite the haircut. I can't grow my hair like that. Can you, Doug?
Haven't tried.
Maybe we should have a little prop bet where.
Oh no, let's not. Please. Please. Okay, so yeah, in that spot for Greg, I don't mind the idea of firing with a deuce, even though you do win once in a blue moon, so that makes check a little bit nicer. I don't mind the idea of just firing again, but you gotta make it a size that puts a queen in a real tough spot. And when you bet 1/3 pot, you're just not likely to get your opponent's top pair to fold. So
is half pot enough, you think, or you got to go more like 65% or so?
So typically speaking, if you're betting less than 2/3 on the river and heads up in position, you're making a mistake. It's almost always true. There's a few exceptions, like 1 to a straight spots, but anything under 2/3 pot in position on the river it's a mistake like 99% of the time or something, 97% of the time. So you're never going to go with those sizes. Maybe half pockets used in a couple spots, but yeah, the thing is, like, if you're betting really small on the river in position, then you open up the betting again and can get check raised. So all the hands that would like to bet small, it's not like you're denying equity or anything. The whole board's out there. So usually you either bet big or you check, and you can bet like 2/3 pot or full pot or 1.5x pot, or you can just go all in. But 1/3 pot is just not enough to put top pairs in a tough spot. So I like that. It's kind of, I would say, like within the style that we've seen for Greg so far, where he's not afraid to barrel, he's not afraid to make moves and fire, play pretty aggressive, but I just think he needs to bet a little bit bigger in some of these spots.
Broadway draw and the overs. It connects with his ace, so now a pair for both players, but not the turn that Jeremy wanted to see, as we welcome Slicky Ricardo back into the booth.
Yeah.
Jeremy bets the flop here with bottom pair. It's kind of interesting flop bet. Once in a while seems okay, but if you get action, you're sort of like, what are we hoping for with just the bottom pair? Now on the turn, Greg improves to top pair. What was the action pre-flop? Sorry, I was thinking about last time. Was it open and then call?
Yeah.
7 bets. 41.
Okay. So Greg went with the pre-flop trap here with just the ace queen.
Massive bet from Jeremy, 41,000 here. Massive.
This is a good size from Jeremy. This is what it should be the standard on the turn. So the size is good, and he has a club which is going to block a few floats from calling, which is good as well. But the question is sort of like, what is Jeremy targeting? And if his opponent has a pair on a straight draw, he's going to continue. And I mean, yeah, you might get him off a hand like 10-6.
Greg raises, and this should shut it down. Hefty raise, I believe, from Greg. What is it? It's 86, and that will shut it down.
That's a good turn.
I believe it.
Yeah, and this is why we're not getting to rivers in this match, because we're barreling with hands that probably shouldn't barrel, and then we're check raising with hands that probably shouldn't check raise. And when we play in that kind of style, then you're going to end up with a lot less turns and rivers. You know, the advantage to the way that they're both playing when they play in the style is that it makes it tough to bet, but the counter to this is you just keep it more polarized. Like, if Jeremy bets the turn there when he has some kind of straight draw or a good hand, then, you know, it's not as hard for him to just fold. Whereas when he has a 7, you know, you're probably behind, but you kind of open the door to get bluffed, where when you have an air hand, you're not going to. And then I think the raise, it makes a little more sense maybe for Greg, but realistically when he raises the turn, if he gets action, he's going to be cooked. So I think in that spot with just the ace, it looks like you have a jack or a 10. I think you call, you kind of open the door for your opponent to keep firing, and you have a hand that can just, you know, call multiple streets without worrying too much about it. If I was in Jeremy's shoes here with the way that I've seen Greg play, I feel like I would look to barrel a lot more turns and rivers when my opponent does call, because it seems like Greg is raising pretty thin for value, which means when he calls, he's quite often weaker on a draw. And those players tend to have a tough time versus river aggression because they don't have a lot of those strong hands that can just, call down. Anyway, this hand, check, flush completes on the turn. First person that wants this pot's going to take it. Nothing for either player.
Jeremy reaching for chips. Should take it down. This is hand number 42, so I believe these players will take a brief break. I think Rick's going to talk a little bit about Jock Market here.
Yeah, let's. We want to say thank you to our title sponsor of the Lodge live stream, Jock Market. It combines both fantasy sports and the stock market experience in traditional daily fantasy sports. Once the game starts, the fun ends. If a player gets injured or has a bad experience, you're stuck watching the games with a lineup doomed to fail. In Jock Market, the ball is in your court. You can sell shares of a player who starts slow. You can buy a player who you missed out on pregame live, or even short sell a player you think started out too hot. The choice is yours. Buy, sell, and short live during the games, or wait until the end of the game for guaranteed payouts. So it's a lot of fun. Skull Mike and I each have tried it, and with football season just around the corner, it's just a little fun way to make a little money and have some fun and follow the games that normally you would have absolutely no interest in. But now all of a sudden you have some interest. So thank you, Jock Market. They'll be our title sponsor for the next several weeks, and we've got them on the felt, and we're happy to have them, and thank you so much.
They're going to join us for some remote commentary as well here and there over the next month. So I believe it will be Jonathan. We'll get to know him. He's going to come and play on stream live in person during the Millionaire Mayhem series that's coming up on the 6th through the 19th. So plenty of stuff happening here at the Lodge. Tournament cash, and then the over $1.5 million in guaranteed money during the 6th through the 19th.
You are watching a special edition of the Lodge live stream. This is the Heads Up Championship. We have 2 semifinal games going on right now, and the finals will be streamed best 2 out of 3 immediately afterwards. I asked Poobah, Joe Strazzera, are they going to have any breaks? And they said, no breaks once the finals start. So, of course, bathroom breaks. But there you see the other semifinal going on.
Yeah, they might.
Chips on the left and Josh on the right.
I'm sure they'll probably take a little breather after the first match, leading into the second, something like that. We'll see. Time will tell. Get comfortable, folks, on a Monday.
We're so happy to have Doug joining us remotely for the commentating, giving us all sorts of insight and heads up. Of course, Skull Mike and myself are here as well. We might even hear from Iron Mike Brady later on, as could go several more hours and all hands on deck.
Yeah, at some point, I think I'm going to have Brady tag in for me. Just feeling a little rundown still, guys.
Absolutely. We appreciate whatever you can give us, Doug, and just let us know.
Boys are back. That was quick.
Quick. Think they talked while they were,
No, you don't. You don't talk
to your opponent.
Quick strategy.
You don't talk in bathrooms, Rick. You strike me as the guy who might do that, though.
After I played Jungle a month or 2 back, we went to dinner together, just me and him. Shot the shit and stuff. It was good. That man wants to talk about some big things in life. We got into some meaning of life stuff pretty quick. I was trying to eat some tuna sashimi.
Yes.
And then he went to Vegas and backed it up and won the Players' Championship again. Very, very impressive going back to back.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Knew what I intended to do. Now I'm just reacclimating myself to the denomination of the chip.
As long as you said raise, it's all good.
Rumor has it he's going to have to come back for a rematch versus you again before he goes for the 3-peat next year. So
I love playing heads up.
Get your costume ready for that next battle.
I'm sure we can figure something out in the future as well. I need to schedule some more matches. I've just been, the last month has been a lot, but we'll have some more fun matches. That was great. Pocket kings again for Greg.
Queen 9 for Jeremy, and apparently that's one of Greg's favorite hands. So let's see what happens.
Two raises, 12,000.
So you're supposed to get kings once every, we'll call it 100-ish hands.
Not twice in 44 hands?
Yeah. 3 times, I think. I mean, oh, I meant just in general. I meant like for both of them, right? Oh, no, that's not right. It's once every 100 each. I don't know, guys. I'm sick. Don't make me do math. Has Jeremy 3-bet?
A couple times.
Okay.
Yeah. Not as frequently as Greg, but he's mixed it up a little bit.
I think the kings was a 4-bet, actually. He's 4-bet a couple of times with kings and jacks. Have we seen a 3-bet, though? I don't think we have. Has Greg 3-bet? Oh, we saw Jeremy with the 7-5 suited 3-bet. I remember that now, yeah. Oh, no, that was Greg. That was Greg, right?
Now we're
No,
getting.
that was Jeremy.
Now I'm starting to get a headache.
Okay, that was Jeremy. That's right.
Haven't seen many rivers. Know that for sure.
Raise.
7 raises to 12,000.
It's definitely true. Jeremy's opening it up. Ace deuce of hearts. Greg will defend with the queen 4 offsuit. Not sure if the min raising is a exploit strategy from Jeremy or not. But given how loose Greg is defending, I feel like I probably would move away from it. But you know, teach their own. Maybe he's working with something that I'm not too familiar with. Checks back the flop with the backdoor nut flush draw. 3 on the turn, both players with nothing. Greg decides just to check it, so does Jeremy. 4 in there for Greg, moves into the lead.
Check.
There are 4s.
It's good.
Yeah, it's a good hand for everybody.
I was waiting for you to bet.
What are you giggling about
I'm
over
just,
here?
Cinnabon just put something in chat I don't think he really meant to put in there, but that's good. It's out there. Glad you got it off your chest, Cinnabon.
Love you, baby.
Uh-oh.
Ooh.
Greg's talking to the...
Greg's talking a little love music there, right into the camera, pointing into the camera. It's getting weird all of a sudden here. Speaking of Cinnabon, he had a good performance. He made the money in this tournament, so doesn't play many tournaments. I believe that was his first ever heads-up tournament, and made the money, so a nice performance by him.
Yeah, another great guy. I feel like he's checked in on me every time I've gotten sick over the last month, which is several different times. But very nice guy. Plays in the stream a bunch.
And shout out to Jason, aka Leibowitz, who
Yes.
we call him Leibowitz on the stream.
What a performance. Congratulations, Jason.
Really wanted to see him under the lights today. But
this tournament was designed for him. He likes
Yeah.
to get chips in the pot.
Raise.
7 raises to 12.
I think we'll have another update here in about 10 minutes from the other table.
You think, Rick?
I know.
I love the meta of Rick talking about updates from the sideline reporter, which is also Rick.
Hey.
Yeah, guys, I think in 10 minutes there may be a sideline report update.
Hey, we're building our budget. We've got a sponsor now, so you know. Thank you to Jock Market. Love that felt though. The green light looks great.
It matches the trees in the backdrop.
Yes.
4 deuce diamonds for Greg. 9 high for Jeremy.
It's weird with table felt. Sometimes you look at an image and, oh, that looks great, and then you see it and it doesn't come out nearly as good. But then sometimes it's the opposite. Like when I saw the mock-up of this, I thought, okay, that's decent. But when it came out on the table, it looks really sharp.
Yeah, I thought the same. I didn't think I was going to like it as much as I do.
I also like the color change in the overlay. Looks good.
Jeremy's coffee still at the same level. Don't think he's going to be drinking that much. When the match is over, is there coffee in the cup or no coffee in the cup?
There'll be coffee in the cup.
Agreed.
We're getting pretty off topic here, but you know, in the last couple of months, I've kind of gone away from coffee.
It's probably a
weird.
good thing.
I loved coffee so much, but I feel like it's just started to make me feel a little uneasy. I don't know. I've been drinking more tea.
Rick, do you drink coffee?
Nope, not a coffee drinker. Tea. 600 in the live chat. We appreciate everyone being here. We'll be back again on Wednesday for a little cash game. And don't forget, September 6th is Millionaire Mayhem Fall Series, and that is also the meetup game with Doug, Andrew, and Brad. The day before, we're hoping to have those on that Monday, Doug, Andrew, and Brad on stream, correct?
Correct.
All right.
I think the way that's going to happen is Brad and Andrew are coming to the lodge that week. However, they are playing in a WPT tournament. I think if they run deep, they may get here a little late. If they bust early, they'll be there for Monday. So let's just hope that they get a nice cooler out of the gate and head on down to the lodge.
Both of them have been playing a bunch of tournaments lately, playing well. Interesting flop here as both players connect with the jack. Jeremy just a tad better. He also has the jack of clubs, which is helpful on this board. And the bet's 15,000 from Greg. Jeremy with a little smile there usually leads to a fold, but he's not going to get rid of this.
No,
He's coming along.
No.
He's not folding.
No.
Oh, wow.
Oh my God.
Wow.
What? Oh, that hand, by the way, that hand is just, it's such a great example. It's a microcosm of the entire match so far. Greg with the aggressive bet with a hand that should probably check. Jeremy with the way too prudent double A down. And they have the same hand. If you give these guys the same hand, Greg's going to win this match hands down. That was a wild one.
Yeah, surprising.
So, Heads Up has a very RPS-like element to it where certain player types just beat other player types. This is something that I don't think people talk about too much, but so the guys that play really conservative get run over by the bluffers. The guys that are stationy and hate folding destroy the guys that bluff too much. And then the guys that are really stationy and don't fold to people get run over by the guys that are conservative because they just value bet them to death. So obviously in Heads Up you want to play correct, and correct wouldn't be any of those things. It could be balanced. But being that we're all human, we all kind of have our guys that we match up better or worse versus. I always did more poorly versus the guys that just really would call me down light all over the place.
Three bet from Greg, 22,000. So Jeremy makes the call here with the queen six off.
Yeah, and Greg's using a very small 3-bet size, which is why you're seeing Jeremy defend the queen six. He's using a very small 3-bet to kind of keep him in there. I think a more standard size would be something around 30, 35. But
nice flop for Jeremy. Connects with top pair, and Greg is firing in a C-bet rather quickly.
24,000.
No way Jeremy can continue here, right? With just top pair.
Well, I don't see the smile. He seems pretty serious. He's going to be active, of course, makes the call. Pot building, 92,000 in the middle. Greg with some backdoor stuff, some overs. Let's see what happens.
Oh, this could get real dicey. 4 on the turn. A little bit of a scare card here for Greg, in that if Jeremy did float with a 4, he's now 2-3.
All in announced. All in announced a massive overbet. And that's weird. Look, Jeremy's like, what? He 3-bet. We haven't seen many 3-bets, right? So pretty unlikely that he has a 4.
Wow, this is such a big bet. What was in there before? It was 190, 100.
424 minus 332, and Jeremy lays it down. That pot got massive really quickly, unexpected, and it works.
Greg is just going hard in the paint. Wow. I don't know, man. So, in Jeremy's shoes here, this is going to be kind of counterintuitive, but it's actually better to call with a hand like Queen 6 than it is to call with a hand like 8s, because you want your opponent to be able to be bluffing with a hand like 8-7 suited or 8-5 suited or something like that. And it's very, very unlikely that Greg is making that play with a hand like 7s. He either has like a pretty high pair, something that's connected to the board, or he's bluffing. So, you know, I think in Jeremy's shoes there, with no information about your opponent, maybe you could let it go. And it is an over 2x pot bet, so you're gonna fold a lot for sure.
Yeah, Greg definitely had all those overpairs in his range, aces, kings, etc. That might want to take that line, but still just pretty unexpected. Haven't seen anything like that, and I would have paused for a little bit before making my decision. At least get your opponent in the blender, see if you can maybe pick up some reads for later on.
I think you just got to call. You know what I like about Greg's style? So there's a different dynamic in a heads-up tournament than in just a normal heads-up cash game or a sit-and-go or whatever, in that if you are wrong for all the chips, you're out. And so I feel like one thing about Greg's style that works really nicely in a format like this is that people tend to very much value being in the tournament still. And so when you get these guys that come along and they're just, you know, really going after you, it's kind of scary for the other guy because, okay, if I run into it this time, I'm out. Whereas Greg's not playing in a way where he's afraid of that, and he normally takes lines where he gets to be the aggressor. So in a vacuum, you really can't make plays like we just saw that much, because if people realize you're doing it, they can just call and you're going to bust. But in a format like this where you're thinking, oh man, if he has queens, it's all over, or kings, it's all over, you get a lot more fold equity, and it lets you make some moves. There's a guy that has played the 10K heads up at the World Series of Poker a lot of years. His name is John Smith, and he was like this old guy everyone thought was just kind of a nit, but every year he'd crush the heads up event, and then finally I think some of the hands went to stream and people realized that just because he's an older guy playing doesn't mean he's a nit, and he had just been running everyone over for years and no one had any clue. So I think this is kind of, maybe this is more of a personal opinion and less of a, you know, fact, but this is why I think you should really just try to play good, solid poker, because you never know what your opponent's up to, and just because you think maybe they're not bluffing you or whatever, well, they can be, and if you're wrong, then they're just running you over.
No, I agree. Absolutely. I never like judging a book by its cover, too. Always just try to form my own opinion here at the table against my opponent. Based on what I've seen so far, we're only about 54 hands in. Greg definitely playing a little bit more aggressive there. First place, $20,000. If you lose this match and you lose the third place match, you're only going home with $6,000. Could be a 14K swing here, depending on who wins this one. Another juice here on the river. Jeremy with the check mark, 2 pair.
I think the most impressive thing about the lead that Greg's built here is, I mean, what hands did he even have? What good hands? Of course, he had a couple kings pre-flop, but you know, in most of these pots, he's just not had much of a hand, and he still managed to build up a nice chip lead. Greg's thinking about this. There's a lot of missed draws out there. Queen Jack, Queen 8, Jack 8, Jack 7, 7 8, 8 6, 7 6, clubs,
Hearts.
backdoor hearts. A lot of draws missed. Problem for Greg is he has a 6 of clubs. It's really a card you don't want to have. So when I was thinking about hands, it'd be much more reasonable to call like ace 4 of diamonds here. But
Pays it off.
How about 9? Look it up.
A little bit of a misstep there for Greg. Haven't seen much of that. Haven't seen many tricky spots on the river where kind of have your opponent in the blender a little bit. And Greg was building up quite a lead there. So Jeremy on the comeback trail.
I think it's a reasonable spot for Greg to look him up late with how many draws missed. I think when you have the 6 of clubs, I think you could probably let it go because you do block a bunch of those. But it's still a pretty reasonable spot. A lot of hands that would want to bluff there. A nice value bet from Jeremy.
Got Nick in the box today doing a great job. And during the final matchup, the best of 3, I believe we're going to have 2 dealers on the felt, similar to the Doug versus Jungle Man match. 9-8 of clubs for Greg. Jeremy raises the button, 16,000.
2 calls.
Raise and a call. As these blinds escalate, it becomes a little more standard to go for that button min raise when you do open.
Top pair for Greg.
Yeah, 9-6 deuce 2 spades. Greg with the top pair backdoor flush draw. Checks it over. Jeremy now could go either way on this one. Some merit on betting, some merit on checking. Decides to check it back. Ace on the turn. Greg's not going to love that, but it does give him the flush draw. So a lot of playability here. And now Jeremy is going to be tempted to want to take a stab.
He's going to do so. Greg absolutely going nowhere. The way he's played today, he's coming along. Even for a large sizing.
Do you think?
Might be. The way he's played so far, he's raised in a number of these spots. Could certainly understand the raise or a call. Let's see how he navigates.
I prefer a call here, but I just feel like the way Greg has played today, this is going to be a raise.
Seems to be leaning up, grabbing some of the 25Ks.
Yeah, that makes sense given the way he's played. I mean, this is obviously going to get through. And by the way, this is why in Jeremy's shoes, you're happy that you bet this hand. I mean, you're not happy you lose, but when you get check raised and you have Queen Jack here,
easy
totally
fold.
Fine. Yeah, but this is why you have to be careful versus Greg when you do decide to value bet then on earlier streets because he's just so likely to raise
Checking in over at table 42, Josh just hit a flush. He's currently up about 4-1 in chips over Charles.
Thank you, Rick.
How tilting would that be to lose a big pot versus a flush, and then Rick comes over to your table and says, "Hey, everyone, just so you know, Doug just lost a pot. Other guy had a flush. Back to you." I like it, though. It's a nice touch.
I selfishly need Charles to win that match. Down 4-1 in chips, though. Not looking good. But you're never dead until you're out of it, so still chips in front of him. He's got a chance. Maybe he just needs to start going all in blind because that's the only way the man can win, perhaps. Jack 10 and 10-9.
I would like to see Jeremy make some adjustments here to the way Greg's playing because I just think if he's just going to wait for big hands, you know, of course that can happen. But I do think that Greg is sort of countering Jeremy in some very aggressive ways. I think that Jeremy needs to pick more spots, like even though he lost the last spot, where he bets a bit more polarized and gives himself room to stack him with good hands and not face these tough check raise spots.
We'll see if Jeremy does adjust. I think Jeremy's willing to play the long game. Definitely has a lot of stamina.
Greg goes with a little bit of a bigger flop than his normal bet here. I like it on this board. It's a board the opener has a lot of strong hands pre-flop the big blind doesn't have, like ace, jack, any of the sets. Ace, king, ace, queen, of course, as well. So it's a good bet. A nice hand as well. Backdoor flush draw, gutter to the nuts on an 8.
Quick call by Jeremy. To the turn we go. And Greg drawing very, very thin. Picks up no more equity on this 3 of diamonds.
And you can't help but feel like Greg is going to bet, and jam this. And then Jeremy is just going to end up in a really tough spot again. Oh, man, this is going to be tough.
42,000.
Half pot, 42,000. Jeremy doesn't love it. Eyeing up his stack, seeing how much he's got. It all adds up to 205. Jeremy knows if he makes this call, he's got to be prepared for a large, likely river wager from Greg, and he might lay this one down right now. Seems to be wanting to send them in.
And I hate to say it, but if I'm in Jeremy's shoes here, I'm folding right here on the turn. It's a good fold in theory. You have a 10, so you block a bunch of the draws your opponent could be bluffing with, like king 10, queen 10, 10 9, or 10 8. Block all of those. And then the other part in the back of my mind is thinking, if I call here, is this really going to go check on the river and I win? And the answer to that is probably no. So if my hand isn't a great call down
Hey,
hand,
Aaron, how's it going?
I think letting it go over here on the turn is a wise move. And even though he got bluffed again, I still think it's a small but nice adjustment to sort of the way that his opponent's been playing.
At some point, though, you got to start to wonder, does this man always have it? Why do I keep finding myself in tough spot with second pair, etc.? Maybe these hands are good.
And we're going to go for the bold move, eating a sandwich while playing a heads-up match. I guess Greg is channeling his inner Phil Hellmuth.
Yes. What type of sandwich is it? You know,
Oh,
I
that's
like
a
my
you and Rick
sandwiches.
question, I think.
I know. I'm starting to get some rumbles in the jungle. Might need to buy myself a sandwich for dinner. At least this man doesn't spill all over himself and chew very loudly like Mr. Hellmuth. Greg, ace queen. Put the sandwich down and let's play some poker. Oh, he's going for another bite too. Little raise, little bite.
I had a hand the other day. Actually, I played some really interesting hands on both stream days last week or week before, whatever I last played, where the stream went off and we played for an hour, and then I had some really interesting hands.
Especially the hand against you, Sean, that's been talked about. Heard about that one where you made a massive river bluff and Yushan went into the tank for about 20 minutes, it seemed like.
Yeah, that was the biggest bluff I've ever made in my life in terms of big blinds. It was a 420 big blind river bluff jam. You don't really end up in those spots too much, and if you'd called, it would have been like 130K pot or so. And then he tanked for, I don't know, it was a very, 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 very long time. It was probably the hardest I've ever had to sweat out a bluff jam in my life. But it did end up getting through, so, you know. Sometimes you gotta do it the hard way. But no, the other one I was gonna say, I played a hand where I was in a 4 pot with kings, and yeah, this is basically a bad beat story. Rivered the second nut flush. It's like a 6-5 deuce, 5-8 board, 4 to a flush on the river. And my opponent led half pot on the river in a big pot, and then turned around and started eating his dinner, and I thought, I am so dead. I am so dead. It's like really tense the whole hand, river the 8, completing the flush. Thought he'd have the nut flush, but he actually had pocket 8s, river to boat. And now I'm complaining to you, the good viewers of the Lodge live stream. I took a bad beat, and I just want everyone to know it.
You guys feel bad for Doug in the chat? Probably not, right? Quite the roller coaster Doug's been on from his time at the Lodge. Started off punting and spraying, but it's been running pretty good lately. Made a final table on our last tournament series. Took 50K from Jungle. So we don't feel bad about a boat on the river, do we, chat?
Yeah, it's been some swings here. I don't even know where I'm at in the year. I think I'm probably up small, but unfortunately, I have been losing lately. So, you know, comes and it goes.
Monotone flop, all spades. Greg with the 8 of spades. 130 in the middle here. Jeremy with the check mark with the pair of queens. Only sitting on 124,000 behind here, so does Greg want to put him to the test? But the option is now on Jeremy. Checks it over. Greg, pair of 6s. Pairs are hard to make heads up. But Greg doesn't look like he wants to check this river. Rips it. All you can eat soda on the side. Jeremy. Second pair queens. We've seen this how many times already? The third time, there's the smile. And we know what happens after the smile and the grin.
And once again, Jeremy is just in just a horrific...
Flips a coin.
That's a call. That's a call, right? Wow.
And Greg just toying with him.
I used to...
So, I wasn't fully tuned into this hand because I was complaining. But did that go bet, bet, bet? I think it did, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy just simply can't do that anymore with hands like that. If he calls the turn and that river bricks, he needs to call down. And he should just fold the turn, I think. It's a 3-spade board. Your opponent can have a king now. Straight gets there. You have no playability across rivers. I think you can just fold the turn. But this whole, like, we're going to float light until the river, or, you know, not super light, but we're going to call somewhat light and then fold on later streets to Greg. You just can't do that anymore.
Just pedal to the metal here from Greg. I mean, like I said, pairs hard to make. A lot of people will be satisfied in that showdown value and just check it down. Not Greg. Now he wakes up with 10s. Ace-7 off for Jeremy on the button.
And we're only at 15 blinds now, guys. Jeremy could very reasonably just jam the button here.
Approaching the danger zone. And he's thinking about it.
16,000.
Greg might just put him in right now.
I'm not a short stack expert, but I think you don't like doing this very much because if you raise, you kind of have to raise, call, and all in.
All in announced from Greg.
I think this hand prefers to limp or just jam. I don't know. Why? Don't have me talking about short stack stuff. I guess the main takeaway is hands that are awkward versus jam, you don't want to raise. Yeah, I don't think you're allowed to play a 7 like that. I think raise fold is. Maybe we have some sit and go experts in the chat, but it either needs to be a call or it needs to be a
jam.
Yeah, or if
jam.
you raise, you can either limp in,
5 orange,
or you can raise, call, jam, or you can just jam.
Just so the headphones don't have to keep coming in.
Well, that's why I asked when you did the blue chip.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess you need these? Yeah, thank you. Just checking.
Greg wanted to keep those pair of 10s for the next hand. That's not allowed. Jeremy's going to need to wake up here if he wants to make the finals. We are playing Greg's game right now. And Jeremy wants to play a little bit more his speed here. He's going to need to adjust. Time running out. Iron Mike Brady in the chat. How are we doing, Mr. Brady? Very nice to see you over the weekend.
He's saying that limping is better than open jamming is better than raise non-all-in. So yeah, so raising is the worst option, and the solver limps these a lot, and they are the heart of the limp trap range. Raise fold is insane. Okay, well, I still got it, chat. Still got it. Thank you, Mike Brady. Going to be hearing from him shortly here on the stream. Clubs once again here, Skull. We have a open from Greg on the button. What is Jeremy going to do?
Call.
Going to defend.
Going to make the call. Clubs come out here. This might be it for this round.
No clubs. 2 deuces and a 6.
Rainbow flop, no club.
Greg's got all the chips, though. He's going to push the action. Pretty large, 30K, and Jeremy with an easy decision lays it down. What's better in poker than to have almost all the chips while your opponent is bleeding? Big stack poker from Greg. He's earned it today with how he's played. The man from San Antonio playing at the Lodge here in Austin, about 20 to 25 minutes from the Austin Bergstrom International Airport. If you've not been to the Lodge, not quite sure what you're waiting for. A poker destination, not only in this country, all over the world, folks. People fly in from Australia, from across the pond. People have been here from Germany, South America, the Caribbean, all over, people. Lodge never closes. We'd be happy to see you on the felt. Queen 7 for Jeremy now. 85,000 behind.
Had a sip of that coffee as well now, Skull. Finally cracked into it.
About time. The secret sauce. Pair for
Coffee.
Greg.
5s for Greg.
Wasn't getting through.
It was a good fold.
Maybe a live read from Jeremy there. Greg looked a little interested in his hand, and action was on Jeremy, so I don't know if we had a little moment of being a live pro there from Jeremy or not. Either way, ended up being the right laydown versus the pocket 5s, which was definitely going in the middle. The good news for Jeremy is it's really not that many blinds away from winning this when you get short like this. You know, he gets 2 doubles. This is even stacks. So, totally possible.
I feel like a lot of people forget about that. And they see their stack dwindling, and they get a little dejected, and they kind of just wave the white flag, start making poor decisions, and then boom, the match is over. But like you said, 2 doubles, and we're right back in this, and it's a brand new ballgame.
Yeah. In the World Series of Poker 10K heads up one year, I got down to 1 blind on the bubble versus Lucky Chewy. 1 single blind. And I ended up winning the match. I won 3 or 4 all-ins, and then I won a big pot, and then I stacked him. It was a pretty nice way to cash.
Nothing better than that. Never give up, folks, whether it be poker or anything that you do. Keep fighting. You always have a chance until it's over.
Chip in a chair. But he's going to need to start picking up some better hands than Jack 6. Jeremy should be doing some limping on some of these hands. Can't quite jam. Still need to find ways to play hands on the button. You can just call. That said, I think Jack 6 letting it go is not too unreasonable, but the other Queen X hand, I think he definitely should have tried to play.
How many people in the chat have a similar story that Doug just mentioned? Being very, very short in the tournament, 1, 2, maybe 3 blinds, coming back and taking it down. I don't care if it's your local daily at your local establishment or perhaps a WSOP event like Doug mentioned. How many comeback people do we have in the chat?
One of my bracelets, I got down to 4 blinds pretty early in the tournament, and I ended up winning it. It's pretty sick. Just takes a few doubles, you know. It's definitely possible. Especially in a ring tournament, where otherwise known as just a tournament, where there's antes and multiple blinds and stuff. You can way more than double up in a single hand when you get really short.
Jazzbo says he's won a circuit event with a similar story. Alan P in the chat, similar story. Way to go, Alan. Jimmy Bluffett with a crazy story.
Ooh.
Aces.
Ooh, the aces for Greg.
Look at that face. Looks like he just saw a ghost. Instead,
oh my God! Nice laydown from Jeremy.
Jeremy does indeed have some type of read on Greg. That's twice.
Wow.
I don't think.
And I don't normally show.
I don't think Greg had looked yet. Had he that hand?
I think he looked.
That's the first time this whole tournament I've had these.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
First time he's had aces in 4 or 5 matches.
I don't think he looked.
So you didn't have my first hand?
I gotta rewind and double check that. Let's see.
He did. It's a good read, but Jeremy is playing so tight now on this stack. He's got to get in there with some more hands. That said, he's managed to fold versus 5s, 10s, and kings. None of those would have worked. So with my style, he'd probably be out of the tournament.
No, he didn't look.
Blinds are up 5-10.
Yep. No read, just a great fold there. Never looked at those aces until after Jeremy folded.
That's one chip too many out there in the big blind for Greg. Oh no, the blind's been up. Okay. And it would have been 2 chips. Yeah, I was wrong no matter what. Unless we're doing 9K big blinds.
Blinds are 5-10. Jeremy just over 70,000, so about 7 BBs.
Jeremy needs help.
Send help for Jeremy, people. Not interested in playing 6-4. Lays it down, going to wait for a better spot.
I think you're probably supposed to play that one too. You're supposed to be calling a bunch of these and then trying to play post flop. That was close though.
At what point are you not supposed to do that? When we're maybe in like the 5 blind territory? Where it's just really an open or a jam or a fold rather than...
I don't know. I think it does. It starts to not matter that much when you get that low, but
we're almost there.
You're still going to have some calls.
King 10.
Well, this is going to be it, I think, for Jeremy. He's going to have to find a way to double it. Greg's likely going to either... I think he's probably going to jam here, to be honest.
2 raises, 20,000.
Min raises to 20. Jeremy, does he want to defend or push the action and rip it? Makes the call.
7 calls.
The problem with calling here is you open the door to get bluffed off your equity. So I can see an argument for call, but I think I probably prefer just jamming it in. I don't know. I like a lead jam here, I think.
Thinking about it,
all in?
Does.
Yeah, seems good.
Nothing Greg can do there with 5.
All right. Jeremy taking down a pot.
Now up to 9 blinds.
This is such a different game now. When we started this, I was like, oh, cool. I could talk about a lot of heads-up concepts and deep stacks and the way that raise size changes and like flop frequency. And then now I'm like, I don't know. It's 6 blinds. I guess like put your chips in. We are officially completely out of my wheelhouse, and we are into sit and go play at its finest.
I personally find those spots the most interesting when you're right around the short stack, the danger zone. I feel like a lot of recreational players and people don't really know
here with Josh Beckenstein, who just outlasted Charles to move into the finals. Josh, congratulations.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
What is your plan going into the finals? Anything that you're looking to work for?
Nothing planned at this time. I'm going to wait and see who ends up coming out on top, and then going to see how they start to play and focus on my style and adjust as needed.
Congratulations. And Josh Beckenstein is headed to the finals.
Come on,
20K
Josh.
up top.
Say you want that 20K. Say you don't care who wins that match. They're going to play me. They're going to play my style. I'm going to take it down. I'm going to win the trophy. Josh needs to get a little bit more excited. Come on, Josh. But we have a player waiting. So now they're just waiting for Jeremy and Greg And then we're going to have the featured final matchup right here on the stream table. Forgot what I was saying. I was talking about how I feel like a lot of recreational players don't really know how to navigate the short stack, and they kind of just have a guessing game. Maybe I'll do this, maybe I'll do that, and I think they want to know a little bit more on really the proper ways, what they should do, whether they should be limping, should they be just open jamming. So the solvers help with that, but it's always a little bit complicated.
Yeah, and recreational players tend to do well when you get into really deep stacks with super complicated decisions. So it's certainly what you want to stick to if you're a recreational player. Let's get some Texas stacks out here, maybe 700 blinds, if you will. It's probably where Recs do their best. Back to the action. Jeremy with a suited hand folding the button, I imagine.
Finally, dealer. Finally.
Jeremy, it's funny here, Skull.
It's even my name when I put it up there. We not nuts.
Oh, nice.
He's playing incredibly tight, but it's working because he's been up against so many big hands.
Yeah. But Greg here is also just going to continue to fire here, put Jeremy in these tough spots. Just want to see Jeremy make a stand at one of these next hands, whether he's got second pair or not. He just has to go with it. He's folded the best hand 3-4 times now. Could have been a whole different story here. Instead, it's 563,000 chips for Greg and only 62,000 for Jeremy.
Once you get this low, you either want to be calling or jamming. You don't want to have any raises that are less than all in. And so you're going to have calls, and when you call, it's going to be some really strong hands trapping. Probably some suited aces that are essentially traps as well to have some post-flop playability. And then you're going to have the bottom hands that you want to play, hands like the 7-6 offsuit or the, 8 deuce suited variety of hands. I imagine that's how you're going to want to play it. Something like that.
5,000, 10,000 are the blinds. This should be an all-in from Jeremy with the ace-jack off.
Yeah, you could maybe call and trap, but I think jam's probably best.
All in?
7 blinds with king 6, I think. 8 blinds? Oh, man.
I think Greg's going to lay that one down. It's kind of the first time Jeremy's decided to rib 2. Give him a little respect for a hand better than that. And we saw Greg get sticky earlier on the river with a king high, but not willing to call off the 7 blinds there with this king 6. First ever heads-up tournament that the Lodge has offered. 70 people came out to battle for it. Now only 3 remain, and one of these 2 gentlemen will play for the finals and $20,000.
Jeremy hanging around. Ooh. Couple hands here. Greg's gonna have pocket 5s.
All in announced. Jack high, Jeremy thinking about it, but I think he's going to end up laying it down. There's the grin.
Well, he can't raise. Once he can't raise, he smiles. It's consistent.
Now he's a little bit more serious. Cards in the muck. Greg takes that one.
One of the worst kind of hands to look at there with the Jack 8 suited.
Don't forget, folks, 100% deposit match up to $100 when using code LODGE for Jock Market. So download that app on your phones. Explore the application a little bit. There's some pretty cool stuff on there. Jock Market sponsoring the stream for a number of weeks now. Awesome new felt. Seven 3 off. Jeremy waves the white flag. Can't wait to see a bunch of people in chat that are coming down for the tournament series in September. Looking at you, Jasbo, amongst others. King Queen, a couple paint cards, and King 10 off for Greg. Greg likely to raise here on the button, and Jeremy likely to rip his entire stack. And he's going to have Greg dominated here, so this could be a double up for Jeremy.
All in?
Seven's all in.
All in. Greg pretty much priced in here. King 10 good enough to make a call. I imagine the chips are getting in. Does indeed make the call here, so Greg, if he spikes a 10, he's in the finals.
Oh, ouch.
Good spot here for Jeremy, a spot he's been waiting for patiently, 144,000 chips.
Good luck, Jeremy.
Thank you.
And Greg's the one on his feet. Jeremy looks calm, cool, and collected, even though he's the one at risk, but in good shape for a double.
Let's see what we got.
A 10.
Wow.
This could be over unless somehow, some way, Jeremy binks a queen here. My goodness gracious.
Give me the heart sweat.
How about a jack? Let's make it interesting.
I'd like a little sweat. Jack of diamonds, maybe?
Oh,
the queen.
Wow. Well, all right. That's it for that.
Jeremy vaults to the lead.
70, 73, 74, something like that.
Wow.
72.
72?
It's never easy in the game of poker. We thought it was a clean double. Then we thought that the match was over.
Oh, that was a good looking 10.
And now Jeremy's getting 144,000 chips.
72? Yeah, that's what I had in my head because I count my stack to know what your stack is.
Right,
so, yeah.
okay.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Thank you.
Nice hand. I thought it was over.
Theatrical.
Thought it was over.
People of Texas, always so nice and friendly, folks. I hear it time and time again where people come in, whether they be employees, recreational players, professionals. They said just the vibe here at the lodge, so welcoming, everybody very kind. You see everybody smiling. Free beverages at the lodge, whether it be H2Os, Mountain Dews, Coca-Colas. You can grab whatever you like. You have a good time. Be kind to one another. Nobody here really has a sour attitude. And that's just nice to see. You don't see that in many different casinos around the world.
Yeah, I think poker here is still new enough where the grind of the game hasn't, really torn people apart. And all of the soulless, mindless people that are just there to yell at dealers and berate other players, those people have yet to find their way down to the lodge. Who knows over time if that'll change or not. But for now, friendly, happy, smiling.
All in announced from Jeremy. Takes it down. Hopefully it stays that way. I think it will.
I like to think of the lodge as basically the opposite of the Commerce Casino. In that it's not a casino, it's a card room. And the people are nice and friendly, and dealers like to work here.
I played a lot at the Commerce when I lived in California. Not quite sure why.
You know my favorite part about the Commerce is, Skull?
The food service?
Taking a shower afterwards.
Oh, man. Pretty grimy in there.
Yeah, it's a little gravy. The chips, the location. I don't know why I went on an anti-commerce rant, but anyway, let's
shout
get back
out
to the
shout out
action.
to Commerce.
Pocket tens here for Jeremy.
We're just happy to be at the lodge. That's the bottom line.
Jeremy's turning the tides here. One more double up, and this is back to even.
Jeremy a little bit more loose after that double up. Might think he's free rolling a little bit after that 10 spiked the flop. He had 1 foot out the door, but now he's battling 154,000 chips as we have a 99 super chat from Sarah Mick, the great one. What's up, Sarah? She says, go Greg. I thought Sarah would be rooting for Jeremy, honestly. I know her boyfriend Mixon's probably rooting for Jeremy. Mixon says, Sarah, why are you rooting for Greg? WTF. Wow. 10-7-5 Skittles, pair of fives for Greg. All in announced. A number of times Greg has taken these strange lines, just stuffs it. Jeremy can't do anything with king high, lays it down. And Jeremy's got to think to himself, if he could just survive and hang on, he's probably going to catch Greg in one of these spots and have him crushed. Get that double that he's looking for, and then it's anybody's ball game.
Probably should have done a sound check for myself a little earlier. I feel like my sound's a bit weird on the stream.
I was listening before I hopped into the booth. I thought you sounded pretty good for not actually being right next to me.
Gotcha. Maybe a little quiet, a little bit gainy. We'll have to play with some settings next time I come on.
Another $99 super chat says Mixon is mad at me. That he is, Sarah. Sarah and Mixon, they live with one another, and now they're battling in a super chat war on our stream. You love to see it. The ghost of Sarah Mick. I don't know where she's been, but she's back, Rick. Rick's joining us back in the bunker. I don't ever know what Rick's doing out there. Just interviewing people, looking all weird, smiling, giggly. What's up, Rick?
It's fun out there.
You were doing a good job. I thought
Thank
Josh
you.
would give you a little bit more. I thought he would get a little bit more enthused. He just got to the finals.
Remember Craig Sager, before he passed away on NBA? He used
Yeah,
to
shout
wear
out
those
Craig.
funny jackets. I need one of those jackets.
He had a whole closet full of those jackets, not just one. He had about 200 plus.
So Josh Beckenstein already has punched his ticket to the finals.
No, my horse has been eliminated. I might owe Chester or Poobah $50. We had a draft.
You guys never ask me for these drafts.
You don't. You're a nit. You don't want to give any action. $50 for you is like pulling teeth.
Come on now.
It's the truth. Rick, I'm going to take a couple minutes here. You're going to be on with Doug.
All right.
I'm looking into trying to change my sound settings here, Rick. For the good ears of the people. It's probably fine.
All in.
Who's all in?
All in from Greg with the ace-3. Jeremy's looking out at the 5 deuce.
This match is coming up on 3 hours. You never know heads-up matches, how long they'll last. Sarah Mick with a $199 super chat. She's back. Sarah Mick, you're a legend. Lays this one down. Afternoon tournament at the Lodge going in strong. We've got always such a great tournament for that. The afternoon tournaments, cash games going on. get on out to the lodge if you can. It's a fun time. September 6th through the 19th is the Fall Mayhem Series. 15 events, $1.5 million in guarantees, including the main event. $1,200 buy-in, $1 million guarantee.
Raises 25,000.
Ace 3 for Greg here on the button. It's going to go with a raise. Jeremy in a tough spot with Jack 3 suited. And it's going to let it go.
Lines are up 6-12.
Lines just went up, 6-12 now.
6-12.
September 6th is the meetup game. Doug, Brad, and Andrew will all be here. Come on, say hello to the guys as they shuffle through the tables. They usually leave seat 5 open. Just they rotate. Jake Stein with the $10 super chat. He says, Doug, did you hear that Jason will be playing Phil Hellmuth heads up for $800K? Who wins?
7-4.
Which Jason?
Jason Kuhn.
Oh, interesting. I would say I think Jason Kuhn will win, but then again, I don't think he has any white magic, which might be what is required to beat Phil. So time will tell. Hellmuth has a way of winning matches that it seems he shouldn't. But I definitely like Jason Kuhn in that matchup. Greg raising it up with the King 5. Jeremy now with the Queen Jack. He's going to take a flop. Let the gambling commence.
Jeremy hits a queen.
Big flop for Jeremy here.
Ooh. Quick call from Jeremy, all in from Greg.
All right, I need some luck. Need some lucky. Need some lucky.
Snap call here with the queen from Jeremy. About as good as it can get.
3 of diamonds.
Greg needs a king or a running low straight.
Now just a king.
40, 50, 60.
So there's the double up
69
for Jeremy.
69 total?
Yeah.
That's what you were saying earlier. A couple double ups.
I concur. 69.
And you're chip leader. He's got now
boat.
216,000 or so.
Hitting all these important numbers.
Yeah, this is a fair fight now.
6-9.
Alright. Misstep.
You heard Greg say a little misstep there out loud.
454. 454.
10.
No phones at the table, please. No phones at the table, please. They want to
Raise.
Jeremy opening up the button with the king 4. Greg with the ace 3 suited can decide to raise or call, both on the table.
raise. 74,000.
Effectively a jam here for Greg. If Jeremy did go all in, he would be priced into calling.
Lays it down. Going to hand number 88 in this semifinal match. One of the semifinal match already completed about an hour ago. As Josh Bekenstein punched his ticket to the finals. They'll be playing a best 2 out of 3 as soon as this one is decided. And then the losers of the 2 semifinals will play a match to determine third place. Remember, $20K up top for first place, $14K for second, $10K for third, and $6,000 for fourth place. Buy-in for this tournament was $1,000. 70 people took a chance, and we're down to the final 4.
Jeremy on the comeback trail, but Greg still with a nice lead here, over 2-1 chip advantage.
24,000.
Going to open up the button here with Jack 8 offsuit. Jeremy with the 6-3 offsuit, just going to let it go.
Yes, both players from Texas. Jeremy is a Lodge regular. He calls the Lodge his home club. And Greg is from New Braunfels, San Antonio area. Spent a few months here at the Lodge working, so you may recognize him from there. Used to be a dealer at the Lodge a while ago. Thank you, Matthew, for that super chat. On to the next hand.
All in?
7's all in.
All in from Jeremy. Greg will lay it down. DQ is in the chat. How you doing, DQ? It's about 2.5 to 1 chip lead for Greg. I know DQ knows Greg from a long time ago. Jeremy has all sorts of chip tricks. Always maneuvering the chips. There's a fold. Slickwick and Doug Polk, and Skull Mike was here earlier, taking a little break. We'll also have Mike Brady later on. Whole crew of people today.
Brady's going to tag in for me at the conclusion of this match.
Okay, wonderful. I know everybody really appreciates getting the Doug Polk heads up course today. It was a lot of fun here. No, serious, it's good stuff.
Yeah, I've played a little heads up. It's definitely my game of choice. I've spent by far the most time learning and studying it compared to other game types, so I feel like I have a good amount to talk about and explain.
Absolutely.
Jeremy needs to find a way to play these kinds of hands on the button. He's gotta play them. As you get shorter, you still do play a lot of buttons. And he doesn't seem to be taking advantage of the fact he can just call. Calling is a totally normal thing to do in a heads-up sit and go as the blinds get high. And you do it with some weak hands that want to see flops, like that one. And then you can also put some good hands in there if you think your opponent's going to play too aggressive against you. Ace-10 here for Greg. Is he going to raise or is he going to jam? Looks like he's probably going to be raising, I think.
He raises 24,000.
Okay, that's a min raise in the button. Now Jeremy with the queen deuce suited. Not a hand you really want to put all your chips in with, but good enough to see a flop. It's going to make the call. Jack 8-4, Skittles. Jeremy checks over to Greg. Kind of an awkward spot with ace-10. Of course, you can bet. If you get check raised, it's pretty shitty. There's a lot of straight draws here. Queen 10, queen 9, 10, 9, etc., 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 etc. But it will work versus the queen deuce. Smooth sailing for Greg overall. Seems like whenever there's a pot without showdown, he takes it down in one fashion or another. However, Jeremy's definitely running bad in a lot of these spots, and that he's not had some really strong hands to call Greg. But at the same time, it's hard to get strong hands. That's why they're strong. Jeremy with a 9-7 of hearts on the button. He's going to play this one. Could go for a call, could go for a min raise, could go for a jam. A lot of options.
Doug, I got to step out for 1 second. So you're solo here.
No sweat. I think this kind of hand either wants to just call or it wants to jam. If you raise with this hand and you face a jam, it's just a disaster. And I think when you're when you have hands like that, you want to take lines that allow you to see the flop, or prevent your opponent's ability to force you off it. Greg with the 9-8 of clubs, I think this is a hand that would be nice just to jam versus a min raise, but call makes some sense too.
$99 super chat from DQ, the ghost of DQ, back in our chat, saying, Doug, we all hope you're feeling better. But you don't have to fake being sick just so you don't have to play against the stand-up king. That is Jeremy.
Yeah. You know, I got to come clean here on the stream. I was just so scared of having to play people in this heads-up tournament. I decided it would be better just to bow out early. And
well, we thank you for coming clean. We were waiting for you to say that.
It just didn't feel right to lie about it any longer.
You feel better now? Getting it off your chest?
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. No, it's good. Honesty goes a long way. Anyway, Jeremy bets the flop here. Neither player connects, and he'll take it down.
Commanding lead still for Greg, but like we said, you're never over until all your chips are gone.
You're never over? Is that what they say?
You're never over. You're never finished. You're always alive. You're still breathing. Yeah. You're never over. I like that one best. I'm no English teacher.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fair.
But I'll allow it. Jeremy smiling, of course. Jeremy plays at the lodge pretty much every day, so he's pretty comfortable right now under the lights. 315, right where he should be at the lodge playing cards for thousands of dollars. Pocket tens.
Greg opening up the button. Jeremy now with the tens is going to be putting in a raise. I think it's probably got to be all of it.
Seven's all in.
It is. It's going to be a little bit too expensive for Greg.
Yeah, I think for Greg here, I don't think you have to count your chips too much. I think you can just probably let the 7-5 go. Not sure if this is maybe some posturing to tell Jeremy, hey, if you jam on me, I'm going to be thinking about calling you and stuff, but... Yeah, that's the right move.
221,000 now for Jeremy. And Greg looks to be, getting a little tired, stretching. Jeremy definitely looks comfortable. That's always something that a lot of people forget about heads-up poker, too. There's no hands-off. You play full ring. The majority of people just play full ring. You can fold. You can take a little breather. Go on your phone a little bit. Check, your stocks, your portfolio, what's going on in the sports world. None of that here heads up. Another hand is being dealt, and you need to stay focused. Because if your mind slips, the match could be over real quick. Pocket kings for Greg. No action there as Jeremy has a trash holding 8 deuce.
It's funny, all the different layers of luck in poker. Like, you get a big hand pre-flop, that's lucky. But your opponent got garbage.
Unlucky.
If your opponent looks down and they think, oh, I got a shitty hand again. You really are glad you got a shitty hand. You didn't want a good hand there. Hand 96 approaching 100 hands of play in this heads-up match.
How many hands did you play against Jungle? Heads up. Were we in 250 range?
I'm not sure, man. At the table, you don't have a counter, right? So I would assume 200.
I'm curious about that. I'm going to look it up.
I would bet something like 230, something like that. Yeah, maybe more. 280? Maybe it's like 280.
I'm going to try and find it here real quick.
Both players with an ace here.
7 raises, 24,000.
Wow, 24,000 from Jeremy. Greg's going to rip it with an ace. And Jeremy, once again, is in no man's land here with a hand that we're seeing in live fashion why you don't want to raise hands like this. You just simply can't be raised folding aces. It's a little better on this stack than the 15 blind stack earlier, but this is just the theme of the match. Greg with the relentless aggression. Think about how to put this. So, Greg, let me think about it. Actually, I'm going to word it like this. Jeremy is aggressive with hands that are sort of in tier 1. Very good hands. Then there's tier 2, which is normal hands. Then there's tier 3, which is the hands Greg is aggressive with. There's 2 full tiers of hands that Greg is being more aggressive with than Jeremy, and is valuing much more strongly. And once again, we see similar hands, but Greg with the worst of it, and he's just more aggressive. Now, you probably don't want to be quite this aggressive versus a lot of players, but versus Jeremy, it's working out really well because Jeremy is playing kind of prudent in these situations. And so this unbridled aggression with hands that are maybe a little bit aggressive or a little bit outside the realm of standard, it's paying some dividends versus Jeremy specifically.
284 hands versus Jungle.
Oh, okay, yeah. There's a lot of good hands in that match.
You ever find yourself getting a little tired during a heads-up battle? At what type of... How many hands does it take for your mind to start to wonder a little bit?
2 bets, 32,000.
I actually find that I don't really struggle with that. And when I look at a lot of my sessions that I played over my career, the longer ones tended to be some of my best ones. I think you kind of have to just be honest with yourself. Like, if you're someone where you can't focus, like really lock in for a long time, then you need to play shorter sessions. And if you can, then you got to kind of take that, be as an advantage. Also, I think for me, when I would get action at higher stakes, sometimes I would go a month or two without good higher stakes action, and then you just randomly get a match. And so you kind of have to always be ready and be really locked in the zone and be thinking about the game. So I'm not sure what it is, but for some reason with heads up specifically, I found that a lot easier. I think it's easier in heads up than in ring, because in ring you have a lot of fold and then watch other people play. Whereas in heads up, the moment that you win or you fold or whatever, the hand ends.
So it just forces you to be locked in consistently, but just the overall magnitude of just never being able to take a break, though, could be fatiguing after, your mind just needs a break. But not for you.
I find it like it's harder to be disciplined in full ring. Because in heads up, I'm just trying to think about the right decision every time, whereas in ring, if I'm like, if I fold here, I'm going to have to wait several minutes before I get to be able to play again. I find that a lot more hard. It feels less fatiguing when it's just decision, and then you're never thinking about, like, what am I going to eat today? What do I have for lunch? What's going on over there? What's that? You're
just more time to doze off, and then you're less focused in full ring.
Yeah.
I could see both sides of that. That makes sense as well. But being forced to be locked in and hand out, it is difficult for a lot of people. Hand number 100, playing for a lot of money.
All in?
All in announced, King 10. Greg's not going to be calling with 9 high.
He did raise to 30-something. 32, I think. He's calling 110 to win 300-ish.
Thinking about it. Nope. He gives it to Kembe Mutombo a lot. Waves the finger, sends him into the muck. Kind of like it. Favorite basketball player of all time, Doug? Who is it?
Favorite of all time?
All time. And I don't want to hear you say Steph Curry.
So favorite, not best, right?
Favorite.
Well, when I was a kid and I would watch basketball, I loved Gary Payton. And I don't really know why.
The glove.
I didn't live in Seattle. The glove. Him and Sean Kemp. Those were some good years. I also obviously loved watching Shaq. I mean, peak Shaq was just
peak Shaq was something special.
But as overall favorite, like the player I like the most, I would say Curry. I just think it's really impressive what he can do. Is that 9-6 suited folding the button? Did we just see that?
Yeah, and it was versus Queen Jack.
It's unfortunate. But I would say just watching someone so small and not like Steph Curry's built just like a
change the game,
normal kind of in shape dude, but no height, no length, and just to see skill kind of prevail versus these athletic monsters in the NBA, I think that's pretty amazing to watch.
Open folded the 9-6 suited, yes indeed. And we were talking about fatigue. Greg looks a little bit fatigued. 102 hands in. Body language is changing a little bit, so perhaps the tides are shifting here. As Jeremy still looks locked in, but up against it with only 150,000 chips behind. Can't do anything with 7-3 offsuit. Goes into the muck.
That's why you pace yourself on that coffee so you can stay locked in.
Or tea for some.
Yeah, or tea. I'm having a little tea myself right now, guys.
No tea for me. I saw Josh when I went out for my break there. He's watching the stream, the gentleman who's in the finals right now, so getting some intel on his future opponents. And we thank all 900 plus of you guys in the chat for sticking with us. As always, 4 times a week, a little special edition today on a Monday afternoon here in Austin.
All in?
All in announced Queen 9. And Ace 8. This is probably going in. Snap call, here we go. Jeremy's going to need to get lucky or else this match is over.
Not against my hand, though. I got to crack my hand sometime.
The Queen and the 9 are live.
Good luck, Jeremy. One of these times we're going to...
Here we go. Okay.
10 high flop, 7 and a 5. We got clubs for Jeremy as well.
How about 8 of clubs? Let's make it interesting.
There is a club right there, so many outs, Queen 9 or a club. 14 outs on your top of your screen. Greg is smiling. Will he be smiling after this river?
Oh,
no, he will not.
Man.
Hey, I can't survive a freaking goddamn all in, man.
40.
Oh, Greg's not smiling anymore. He's a little bit steamed up.
Hey, what do you say we just start this tournament over with starting stacks?
Right?
And we are right back where we started there after the 9 of clubs on the river, just what Jeremy ordered.
Wow.
Doug might need to make himself another tee. You guys at home might need to tell the wife, tell the boss you might be late for dinner, whatever. Can't go to that meeting because we have a great match on our hands, 100 plus hands in. Get comfortable.
And it's basically back to starting stacks, as Jeremy just mentioned. 300K each.
Let's see if Greg can lock back in, remain focused here. 1 card away from the finals. 1 card away from locking up 14,000, but instead, we're right back where we started. Fires his 3 high into the muck. Poker Chat Pro, DQ, The Legend, School Bus, Paul Edwards. Everybody's still loving this matchup in the chat. Make sure you guys hit that like button. It's not for overtime today, but it greatly helps out the channel and the stream. So don't forget about that, folks. Queen 4 on the button, Jeremy. Blinds are now 8,000, 16,000.
You know, even though we're back to starting stacks, we are still only on 18 blinds here.
No longer as deep as we were, and we thank Henry for the $100 super chat. My man, Henry, way to go.
Some very generous super chats going here.
Very, very generous today. We appreciate them all.
And we're back in the action. Greg with a 9-7 on the button.
School Bus with a $50 super chat. It's raining super chats on a Monday. $32,000 raise. Showing that Jeremy folded, but he hasn't folded just yet.
Some foreshadowing perhaps here from the stream team?
No, it might be a misclick. We'll see. Nope, it's a fold. Jeremy's always great with his chip shuffles and his tricks.
Yeah, those are some fluid chip shuffles.
Jacob Dalla seems like one who would be good at that as well. I played a little heads up with Jake on Saturday nights. Jake and I were here till the wee hours of the morning after dinner. The Llama. Quickly becoming a stream villain.
I heard he had some not nice things to say about the good people of Chatsville.
Yes, the 4-letter word that starts with F. Wants to put it on a hat and say, "Come at me, chat."
Stream needs a villain.
Agreed. Ace-7, the raise from Jeremy. Queen-10 for Greg, going nowhere. Re-raises, 66,000.
And it feels like I'm in a vortex where I just go back and see the same hand from Jeremy over and over again. Because once again, we're on 18 big blinds. And Jeremy has decided to raise A7 and is getting put in just an absolutely horrible situation. At least this time it's not a jam, so he's got some options. I mean, I can't, my eyes, I can't see it anymore. Skull, I can't.
Lays it down, sends it into the muck.
He's got to do something different here. He's got to either start limping or just start jamming or something. We can't raise fold the A7s anymore, the A6s. We gotta find a way to not lose. Greg is just full gas mode. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. The tier 1 value bets Jeremy goes for. Then the tier 2 value bets are what everyone else goes for. And then Greg's in there with the tier 3 value bets. And Greg's thinking, oh, Queen 10, that's a good hand and heads up. I guess I'll re-raise this. You know, it's a bit loose.
Ace Queen for Jeremy.
All right, well, here we have a classic tier 1 value bet.
In the big blind. Greg on the button, Jack 10 off. Going to be raising. Jeremy will be 3-betting.
I don't like a raise here from Greg. This is a kind of hand I would like to just call.
It's going to be 32, right?
32. Yeah, that's what I meant to do.
On the button?
Yeah, because if you raise and you get jammed on, what do you do?
What did he raise to? What was the sizing here? So blinds are 16. Make it 35. What did he make it?
What's he going to do versus a jam? Anytime that you have a hand and a heads up sit and go with not really.
Yeah, there's the jam from Jeremy. So now, what does Greg do? He has to release.
It's going to feel pretty bad, man. It's going to feel pretty bad to fold this. You probably do have to fold, but I think these hands, and they're both struggling with this. It's not a concept that if you play cash games or deeper stack games, you're going to be very familiar with, but you just want to make sure you're calling with these hands and not raising them because you just get put in this spot. This spot sucks. Good fold. I want to see Jeremy win some of the pots like this, though, when he doesn't have a big hand.
I haven't seen many limping just in general here, just on the button. They seem to be raising every single button.
True. Yeah, that's true.
And I feel like a lot of recreational players or players in general feel like they have to raise every button when they're
so in cash games, it is correct to limp sometimes, but if you decide to not limp at all, you give up almost no value. It's almost exactly the same value, but it's much more simple. So I would recommend in a cash game or in a deeper stack game, raise every button that you want to play is a good piece of advice. But in heads up sit and goes, the blinds escalate, and once you get to those shorter stack sizes, you need to have some limps. It's no longer an option like it is when you're deep. You need to.
Because when you get jammed on, you put yourself in that spot.
Does Jeremy just only get dealt A6 and A7 on the button?
So it seems. And we're going to see a flop here.
Anyway, we will see a flop. Greg with a bit of a loose defend here with the Jack 5. Top pair, top kicker for Jeremy. Nothing going on for Greg.
Quick fold from Greg.
7 bets, 42, 2 folds.
And we are right back to around even.
Just looked over at Rick, and he's on the Jock Market app. Putting in some wagers for tonight, it seems. Savage Rick. He wins $2, and now he's hooked. No all or nothing bets. Stop betting, start trading. That's what they do with Jock Market. Pretty holding there for Jeremy, but gets no action. The boys are quiet, they're focused. Players are mic'd, but these guys want to win $20,000. You got to win this match first before you can set your eyes on the grand prize and the trophy. King 3 versus Ace 3. Boy, oh boy, if we see a 3 here, we might have some fireworks. Or an Ace or a King, who knows?
Jeremy opening up the button with the Ace 3 because on 20 big blinds, Jeremy only ever gets dealt Ace X.
Not getting jammed on this time, though.
Hey, Greg's going to make the call. And we're going to take a flop. Winner of this will be in the lead.
And there is a 3 right
players.
There. 2 bets, 26,000.
Man, Greg is so aggressive. Bit of a dangerous lead here from Greg. If you do get raised, you're in a tough spot.
Just makes the call, does Jeremy. Pot building, 116,000. 3 of spades.
Oh my God.
3 of spades. Jing card for both players.
Oh, wow.
2 bets, 28,000.
And Greg goes for a small sizing here on the turn. Both players looking mighty serious here. This could be lights out, game over.
They're both so excited about this, but Greg is going to get the bad news here eventually. The question becomes for Jeremy. Facing this small turn bet, do you just trap this, let him play the river, or are you going to have to raise here? I think versus a big bet, I might lean a little more towards the trap, but facing such a small bet, I think Jeremy's going to be
raising.
Pretty inclined to raise. It's a weird spot. I could see him going either way. And the pot just got a lot bigger. Jeremy raised to 104,000.
Jeremy's patience finally paying off here. Hand of the match. Hand number 111. We're going to remember this one.
All in
yeah,
from Greg.
A raise and an all-in. Snap all-in. That's going to be called from Jeremy. This pot's practically identical stacks
here. Oh, my God, dude. How is that even possible?
Greg sees the bad news, stunned.
Wow, good game. That's nuts.
Waving the white flag. He's got some outs.
Last 3.
8 jack. Be all right.
Here comes the river.
That's crazy.
Here we go.
That's just nuts. I have
Seven of spades. That one's going to be
12,000
going to
chips.
Jeremy.
I don't
And
think I
Greg
cover.
has
No, I have
12,000
I have like 8 or
chips
12,000
behind.
chips.
That's
It's
absurd.
not going to matter.
One out in the
That's-
deck.
That's ridiculous.
That's so sick.
That's poker,
That is
Greg.
so gross. Oh, that's gross. Nice hand.
Thank you.
40, 250.
Thought Jeremy was going to be losing this match 4 or 5 different times. Survived a couple of all-ins, and now he has practically all the chips.
I knew where my stack was already. Wow. It didn't matter.
It's a good count.
He was down 5-1 in chips. And now he has his eyes set on the finals.
And this is why you never give up, never surrender.
And just like that, like we were saying, now Greg needs to believe. Maybe somehow, some way,
Yeah, he's only got 12.
from 12,000 chips to the finals, that would be something.
Well, we'll see. Spin.
So gross. Lucky I think it's 3 right there.
Joe in the background, some of our dealers watching the action. Front of the room is packed. Cash games, all different stakes. 1-2, plenty of 1-3s. A couple PLO tables going on, some 5-10. And this might be the final hand of the stream. Let's see. Greg's all in, right?
I don't want to prolong it no more. I mean, that's what's the point?
Tough break for Greg. I do think he played in a way that ran Jeremy over a lot today, and ultimately just got cooler and lost the all-ins.
Oh,
you know?
oh, okay, gotcha. My bad.
Yeah, that's rough.
Good.
We're all in right now. Jack 10 versus 5-4.
So close. There you go.
And the 10 right in the window. Greg's going to need runner, or else it's lights out, game over, GG.
There you go.
And that will do it. Thank you for playing, Greg. He's going to be going to the third place matchup, which we'll have some updates on. Those guys will be battling for $10,000, the winner of the third place matchup. But Jeremy, after shaking hands with everybody, is going to battle for $20K.
Fuck is the fucking 3 right there?
And no one's happy when they get trips over trips. That is a rough beat for Greg. Tough to go out like that. I think he played well today, applied a lot of aggression.
Does he take the mic home with him is the question. He might.
It's like Rick right here on table 11 under the lights with the winner of the other semifinal game. Jeremy, what a match. You were down most of the match. Perseverance. What are your thoughts?
It was a pretty brutal start. I'm really interested to see what that first hand was, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 huge premiums. You know, I lost with the jacks in the 5-bet pot. I was just telling my opponent I didn't have any 4 or 5-bet pots in the last 5 matches leading up to this, so it was just it was an interesting start. You know, didn't really get any cards for a long time, but tried to be patient and got down, and then you know I had some lucky breaks late in the match. So you know I'm very happy with the match, and I really enjoyed playing it. So.
A little over 3 hours on this match, and you're headed into a best 2 of 3 with Josh Beckenstein, who won his match. So it's going to be exciting.
Thanks for that structure. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to go take a quick nap, and I'll catch you guys in a few.
Well, good luck, Jeremy.
Thanks so much.
Rick, did you bring your sleeping bag
Jeremy
and pillow?
Josh headed to the finals of the Heads Up Championship.
I got a feeling we're going to be here for a while.
And I do want to say, I know Jared. Wait, is it?
No, it's going to come back here in a second, Doug.
Who is a lifetime between the two of you and Potts played again? We haven't played too much poker against each other.
Yeah, we can hear you, Doug, though.
Okay.
Well, this is our our break screen as we get the final matchup settled. We're going to get the players a short break, and then we're going to have the game 1 of the finals.
Are we still on air right now?
We are.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I thought I felt it everybody at the table twice.
Ace for Doug and for Chad. Flush draw for Chad. Yeah.
All over this.
Yeah, Doug, you had a thought. We are on air. You had a thought you wanted to share?
Oh, I was just going to say that even though Jeremy had a lot of tough spots today, he did play well, and he stuck to his guns on the way he wanted to execute his game plan. So I didn't want to be too harsh on Jeremy's game.
Yeah,
we just saw that same spot over and over and over again, where he would just have 18 blinds with ace 6 or ace 7, and that really punished him today.
Doug, we appreciate you sticking it out. I know you're not feeling too well, and we appreciate it. I know all of chat got 3 hours of inside the heads-up brain of Doug Polk, and we appreciate it. I know you're going to be tapped out, or as long as you want to stay, you're welcome, but you'll be tapped out by Mike Brady, who's also an expert in heads-up strategy as we head into the finals. Any final thoughts, Doug?
Nope. I just want to say thank you for having me, and I'm looking forward to seeing who takes this one down and running this event again in the future. I was pretty upset to not be able to play it. Obviously, this was something I've been looking forward to for a month or two now, but, I'm sure we'll have another one, and I'll have a chance to win this tournament in the future.
Well, Josh Beckenstein asked me, next time, can we make it where the winner gets to play Doug after for some sort of prize? So if it's not you in the tournament, maybe you could play the winner. They're all wanting to play you, Doug.
Well, that's good to hear. Maybe next time what we'll do is we'll have an option where people can play me at the end if they want. But
awesome.
We'll have to we'll tinker with the formula. Anyway, thank you to the chat. Thank you, Rick, and I will sure I'll be on a stream in the near future.
Awesome.
See everybody.
Thank you, Doug and Skull. This time we're gonna bring on our good friend who we just had dinner with. He was just in Austin a minute ago. Iron Mike Brady, you got tough shoes to fill, as Doug did a fantastic job. Even though he was under the weather, he hung out for 3 hours spitting some heads-up game.
Hey, yeah. What's up, everyone in chat? Hopefully y'all can hear me okay. I think Doug, I'm sure he had a lot of great insights when it came to that deep stack poker, but when it came to the short stack stuff, he really didn't seem to know what he was talking about, did he? Just kidding, Doug.
Well,
we're gonna be watching another couple matches at least here coming up soon. It's gonna be 2 out of 3 in the finals.
Jeremy
could be here for a while.
Well, Jeremy, I talked to him before. He said he played in some of the longest heads-up matches in the first few rounds. So this does not bode well for those who want a quick turnout. We might need to get some sleeping bags in here, but we're here from start to finish. But it looks like there's about 7.5 minutes before we'll get cards back in the air. And, folks, we really appreciate all the super chats and everybody who's participating. We aren't going to have any overtime because this is overtime. And we just appreciate it if you liked and subscribed to our channel. If you like this kind of action, we'll be back on Wednesday, of course, with Cash Table. And it's been fun. Skull, what a comeback. 5-1 chip.
We were alluding to it, just saying never give up at the poker table. Jeremy's back was against the wall, but persevered, and now he's in the finals, and we're playing for a lot of money here. Heads up, $20,000. Second place will receive $14,000. 2 solid players. Feeling good about their game right now. They've won how many matches to get to the finals? Was that 2, 4? This would be the 6th match, yes. I believe. So 5 players that they've eliminated. And they only have 1 more to defeat.
Yeah, and you wonder, Mike, I'll ask you this. You wonder, since Josh Beckenstein had about an hour and 20 minutes where his match had finished, and he was actually watching the stream like all the other people in Chatsville were, how does that help him looking at how the others were playing?
Yeah, so I don't know Josh specifically. I don't know how familiar he is with, sort of how short stack heads up in particular is, quote unquote supposed to be played and all of that. But in theory, it could be a massive advantage for him, right? Because if he knows a decent amount about how kind of heads up is supposed to be played, and then he sees what Jeremy's doing, especially at these 20 and 10 big blind stacks. Jeremy was playing really non-standard, like definitely deviating quite a bit from what, again, what is quote-unquote supposed to be done in short stack heads-up matches. And the way he was playing is potentially very exploitable. So if Josh is aware of what those exploits are, and that's easier said than done to actually know how to counter someone, he could have a massive, massive advantage here, getting all those clues into Jeremy's game.
Yeah.
That said,
yeah,
this is gonna be short stack poker most likely. I mean, these, as we've seen from the first match, and this was the case in a lot of the earlier round matches, it tends to get to the short stack stage in these things. And even if you're playing a suboptimal strategy when you're short, you still have a decent chance of winning. I mean, you're not going to be much lower than 45% to 55% if the stacks are even. So it really still is anyone's game.
Well,
and also, I apologize to all the Jeremys out there. I pronounced it wrong at first there, but I got it.
Interesting, though, I spoke with Josh Beckenstein. Number one, he's only been playing serious for about a year and a half, and his only other heads-up experience was a heads-up tournament a friend put on, 16 players. He did win that one, so that's his only other experience. He did have a heck of a run in last August, where he won a bunch of non-heads-up tournaments, but he's relatively new to poker, and we know all about Jeremy. He's a crusher here at the Lodge. He is not new to this, and it's going to be interesting to see these two go at it.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll just be watching highlights here on your screen for the next 4 minutes or so. Once that timer in the top right hits 0, I believe we are going to get reseated.
Yes.
Yeah, and these cards that you see on the screen right now, we're actually swapping out a new deck. So this is how we register our decks before the stream starts, and there's obviously no break right now since we're live on air waiting. So don't mind these extra hands that you see on the outer box. The inner box are stream highlights. This is a hand that Ginge played against Doug. This is real money. This was a cash game, a $100, $200 cash game. So the pot that we're looking at right now on our screen was indeed $182,000.
Ginge against
Doug. If you want a great analysis of this hand, head on over to the Upswing Poker YouTube channel. Nick Petrangelo, one of the world's best players, just put out a 20-minute analysis of this entire hand that you're watching on your screen between Ginge and Doug. Really, really good stuff. He covers a lot of super interesting concepts, and it's quite advanced. So if you want a little bit of a advanced poker strategy to sink your teeth into, head over to the Upswing Poker YouTube channel. Check out the most recent video. It's all about this hand.
Did he talk about the cowboy hat at all? Was it an advance?
No, but he did talk about him being a Ginge poker himself, since Nick is also a ginger poker player.
A brother from another.
Ginge.
Yeah, exactly. So he vibed with Ginge a little bit.
Also want to mention our new sponsor, Jock Market. Check them out. It combines fantasy sports with the stock market. Skull and I both have an account. You can too. And right now they're offering a special deposit match, 100% deposit match up to $100 when using code LODGE. It's a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun, especially with football season just around the corner. You bid on players, folks, and you can sell a player after the fact. If he's not doing well to start the game, you can try to sell him on the open market. It's fun. So check him out. It's Jock MKT, but it's Jock Market. Got about a minute and 30 seconds before. This is the famous hand from the main event. The great Al Bauer versus Eric Afriat in this famous hand, Mr. Visine Man. It's aces versus ace-king. What a hand this was. Both players deep. Eric bet $1 million here. Now he's going to go all in with ace-king. The greatest part of this hand is what Al does here in a minute. So fun. And you'll notice the clock is stopped at paused at 5 seconds. Tournament, they're reshuffling the seat, make sure they're in the right seats, and we'll be up and running with the tournament shortly. Let's watch this hand, though. This was fun.
Yeah, we really like to, what I like to say, splinter out a lot of our content from our streams and, post them on Facebook, post them on YouTube, post them on Twitter, all that good stuff. And man, people love this one on the social media channels, I'll tell you that. And they really, really like to rip on one particular player's play in this hand. Not going to spoil it for those who haven't seen, but if you have seen, you definitely know what I'm talking about. This was a very interesting spot. There were 3 players left in this tournament. As you can see, Al Bauer and Eric Eifreit both have around 10 million chips, over 100 big blinds each to start this hand. And the other player had in the vicinity of 3 million, so on the short side. So there was a big pay jump to worry about here. If one more player busted, I think it was about a 6-figure increase in pay if you went from third to second. So that's definitely on both players' minds here, or at least Eric's, when he's considering calling with these aces.
And coming up may be the best. This is the best moment in live stream history right here. The man puts Visine drops. I mean, how classic is that? He's all in.
I've never seen anything like that. I mean, I always think it's kind of interesting when someone just takes a sip of a drink,
right,
after making a bet and their opponent's thinking. But to do something as unorthodox as that is just unreal. What are some other funny things that someone could do after betting, and then they kind of just sit back and do something interesting?
So often you just see the guy staring at the board, not moving a muscle. But this guy, he's going to drink something.
Yeah, I mean, he might be playing for $700,000 or whatever, but
going to drink another thing?
That doesn't mean anything to him. He needs his nourishment. He needs his green juice.
We never knew what was in that green juice, though. And he's going to fold right here. And this really set Eric off. The rest of the match, he kept, I don't want to say berating Al, but he kept challenging Al. And there they are in heads up shortly after with all that cash on the table. Look at that.
Yeah, so the big difference here, you can see Eric has only 2.3 million chips to start this hand to Alan Bauer's 28 million. So if Eric had just called with those aces, he would have went into a heads-up match with a dominating lead. I think he would have had about 22 million to playing 8 million. And instead, he's in heads-up. His 2.5 million playing 28 million. So big, big difference.
Yeah, and Eric, you've seen him on WPT final tables a lot. He's very well known. I saw Al at the seniors event in the World Series. Had a nice chuckle about that hand, the aces versus ace-king. Folks, we are just a minute or two away from starting the finals match. And there we go. As soon as I say that, we're back, and you see Josh Beckenstein over there about seat one.
We are ready to rock and roll.
We're going to have 2 dealers here, folks, and the reason for that is we want as many hands and as much time saved as possible. So you will see 2 dealers. As one is dealing and the other one will be shuffling, ready to go for the next one. There you see Pooh Bah right there overseeing.
Yeah, so we're starting this match. Each player's got 640,000 chips. And the big blind is starting at 3,000. Blinds are 1,500, 3,000. So both players are starting with a little over 210 big blinds. A ton of play here. And especially considering we're going to be playing 2 out of 3. This is going to be a bit of a grind, barring some really, really nasty coolers. So settle in, sit back, grab a cold drink or a hot drink if you're somewhere cold. Get ready for some heads-up action. This is going to be good. These guys are playing for $20,000 right now. The winner is going to be the champion of the first ever heads-up open at the Lodge Card Club.
And Iron Mike Brady,
get a nice payday for it.
We're going to have you go solo for a few minutes as Skull and I do some things around here, and we will be back with you shortly. But take it away, and folks, you are in good hands. Iron Mike Brady, one of the best in the business. Take care, folks. We'll be right back. Skull and I.
All right, chat, just you and me. Your worst nightmare.
Super exciting
Josh has a fold on the
Yeah.
button.
You said
Quiet
it'd be
start to the
constant
match
action,
with
but we'll
3
be the judge of
pre-flop
that.
hands.
Couple rounds of folds for the viewers. It's a good thing they're ready. It's a good thing we got 2 now. All right.
Good thing we have
Window
2
recap
indeed.
side
This is going to go a lot faster with 2 dealers.
Raise.
Raise 6,000.
Looks like Jeremy's going to be playing a min-raise strategy. That's certainly an option, as we see Josh defend with the 6-4 suited, slightly dominating Jeremy's 5-4 suited. Both players flop a 4. When you're playing this deep, you do generally want to raise a little bit bigger on the button. You're in position, so you want the pot to be bigger, because when you're in position, more of the pot belongs to you. It's a concept called pot share. So typically when you're deep and in position, you want to be raising bigger. More like 2.5, 3x. That said, kind of splitting hairs. It's not a big mistake or anything for Jeremy to min-raise. Now both players pick up a straight draw, and that's a pretty interesting card because it's one of the very few that could come that makes this hand very likely to be a chop. Or rather, not a chop. It was very likely to be a chop before. Now it probably won't be.
Raise.
Josh is going to come with a check raise here on the turn. This is an interesting play. Is he trying to get a better hand, a hand like pocket 8s, to fold? Or is he trying to get some thin value from a hand like a draw? Kind of in between. It'll be interesting to see how he approaches the river. Mickey Jacob, yes, this is the finals, the final match. As we see a 6-fall on the river, disaster card for Josh. He makes 2 pair, Jeremy makes a straight. The flush does complete, and there's obviously a 4-liner to a straight out there, so Josh may not lose a ton here. Let's see what size he comes with. He's definitely going to come with a bet, it looks like. And he bets 55,000, about half pot. Jeremy says, bad river card for me. Little does he know. He's certainly going to flick in the call, just bemoaning his luck a little bit.
Yeah. Ah. Nice hand. Thank you. Thought I could get you off that. Not get you off the 5. You didn't have the 5. I was,
yeah,
10.
10.
I was when, yeah. 10, you're gone.
10's in the muck.
Yeah, clearly. All right. That's first blood.
All right.
Interesting line from Josh there. He says, I thought I could get you off a 10 there.
Oh, my
but
bad.
he rivered 2 pair. I guess he was talking more about on the turn. He thought he could get him off of a 10. And then on the river, he decided, okay, I'll go for some thin value, try to get called by a 10. So it was one of those situations where his plan shifted mid-hand because he kind of improved just enough.
Raise.
Josh is going to be using a size that I prefer quite a bit to Jeremy's size. He's going to make it 8,000, just a little under 3x. By the way, I apologize in advance to all the Jeremys out there. For years and years, I've been saying Jeremy without the second E. I'm going to do my best today to say it right. You deserve the respect, Jeremys. Josh is going to check back with his gut shot. Reasonable play. It kind of sucks to get check raised when you're holding a hand like that. But it would have been fine to bet as well. Jeremy with ace high. He's going to come with a bet, kind of a blocky size, 7,000, a little under half pot. Let's take a river. It's a 4, no pair anywhere. See if Jeremy wants to put in kind of a thin value bet here. He's very likely to have the best hand after this action. It is possible Josh has a hand like a 6. Pocket 5s. Yeah, Jeremy is going to come with a very small, thin value bet, trying to get called by a worse ace high or a hand like king high here. Also potentially trying to prevent Josh from bluffing.
Raise.
Josh is going to raise. These guys have come to play. Now Jeremy has a decision. Does he want to call 34,000 more to win 86,000 with just ace high?
Nice.
He can beat a bluff, but he lets it go. Josh takes that one down and crawls closer to even.
Thank you.
Raise the 6,000.
Jeremy coming with his min raise.
Call.
With a mystery hand. Josh defending the jack
Oh, my
8
bad.
suited.
I'm just trying to keep him back here.
And he's dominated. Let's see 3.
C-Day raised to 6, C1 call.
No pair anywhere.
Check. One check. Make that 7,000. I gotta say, this double dealer setup is awesome.
Yeah. I was worried that I wasn't going to get enough of a break to think, but I'm okay. At least, 10 minutes into the match.
Right,
we'll
check
see.
with me in 2 hours.
Yeah, exactly.
No more.
Slow it down, guys. Slow it down. Raise.
Great flop for Jeremy. Josh is going to come with a small C bet here. 7,000. Does get called. For those who are just joining us who might have caught a little bit of the semifinals match, I see Marty Marigold is confused in chat. Jeremy won the semifinals match. Yes, he did. He was down to 6 blinds at one point. Ended up coming back. Put a pretty nasty cooler on Greg. Both players made trip 3s. Jeremy holding the ace 3. Greg holding the king 3. So pretty nasty. Not really much Greg can do about it. If the hands were reversed, Greg would be sitting in Jeremy's seat right now. Bricks off on the river. Jeremy's certainly going to check to the aggressor. Again, let's see if Josh decides to put in a 3rd barrel as a bluff.
Queen.
Quick check back. He's going to wave the white flag.
Oh yeah, get that too.
Check that.
Raise.
Raise to 6,000.
Call.
It's going to go raise, call, preflop here. Both players with a suited holding. Jeremy flopping a flush draw. Josh has got nothing.
8,000 to bet. Suit 8. Fold.
Oh, sorry. I should make sure you give me.
Raise.
Ooh.
Thank you. Raise to 6,000. See this.
Pocket pair opens it up on the button. Josh defends in the big blind with the 10-9 offsuit. Obviously going to be a decent amount of downtime in these heads-up matches as we see Josh flop an open-ender. So occasionally I'm going to touch on general strategy here. And I'm going to start that by talking about what Josh should be doing against Jeremy's min-raise strategy. So Jeremy's raising to 6,000 pre-flop, in this case with the big blind at 3,000, 2 big blinds. Meaning Josh has to call 1 big blind to win 3 big blinds every time he faces a raise. Let's see if he decides to put in a check raise here before I continue my thought. He does check raise. So anyway, those are great pot odds for Josh preflop. He only needs 25% raw equity to call in the big blind. That means he gets to play a lot of hands. Hands that are total junk in pretty much any other no limit hold'em game. 7-5 offsuit, 8-6 offsuit, 8-5 offsuit, 6-4 offsuit. Even hands like 6-3 offsuit, 5-4 offsuit, those hands can even consider calling against such a small raise. So Josh should be playing very, very loose against that min raise. If he's not playing loose against that min raise, if you see him folding hands like 5-4, if you see him folding hands like 8-6, then Jeremy is absolutely printing money by min raising. On the other side of the coin, if Josh is playing proper against that min-raise by calling a lot of hands, 3-betting a good number of hands as well, then he's going to be probably making a decent amount more from Jeremy than he could be if Jeremy was using a larger size. In other words, if Jeremy used a larger size, he could win even more on the button. So check on the flop here. Jeremy's going to come to life with a lead. I'm actually not a big fan of this lead. Josh is going to be checking back with a lot of 6s on this flop, which means that this card actually hits Josh's range quite well. So if Jeremy is going to bet a card like a 6 here, he should probably have a decent amount of equity, or at least really, really good blockers. And I would say Jack 7 doesn't really fit the bill here.
Check's good. Pair of 3s.
It's good.
Raise to 6,000. See that raise.
Call.
Call 6.
10-8 opens to 6,000. Josh defends with his King-8 offsuit.
Chris W.
Jeremy outflops Josh, hits middle pair.
Check.
Flop goes check, check. Definitely a nice hand to check behind with as Jeremy. You don't really gain too much by betting 10-8 on this flop. You'll get a little bit of value. You'll get a hand like Jack 6 to fold, which isn't such a bad thing. But in general, checking is just a little bit better. Jack on the river. Josh has not checked yet. Looks like he's gonna lead out. Try to represent. Maybe a hand like King Queen, maybe a hand like Jack 9. These guys are definitely looking to play some street poker. They're taking some non-standard lines, but those are aggressive non-standard lines, so there's certainly merit to them. And the merit this time for Josh is he takes down the pot with just king high. Nice bluff from him there.
Coming down hour number 4 in our show, and we're in the finals, folks. We will be here until it all finishes. Best 2 out of 3. Looks like Jeremy has got a 175,000 chip lead over Josh.
Nice.
Yeah, Jeremy pretty much won one big pot, where Josh check raised on the turn with what was the best hand at the time, pair of 4s and a 6 kicker. Jeremy had a pair of 4s with a 5 kicker, and the river was a 6, giving Josh 2 pair, giving Jeremy a straight. He won about 120,000 chips from Josh in that hand.
Wow.
As we see it go pair versus flush draw on this flop. Josh going to come with a small c-bet with his 5. Great hand to c-bet on the flop. You get some value from hands like a draw or ace high. You also protect by getting hands like, 10-9 offsuit to fold. Now he doesn't have much protection to worry about, though, because he makes a full house. Let's see what Josh decides to do here. Decides to check back. I like this play from Josh. It allows Jeremy to catch up like he just did, hitting a 7 on the river. And it also keeps the pot small just in case he's up against a jack. Now Jeremy's going to come out with a value bet. Let's see what size he comes with. He's targeting a hand like ace high here, hoping Josh has maybe ace 10 and calls with ace high, which would be a very reasonable play, unfortunately for Jeremy. Josh has the 5.
Raise.
Josh is going to raise, going for the thin value. Very small raise, so Jeremy bet 21,000, Josh makes 50. Basically a min raise.
Jack here? I call.
Makes the call.
I got the 5.
He gets paid off.
5's good. The 7.
What a great check behind on the turn from Josh there. Really savvy play. Allows Jeremy to catch up and then makes a sharp raise on the river to squeeze an extra 29,000 chips.
That was a very good river for me then.
Yeah, hit the stupid 7.
Yep.
Thanks everybody for joining us. 660 in the live chat.
Raise.
8 raises to 6.
Know some of you have been with us since hand number 1, which started about 4 hours ago. Doesn't matter when you came in. We appreciate you being here. Large live stream presented by Jock Market. 8-7 ace, couple spades here.
1 check. So I think I'm going to get rid of the 500 there for this one. Okay. 8 bets 9,000.
Call.
Jeremy's coming with a c-bet on this flop with his gutshot straight draw. That's a great card for Josh on the turn. Jeremy does pick up a double gutter now. Can hit a 5 or a 10 for a straight. But Josh has a 2-way straight draw of his own, needing a 4 or a 9 for a straight, and then he's also got the pair in the flush draw, so Advantage Josh here. That said, Jeremy could definitely take this one down should the river brick off. But maybe Josh won't give him the chance. Josh check raised that 6-4 earlier on the 10-4-3-2 flop. So after seeing that, it makes me think Josh is definitely capable of jacking it up here.
Great.
With a hand like a 7 and a flush draw, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yep.
Makes it 60. And now Jeremy's in a pretty nasty spot. I think you got to call. It's really not that big of a raise, and he has a few outs to the nuts here. Although a lot of the cards that give him a straight also complete a flush, which is never ideal. 10 of diamonds would be the disaster card here. But it's a jack. That gives Jeremy the best hand.
Wow.
And that's arguably the most interesting river. So that does complete the front door flush draw, but the backdoor flush draw that Josh has misses. So now Josh has the decision to either bluff with his 7 or kind of wave the white flag and expect to lose. But he's going to come with a bet, about 80,000, little over half pot. That gets a quick smirk from Jeremy.
Lobster, Darby for 1-2.
Nice.
Wow. Lays it down.
Yeah, nice stuff from Josh there. If Josh had made the quote-unquote more standard play there and just called the turn, Jeremy would have likely just checked back on that river and would have won the pot. So aggression pays off there for Josh as we see the dates for the upcoming Fall Mayhem series here at the Lodge Card Club. 15+ events, a ton guaranteed, all capped off by the $1,200 buy-in. 1 million guaranteed main event. There's also a $600 buy-in, 500K guaranteed tournament.
Let's go.
At the beginning of the series.
Giddy up, purple chip.
As I see my good buddy, Boston Jimmy, enters chat. Also want to give a congratulations to Yoda of Chatsville. Another great tournament showing yesterday,
As a
Yoda.
consolation, can I get some
You're
change
becoming
already?
quite the sensation.
Sure. Thank you.
Okay.
If you want any more information on that upcoming tournament
2-4
series,
on the big blind. All right.
head on over to thelodgepokerclub.com. We got all the info you could ask for.
William McKay, that's a good question, but there was a completed flush draw on that jack of spades. But you're right. If he's going to fold after getting a jack, what card was he going to call?
Gotta adjust. Yeah, I'm good, but I gotta adjust.
I actually feel like that's a pretty easy answer, Rick.
What's
he
that?
wanted a straight.
Yeah.
He had a two-way straight draw. If he hit
Yes.
if he hit a 10 on the river, he would have had a straight. If he hit a 5 on the river, he would have had a straight.
But do you think if the jack was the other jack and not completing the front door flush, would he have made the call?
Yeah, I think he at least would have thought about it a little more, right? But on that river, it's a pretty clear fold with just a jack. I mean, Jeremy would have played the hand the exact same way if he had an ace. So Jeremy's very often going to arrive at that river spot with an ace. So he can't really call every time he has an ace and every time he has a jack. That would just be crazy. To do that, he would have to think that Josh is just bluffing like a madman there, which maybe he is.
Right.
But I don't think Jeremy has the info to make that decision. I think it's a very, very clear fold on the river when you hit a jack. If he hit a 10 or a 5, however, we'd be singing a different tune.
There you go. Josh is on a little heater right now.
Sorry, I'm gonna have a hard time reading it from all the way over there. Just
Jeremy
FYI.
had
Oh, shit,
175,000
Yeah, I have
chip
9-6 clubs. You're good.
lead, and now Josh has got
Dealers, if you
about
wouldn't
that
mind, if
amount.
he does show, if you can bring it over to this side of the table.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you.
Yeah, some nice early jockeying back and forth from these two players.
Slick Rick Iron Mike Brady relieving the great Doug Polk, who was under the weather but lasted over 3 hours. I want to thank Doug again, and Skull Mike obviously is also with us, about to enter.
How's this match going?
It's going good, back and forth, like one of your tennis matches.
Connors and McEnroe?
Yes.
Sarah making DQ?
Yeah, I love that tennis match.
Jeremy flopping super strong here. Top pair, second kicker. Massive hand in a heads-up match. Unfortunately for him, his opponent has 8 high, no draws. And he does give it up.
How you feeling, Brady? Feeling the stomach's good?
I'm hanging in there, man. Hanging in there.
Yeah.
Honestly, kind of glad to just have this stream, hang out, take it easy for the next however long this is going to last. Who knows?
Yeah, Maestro Matt Sweeney asked
Who?
me. Maestro Matt
Yeah.
Sweeney asked me, so how long do you think this could go on? I said, you better settle in.
He just put in a coffee order. Saw him put in the coffee order. Boston Jimmy's in the chat, too.
Absolutely.
Just spoke to Frank the dealer. He says, I'm not used to dealing with the rails so high. So he's adjusting. We got Nancy.
Well, yeah, because he's sitting in the 5 seat right now.
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, not even in the dealer chair. But he's a trooper.
Only professionals at the lodge in the dealer
Best
box.
dealers I've ever seen.
Check. That's 7,000.
Thanks, William, for the update.
All set.
We're yet to see a 3-bet in this match yet. Has only been raises and calls pre-flop. That's how it goes sometimes in heads up. Sometimes people are picking up those 3-bettable hands. Sometimes they're not. Jeremy did have one potential 3-bettable hand. He had the ace-jack offsuit early on. Definitely a hand you can 3-bet, but you don't have to every time at least. He chose to just call it.
I feel like I 3-bet a decent amount heads up, even if I don't necessarily have it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you should be 3-betting a lot when you don't have it, in particular with the suited connectors, the suited gappers.
Exactly.
And then a few of the hands like King 8, King 7. The reason those hands like to 3-bet, not every time, just sometimes, is because they have a blocker to the hands that you really don't want your opponent to have. So, for example, you have King 9. Your opponent is less likely to have Ace King, King Queen, Pocket 9s, Pocket Kings, 9-10 suited. So there's like kind of two somewhat high card or like high card middle card. Those hands like the 3-bet too. Like actually Jeremy's specific hand right here, King 6 offsuit, would be a somewhat reasonable 3-bet, at least sometimes. And then of course, the reason you do any of this fancy light 3-betting at all is so that when you 3-bet your kings, your aces, your ace king, your opponent is incentivized to give you action. Because of course, if you only 3-bet when you have king queen suited and ace king suited and pocket jacks and all of those really, really strong hands, your opponent's life is pretty easy, right? They can just fold almost every time you 3-bet. So you got to mix in some of those, not necessarily junky hands, but not premium hands into your 3-bet range as well. It'll be interesting to see if either player takes that approach when it comes to their 3-bet strategy, as we see Jeremy come with a river probe here. Check on turn. Jeremy bets the river. That's called a probe, that particular situation. And he does take it down. Josh could potentially call there if he put Jeremy on a hand like single spade misdraw, but he thinks better of it and lets it go.
Boston Jimmy says, let Ace Jack die. Boston, it was great. Boston Jimmy, I think for the first time in his life, had someone else pay for his meal the other night. He was shocked. He's the nicest guy. He'll never let you pay if you go out to dinner with him.
Update on the third place matchup, by the way.
Yep. It's over.
Greg defeated Charles.
Okay. So Charles will go back to England
with $6K.
$6,000. And Greg will go back to San Antonio with $10K.
That's 8,000.
Congratulations to both of them. I think once you get to the third, fourth place matchup, it goes quick. They're ready to go. 2 pair here for Josh.
And that's 20,000.
they only played a single match for third place.
Yes.
Only the finals is best at 3, so only one match was played for third place. 2 pair for Josh, the check mark.
2 pair.
And Jeremy's going to pay it off with his queen and see the bad news.
Josh is
Can't blame Jeremy there.
starting to stack some chips here. Slick Rick, Iron Mike, Brady, and Skull Mike all with
Who's
you.
commentating for us in the booth right now?
That would be everybody you just mentioned, Rick. Right on cue.
Right on cue.
Well done.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that was still in there.
We got our first matchup of reasonably strong hands pre-flop. Josh with the ace-8 suited, Jeremy with the pocket sixes.
Raise.
Definitely expect to see a raise and at least a call from Jeremy. I'm actually interested to see if Jeremy comes with a call or a 3-bet. He does quickly just call, and he called quick enough that makes me think he's never 3-betting pocket sixes here. Which I would prefer to 3-bet them at least sometimes.
Set here for Jeremy.
Yeah, Seti Magetti. Quick check back from the ace-8, and now boat skis for Jeremy on the turn.
Row. At some point, you got to start building a pot. Jeremy's going to take this
not going to
opportunity.
go for the check raise or any trappy stuff here. He's going to go for value right away. And I definitely expect Josh to call at least one street with ace high. It's not a bad board for ace high at all, and Jeremy could certainly have one of the many, many draws on this board. 7-8, 4-5, 7-5, 5-2 suited, 4-2 suited, flush draws with the clubs. A lot of possible draws here.
Does indeed make the call, and now connects with his 8 on the river. That could be expensive.
Yeah, let's see what size Jeremy decides to come with here. He could also even check and go for the check raise, hoping Josh has 2 clubs in his hand. If Josh had a hand like ace-7 of clubs, he certainly would have played it the same way. Looks like Jeremy's going to come with about 2/3 pot bet, 36,000. Now Josh has a pure bluff catcher here.
Snap call.
Yeah, but he calls quick.
I like the sizing there from Jeremy. I was going to say around 35,000. Probably could have got paid with a little bit more if he went full pot, or maybe 50,000. But he's not going to get greedy.
Bad river for me that time.
Good luck, Jasbo, on your travels.
Jeremy, the comeback kid.
He is.
That's what they're calling him out there on the lodge hallways.
What do they? That one guy say in that one movie?
That one real quick.
Hang around, hang around.
Never saw that movie.
Yeah, that one movie.
I appreciate it.
What movie are you talking about? Chat, what movie is he talking about? Wrong answers only.
Wrong answers only. I love that.
How about if you could name Teddy? What would you rename Teddy? Wrong answers only.
Yeah, either one.
That is the reason why he's sitting in seat 1 is he had an eye procedure recently, and he had trouble seeing the cards, so he asked to sit closer so he could see. That's why he is sitting in seat 1.
Speaking of eye procedures and just bad vision, you bought these glasses that you never wear now.
It's a problem.
Was it a style thing? Like, what are you doing?
It's a problem.
Oh.
Open ender flopped for Jeremy, just 9 high for Josh.
Okay.
Love to see Jeremy sizing up on this board. He was using smaller c-bet sizes on a lot of other flops, but this board with 2 high cards is much, much better for his range than his opponent's, so it makes sense to size up. And he does just that, as Josh floats, despite the large size, with just a 9 high. That's very, very ambitious. He must have some nasty thoughts in mind for this hand, and maybe they'll come to fruition with it going check, check on the turn. River 10.
I want to try and
Josh with just a
represent
9
a 10.
high. Cannot imagine Josh not firing this river after calling the flop with no pair, no draw. Looks like he bet 20?
Half pot.
So small. That's an interesting small bet. It is going to get through. So a nice float from Josh out of position, at least as far as the results go there. Takes that one down.
Got some good movies that thought that came from. Paul Edwards.
Sisterhood of the Traveling Pants was my favorite.
Yeah, Paul Edwards going way back to 1983 with his Porky's reference. That's how I know he's as old as I am. King Queen 8.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It's an old movie. Not a very good movie.
Porky's.
Jeremy picks up the check mark here. Josh with no pair, no draw. Josh is defending, by the way, as I brought up earlier, with these junky hands. This is really the first super junky hand he's defended versus Jeremy's min raise with. And while it might look loose, it's actually correct. If he was not calling with this hand pre-flop against Jeremy's small raise, Jeremy would be printing money by using that size. So Josh is doing a really, really good job defending with a hand like that. It's essentially denying Jeremy the chance to have a very profitable small raise. The worst thing you can do against a guy who's raising very small every hand heads up is to fold too often, because you're just allowing them to run you over for a very cheap price. You don't want to do that in heads up poker. Josh, on the other hand, again, using a little bit of a larger size, he's going 2.5x, 10,000 right now at this 2,000, 4,000 level. Both players sharing a 7, and we get the ace-6-6 flop. Expect a very small continuation bet from Josh. Oh, but he does not do it. He checks back. Interesting decision. And he lets Jeremy catch up with a 9. And that same 9 gives Josh a gutter. So I expect some chips to go in here. Jeremy's going to come with some thin value. Suppose Jeremy's thinking, if Josh did have an ace, he's probably always betting this flop. So when he checks back, he probably has a hand like king high, queen high maybe, and I can get some thin value. In this case, Josh has just 10 high and a gutter. And understandably calls. Now let's see if Jeremy wants to go for some really, really thin value on this river.
Extra thin.
If he doesn't. Yeah, he's going to come with a... I almost said block bet, but it's kind of too big to be a block bet. A little over a third pot. But in any case, he's up against 10 high. It's irrelevant. He takes it down. Nice one going his way.
You're watching the finals of the inaugural Heads Up Championship event at the Lodge. We will have many more of these to come. It was very successful. 70 players entered. Down to the final 2. You ask, how could there be 70? Well, the first 6 played a round 1. Everyone else got a bye, 64. So we had to get it to 64 or some factor of thereof. Each paying $1,000.
Hopefully next time we could just hit that magic number of 128, and then we won't need to have first round buys at all.
Yeah.
It was a little lame waiting around for those 6 matches to end, especially because one of them took like 2.5 hours.
Yes.
But that's just heads up tournaments for you. Logistically, they're kind of a pain in the butt, but they're all worth it because they're really, really fun. Hugh Bleffner asks in the chat, is the other game between 3rd and 4th place being played now? Yes, it is. 3rd and 4th place is currently playing.
It's over.
It's over.
A 4th. Oh, it's over already.
Yes. Greg won 3rd place, and
so Greg took that down. So if you were tuned in earlier, Greg, the guy who lost to Jeremy after having a big lead in the first match of today in the semifinals, he's going to lock up 3rd place. He makes the podium by the skin of his teeth. He's going to take home $10,000 for his amazing run in this tournament. I believe he went 5-1 or 4-1, so really, really nice record. And he won the matches at the right time. He's going to take home a nice payday.
And Charles,
4th place,
chips
not
by the
so bad
kilo.
either.
we'll take $4,000. We'll take $6,000 back to the UK.
That's right, not too shabby. And then these guys are playing for that top prize of $20,000 plus the title of Heads Up Open Championship.
Beautiful trophy too. Where is that trophy? We need to get it out there.
Yeah, I'm looking right now. The trophy's excellent.
I think it's. Is it not on the table?
No.
And it's a raise to 12,000.
We'll get it out
I
there.
thought I saw it on the table earlier.
One check.
Wow, look at all those outs for Josh.
That's 7,000.
18 outs, all of them available.
Mostly opportunities.
Makes the bet, takes it down. Do have two dealers going to keep the pace, pace of the game going. Yes, Cinnabon, for those fans of his, he cashed in this. As did Jason. Many of you know Jason. We call him Leibowitz on the stream. He cashed as well. Great job, fellas. Jack 9-6, couple spades, pair of jacks for Josh, pocket sevens for Jeremy.
Definitely some small ball poker happening in this match. Just based on what we've seen so far from the players, and things could change. Dynamics do shift in heads-up matches, but it seems like both players are not going to be super willing to put in 3-bets pre-flop with the thin value hands like pocket sevens or ace-jack, and it's kind of to be determined if they're going to be doing much 3-betting as a bluff. And if they're not doing that, that means we're going to see a lot of single-raised pots, a lot of small pots, as we see Jeremy bang off the 2-outer on the river, taking the lead.
Wow.
He's certainly going to come with a value bet here.
We have player mics on these players, but they're just not saying very much, folks.
Call.
Makes the call. Seti Maggette for Jeremy.
Terrible check on the turn.
Josh.
Oh, so bad.
Not
Josh
happy with
is
himself.
ripping on his own check on the turn. I actually like it. I think it was a fine check. There were really very few cards he had to worry about there. Since the queen overcard gives him a straight, that means there was only one overcard that really hurt him a lot. So I think it's a fine check back. But of course, results-wise, I'm sure he wishes he bet. He would have gotten those sevens out of there, most likely.
Raise to 30,000.
Josh raises with the suited connector.
I just got these chips.
I'm offering you another blue.
Gary C., hello to you. Hello to you, Gary C. Always good to have you in chat. There you go.
Raise to 12,000.
Call.
Call for it.
Queen Jack 6, couple of clubs. Jeremy hits his queen.
Oh, 18,000.
There's the fold.
We are actually a somewhat tight fold from Josh. It's actually really interesting to see Josh fold that, because just a few hands ago on Queen 10-3, he called a bet with 9-2. And then on that board, Queen Jack something, he folds with King 8, backdoor flush draw, and overcard. So I don't know if he had some sort of read on Jeremy in that first one where he floated on the flop with the 9-2 suited, but interesting nonetheless, kind of something to keep an eye out for. Josh, I'm sure there's a method to the madness. It's just a little bit hard to decipher as we get a very cooler flop here. Jeremy flopping bottom set, Josh top pair.
Just calling with the set.
Checks again here. Josh gonna fire on the button. He will. 25K.
Deuce of diamonds on the river.
I think after Jeremy calls twice, but he's going to elect to lead here on the river, because I thought Josh would just check back the river with his showdown value, but now he's going to be put to the test for 70,000 chips. Rubbing the beard, rubbing the stash. Can he make the correct decision and lay this one down? Second pair queens, pretty strong heads up.
And I have to say, I'm really not a fan of Josh's turn bet here. I don't think there's that much value to be had with queen, no kicker. You'll get a little bit of value from a hand like Jack 10 specifically. But for the most part, when you bet with queen 6 on this turn and you get called, you're probably beat, or at best, your opponent has a good amount of equity with a hand like a pair and a straight draw. And now Jeremy's going to put him in a mega tough spot by leading on the river, which makes the kind of turn bet even more nasty.
You're gonna hit a set, man.
Pays him off.
Josh.
He does get paid off, and Jeremy's going to grab the biggest pot of the match so far. 250K going his way.
That was well disguised.
That's going to give him a nice lead.
Josh wondering how many times Jeremy's going to have a set today.
Kyle Douglas in chat says Brady is quite familiar with rivered sets in this heads-up tournament. Yes, I am, Kyle. Kyle was my opponent in the first round.
What's better than sets? You know, like sometimes, you know, you turn a straight, you turn a flush. Just something about turning sets. That's my favorite.
It's so good. It's so, so good. Mark Jeff asks, where is Doug? Unfortunately, Doug not feeling too well. He did the first, I believe, 3 or 4 hours of this stream.
He gave us 3 hours, which is very gracious being sick, so we appreciate it.
Yeah, so if you want to hear some Doug Polk commentary, you could either rewind the stream now, or you can watch until we finish up here today, and then you could always go back and get some of that sweet, sweet Doug Polk wisdom in your ears. But for now, you're stuck with us as we see Jeremy c-bet on the flop with his middle pair. Josh check raises, and Jeremy folds really fast. Really, really fast fold from Jeremy there. 9's a pretty strong hand on that board. I don't hate the fold. Don't love doing it so quickly. Makes me think Jeremy might be playing a little too tight against aggression in these post-flop spots.
Was doing that a lot in the first match as well.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if that keeps up. Because if he's giving up to aggression a little too easily, that's obviously a big problem when you're playing heads up against an aggressive opponent, right? Because Josh is going to be able to take a lot of little shots at the pot, just like he did there. Little check raise here, little raise there, little bet there. He's going to be able to steal a lot of pots from Jeremy if Jeremy's not at least considering a defensive strategy with some of those more like middling but somewhat strong hands.
Boys are playing for $20,000 first prize money. Jeremy with the check mark, but Josh reaching for chips. 35,000, a hefty sizing and a quick call from Jeremy. So 132,000 in the middle here. Josh drawing dead, queen of diamonds on the river.
It's kind of a nice card for Josh to bluff.
I give up.
Put a king.
Waves the white
He does
flag.
give up, though.
Not going anywhere.
Probably a wise decision. He was going to have to
I'm
bet
chilling. How
very,
you
very
feeling?
big
You
there
all
to
right?
get Jeremy to
I think I'm
fold.
good for now.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Players were just asked if they wanted to take a little bathroom break. They both said, no, let's play on.
Good for the viewers, huh?
There is no
That's
planned
good.
dinner break on this tournament, so they're going to play. They may take a bathroom break every few hours, but
They may even eat.
the plan is pretty much to play until one of these players wins 2 matches. Match number 1 right now.
What do you think, Rick? Is this going 3? Going to distance?
I don't want to jinx anything, so I decline to answer that.
That's boring. Answer the question.
What do you think?
I think it's going to be a sweep, but I don't know by who.
All right.
Jack 5 on the button. Raises it up. Jeremy not interested in playing 10-4 offsuit. Lays it down.
That's the plan, Paul. We will be here until it's finished, so that is the plan.
Raise. Raise to 30,000, seat 1.
Call.
Pocket 9s for Josh. 3 bets to 30,000, and Jeremy's going to make the call with a suited 8-5 clubs. Flops himself a gutter. And a set of 9s for Josh. No waiting. He's going to fire in a C-bet 25,000. Might just be enough for Jeremy to stick around here. Will indeed make the call. Jack of diamonds on the turn. A lot of stuff get there on that. Flushes, straights, etc. But a set heads up, mighty, mighty strong, and Josh is going to continue to build. But I don't think Jeremy's going to continue after another bet here from Josh. 50,000. Does Jeremy perhaps want to see a river or have ideas of bluffing? He's going to make the call. And if he misses, could be expensive if he has ideas of a bluff on the button. Does pick up an 8. Does have some showdown value. But Josh has been firing the entire way. Josh trying to figure out the perfect sizing here.
Check.
Going to slow down and check it, and Jeremy's going to snap check behind.
I check. Have a pair.
Check.
Pair's
I
no
got
good.
trips. You're set.
Nice.
Yeah. It's calling anything you bet, but didn't want to get re-raised on that board.
So a quick note on Josh's re-raise size there pre-flop. Jeremy made it 12K, Josh made it 30K. So Jeremy only has to call 18,000 to play for a 60,000 chip pot. And that's pretty much going to allow Jeremy to continue profitably versus the re-raise with a really, really wide range of hands. I mean, he is going to have to fold the total trash if he raised with like a 9-4 offsuit. Yeah, he can fold that. But even like a 9-4 suited, I think you kind of got to call when it's only 18,000 more chips. And that's a little bit of an issue for Josh if he's going to allow Jeremy to profitably play more hands in position like that. Another thing you want to avoid heads up. We'll see if it ends up mattering. As Jeremy flops really good here. Middle pair and a queen high flush draw on this monotone flop. Josh is going to come with a C-bet with his gutter. This is quite a large size. Generally on monotone boards, these are the boards you want to bet smallest on. A fifth of the pot, a quarter of the pot. That tends to make a little bit more sense, but Josh decides to size up to more like 2/3. Let's see if he wants to continue his story here with just a gutshot straight draw or take a free card. Looks like he's opting for the former. That's a healthy wager. 60,000 chips. Jeremy, no hesitation at all. Calls almost immediately. That's a good card for Josh.
Very
Bangs
good card.
Off straight on the river.
Check mark for Josh. These are no small pots. These are some big ones. 192,000.
I'm going to play this safe, a check.
Plays it
Just a
really,
safe.
really safe. Wow.
Nice one. Just making sure you weren't playing me too tricky with that. If you flop it, I could lose the rest of these chips.
Makes sense.
Josh likes to talk, too. Let Jeremy inside his mind a little bit, know what he's thinking.
Do you have a club?
But that was a very, very tight check there on
coming along
the river.
Yeah, I'm really not a fan of that. Jeremy, with any two-pair hands, he would have played it the same. I think even sets probably play the hand the same. So there's just so many hands that Josh is going to get called by there instantly if he bets that are not a flush. And in addition, if Jeremy did have a flush, he's going to raise the flop or the turn some percentage of the time. So Jeremy actually arrives at the river with certainly some flushes, but he raises a lot of them out of his range on an earlier street. So yeah, really tight check back from Josh there. Probably didn't cost himself value in practice since Jeremy just had middle pair, but still not a big fan of it as we see Josh flop big again. Or rather, now it's Josh flopping big with a pair and a flush draw, as Jeremy did last hand. Josh just going to check call with bottom pair. Pipped by Jeremy's fives at this point. But not anymore. Makes trip fours.
Trips.
I would love to see a lead out here from Josh, but he does just check. This 4 is so much better for Josh's range than Jeremy's, so it really makes sense for Josh to put out a lead. So Jeremy does not have the chance to check back like he just did. But this could work out quite nicely for Josh because a lot of draws brick on that 3 river. Josh is clearly going to go for some value, and Jeremy's going to have to think that he often has the best hand. Josh could easily have a hand like 7-8, missed clubs, even like an ace high or a king high that decides to now bluff.
Half pot is the number, gets snap called.
This time it's trips.
Wow. Yeah, he makes a quick call. I like how Jeremy played that hand a lot. Not the best result for him, but well played. Jonathan Boyd asked in chat about our upcoming tournament schedule this Saturday.
Of course.
Seeing that there are 2 tournaments, the Art of Poker 40K guaranteed and a 4K bounty.
Look at my cards.
The Art of Poker last month, had over a $90,000 prize pool. which that comes out to,
thank you.
What is that? 300 something entries? My math could be slightly off, but a lot is the point. Gets pretty big. And then the 4K bounty, I believe that one gets around 60, 70, 80 players in that vicinity.
Yeah, recently we had, I think last month we set the record for the Art of Poker number of runners. I think it was 273 last month, which was an all-time record.
The prize pool was like 97,000 in a essentially a $200 blind tournament. So pretty amazing.
What's up? Nothing. I was trying to throw my hoodie on, and I already had cards.
Oh yeah.
Jonathan Boyd, approximately 12% make the money, so you can do the math. 270 total players, 12% make the money.
Pair of eights for both players here. Monotone spades. Jeremy with the 7 of spades.
Raise.
In the button, fires out a bet, and Josh announces raise rather quickly. Made it 22,000, I believe, and Jeremy makes the call. 76,000 pot building. To the turn we go. Flush for Jeremy and the check mark. Not the card that Josh wanted to see. Check raises flop, now slows down on the turn.
That's 12,000.
Small bet here by Jeremy on the turn. Josh is going to go nowhere for that price. Makes the call, drawing dead. What type of value will Jeremy go for on the river here? Board pair, so might scare Jeremy. It does. Goes check, check, 100K for him.
Yes, nice value bet from Jeremy there on the turn, though. Picks up that pot and brings the smash right back to roughly even within just a few big blinds.
Millionaire Mayhem coming up right around the corner, folks. Book your travels. Visit thelodgepokerclub.com for hotel information. We have discounts. And you know Slick Rick loves his discounts.
Good to see Bash in the chat. Plays on the stream every now and again.
Yep, Bash is a good dude. Brought one of his buddies for the stream last time. Just started his new golf ball business, so if you're a crappy golf player like myself, maybe hit up Bash for some golf balls. Jack 10 for Jeremy. Makes the call. Flops himself a gutter to Broadway. Josh is going to represent something here. It's just 9 high, but for 25,000, doesn't look like Jeremy's interested in continuing. Lays it down.
You got nails. You can get under that. Can't get under that.
I'm struggling too.
It's tough.
Yeah.
5:05 here on a Monday. Hope you guys had a good weekend, starting your weeks off right. We stream 4 times a week. You know this because you're here all the time, right, chat? Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Saturday.
16.
Very close to 74,000 subscribers. So if you're watching and you're not a subscriber, do us a favor. Let's reach 74,000 right now, live tonight on air.
Pocket fives again for Jeremy. It's like the 3rd time he's had him tonight.
One check. That's 15,000.
Cinnabon, you may not get paid in USD, but you get paid in the gratitude from all of Chatsville for being part of Chatsville.
He also gets paid when you play Boston Jimmy Stack.
Oh, you had to remind me.
A free $2,000 for Cinnabon.
I finally had gotten over that hand.
Raise.
When you see Ace Jack at the table now, do you just fold it?
No. Haven't really played much since that hand, so I don't know. I'll let you know. Another pocket pair for Jeremy.
And the dirtiest of diapers for Josh.
There's the duck.
Raise.
Deuce on the turn. Josh raises to 80,000. 50,000 raise after Jeremy fired in 30. And now he has Jeremy thinking to himself about how to proceed here. Jeremy going nowhere, makes the call, so we have ourselves a 200,000 chip pot. And that's going to scare Jeremy a little bit, the 6 of clubs.
I think Josh is going to check back here. I can't imagine betting with this hand. I mean, does he think he's going to? But he's going to reach. Is he value betting? I mean, easy call for Jeremy.
I was going to fold that river.
No way.
Not
easy
anymore.
call. Curious to see what Josh's reaction is.
105,000 bet on the river. Huge pot. 400K pot.
What did you say before you flipped? I was going to fold that river if it went to 6. 6 or 9.
It's a weird comment to make, too. Why would you fold that
was
river?
really-
If it wasn't a 6 or a 9, why are you calling the turn bet if you know you're going to be folding almost all rivers? And 9's very, very strong there. So, interesting comment there from Jeremy, and Josh picked up on that, but who knows?
Yeah, I'd be interested to interview these players about some of their thought processes here because
Interview, you say? We have one of the best sideline reporters in the business.
Exactly. Maybe you could ask him exactly what he was thinking there. But 9's very. I wonder. Like, my main question is, what was he concerned about? Like, what did he think Josh checked back 7-6-6 with to then raise on a 2-turn? I mean, pocket 2s specifically, maybe. But I would think pocket 2s always bet the flop. So, yeah, that was a really, really weird hand. I think Josh was value betting the river, hoping Jeremy had a hand like Ace Jack or something and called. But it's hard to say. That was very mergy, to use kind of an old mid old school poker term, kind of between a value bet and a bluff.
Jeremy with a 2-1 chip lead right now in round 1. 6 of hearts on the river. Josh is 9 high.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
The other night we had a player that folks said could be my brother.
Gotta say, I do appreciate the pleasantries.
Seat 1,
Nice
Skull
hands every
Mike.
once in a while. I think it's
It's your
important.
doppelganger
Yeah,
when you put your glasses on.
It's not about whether we win or lose. It's the memories we
He's a
make
little
together.
pasty, yes.
Half the chat sees it.
And it's easier to keep those memories when you have the trophy on your shelf.
One if you think seat 1 could be a doppelganger for Skull Mike. 2 if I'm way out of line.
I'm way more handsome than this guy. Let's be serious. Yoda will back me up.
Great.
Raise to 68,000.
Ace Queen for Jeremy. Large 3-bet, 68,000. King Jack, paint cards for Josh. He's going to lay it down, a good fold.
Getting a few 1s in there. A few more 1s. So, you know, I'm not the only one.
No, you're not, apparently.
Flat brim hat, sunglasses, little beard.
16.
Pasty skin. Good poker game. V-neck. Okay, I'm starting to see it.
Bash.
That's a good one from Bash. Very, very good one, Bash.
Sure.
Josh connects with his ace. I can always just start pushing like Titleist, golf balls, or ping. You know what I mean? If Bash wants to get really after it.
4 at diamonds on the turn.
Jeremy picks up a little bit of equity with his 5-2, and this is obviously one of the lowest hands he can have. It's hard to have worse than 5 high here, so I would really like to see him go for it here. Blast off, bet the turn, bet big on the river, try to take this pot down from a hand like a king or jack, or maybe even a weak ace like Josh has. A weak ace could fold by the river, especially if Jeremy sizes up. This is a sharp size from Jeremy. Talk a little bit about it. So Jeremy raised preflop and Josh just called. That means Jeremy can have ace-king. Jeremy can have aces, kings, jacks, the pocket pairs. Josh can have none of those hands because he would have re-raised preflop. That means Jeremy has a massive advantage in this situation when it comes to the very strong hands. And when you have a massive advantage when it comes to the very strong hands, you can bet very, very big with both those strong hands and your bluffs. So Jeremy's representing those strong hands right here with this big bet. Ooh, not a great river for him, though. Let's see if he decides to still go for it. Josh tanking his check, though. He might be leading out, which would be beyond unorthodox.
It'd be easier on my right. Because if it's on my left, it's a little tougher to push stuff around me. It'd be easier.
For the reason I was just saying that Jeremy is the only one that can have super strong hands here, this lead does not make much sense from Josh. Jeremy's often going to be waiting in the wings with a very, very strong hand here. Or he has a bluff, which he's going to snap fold. So Josh is sort of allowing Jeremy to play perfect there.
Just had a moment of sheer
Jeremy's
panic. I
never really
forgot
gonna call
that like there were
bet.
2 decks. I looked at my hand and then I looked up and you were shuffling the deck. I was like, wait, what's going on?
Honestly, this really throws you out of your rhythm because there's no time between hands. There's no.
Oh, I love it.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm just. It's just there's so little opportunity to get this kind of heads-up experience. You know. I guess that's my plug for the lodge. Keep doing these things.
That's right.
Josh and Jeremy having some fun playing heads-up
Easy
poker
to say
at
from the
the
final
lodge.
table.
Right.
Well, let's bump it up next time.
Oh no, actually, I have very different opinions about that. I want more people to play. I want to get to 256.
That would be nice.
There is.
Josh going to raise it up with 10-2 offsuit. One of the worst hands in the deck, obviously, so Josh is definitely playing very, very aggressive on the button. Probably playing 95+% of hands, maybe even all of them. It'll be interesting to see what happens if he gets a hand like 7-2 or 8-2 offsuit, if he still decides to play that. And you know what? I actually really like it, because the reason raising with those hands isn't very good is because your opponent is supposed to re-raise about 20-25% of the time, and then you're forced to fold. But Jeremy has not been re-raising. We've seen he's had pocket 6s, he's had pocket 7s, he's had pocket 9s, he's had ace-jack offsuit. He's chosen to just call with all of those hands. So if Jeremy's only 3-betting with pocket 10s or better, ace-queen or better, he's only going to be 3-betting something like 8-7% of the time. So Josh can actually raise those junky hands, and it's not going to work out so badly for him.
Along with the cash.
Cool.
That said, this is a very loose defense.
That is a
here
beautiful
from Josh.
throw. I was feeling so
Jeremy's
calm
using...
until you brought that out. Now I'm nervous. Thanks. Yeah, a little bit.
I'm okay here.
Oh, Jeremy did min raise. I thought he raised bigger, but in any case, 7-3 offsuit, not good enough to call versus a min raise. 7-4 offsuit is, 7-3 offsuit isn't. It's a fine line, but it's there.
I especially like the sticker. Imagine we get re-engraved. Because we moved it back 2 days.
All right.
find that very interesting. So Josh folds 7-4 offsuit on the button there, but he raised 10-2 offsuit last hand and defended 7-3 offsuit. I kind of feel like we have some feel poker going on here. That's my read on the situation. Josh is kind of doing what feels right in the moment with each of his hands.
I'll take the guessing out of it for you, Brady. He told me earlier he does play by a lot of feel. He's only been playing really serious poker for about a year. So he says that at times he does play with feel. So you're exactly right. Laser read, Mike Brady.
Yeah, glad to hear it. It's definitely somewhat obvious when the hand selection is sort of... this word sounds worse than it is, but like inconsistent. Like his play isn't kind of matching up with his other plays. He's almost contradicting himself with some of his plays. You know, a lot of people play that way though. It's not a bad thing to go with your gut, especially if it's been going well for you. I mean, he's here in the finals. I busted round 1, so not trying to talk too much shit here.
16.
Well, it is interesting. These two players' styles made it to the finals, and maybe if you saw their style versus the others in the room on Saturday morning, maybe you wouldn't have guessed these two, but they're the ones who made it.
Just looking at them, I would say these are two players that I'm not surprised to see in the finals at all.
There you go. Jeremy,
you know, all these like post-flop fundamental or pre-flop fundamentals and stuff that I'm talking about, it really is. It's important, and if you can do that stuff precisely, you're gonna do really well in general. But in a small sample, it's going to come down to really two things: how well you make decisions in kind of the big spots, in the really important situations, and how well you run. It's not going to make a huge difference whether you raise 10-2 offsuit or fold 10-2 offsuit on the button. At the end of the day, that's very much on the margins. We're kind of getting into the weeds when we talk about that stuff, but you know, we're here paid to commentate, so we gotta comment, right?
I think that would be good. Recognize we might have to do 3.
Sure, whatever y'all want to do. I'm good with however you feel, Josh, or however it works for
I
the
could eat
viewers.
the next hour, something like that.
Yeah.
Raise to 16.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good.
760 watching live right now. Thank you all for joining us on this Monday evening. Doug Polk was here on commentary for the first round of the day, the semifinals. Now you got me, Mike Brady, and Slick Rick, and Skull Mike.
Absolutely.
In the booth with you, calling the action. Jeremy flopping 2 pair here. Josh with not much of anything. 25,000 chip bet from Jeremy. Nearly a pot-sized bet. I really like this size on this board. Sizing up on this very draw-heavy board that is still kind of on the higher side, so it's a little better for Jeremy. Nice size from him. He takes it down.
Just finishing our 5th hour on the stream, coming up in the next few minutes, and we'll be here until it lasts. This is round 1, best of 3 for the championship here.
Nice.
Josh will take that one down with a raise, pre-flop.
Getting that string of deuces.
The last few hands have been really entertaining for the viewers.
Don't worry, Josh, I'll handle
But
it.
I feel like they know what they're in for with heads up. I mean, it's a lot of boring for. It's like baseball.
Yeah.
Raise to 16.
I love baseball.
Oh, this is much more exciting. This is much more exciting than baseball, Josh.
Oh.
You love baseball, Skull?
Sometimes.
Okay. I like baseball when I'm literally at the game.
Yeah.
But
beer, a hot
on
dog. Other than
Yeah,
that,
exactly.
I prefer poker as well.
I like playoff baseball watching. Every other time I like to be at the ballpark.
Hey, if it's game 7, I'm on the same page,
Yeah.
Rick, but otherwise, I'll sit it out. Good card for Josh here on the turn. He makes a good check call on the flop with ace high. Of course, he is up against top pair in this situation, but ace high is way too strong to fold on a jack 6-4 rainbow board. And now he picks up a 2-way straight draw. Needs a 3 or an 8. And just judging by how Josh has been playing, in particular on turn spots, I expect to see a raise here. He's been raising very often with these types of hands. And he gets a quick fold from Jeremy with top pair. That turn strategy that Josh has been employing with these straight draw hands, pair plus straight draw hands, has been absolutely decimating Jeremy so far. Jeremy has folded the best hand every single time to Josh's check raise, except for one instance where Jeremy called with a worse hand than Josh had and then hit on the river to take down a big pot. So far, when it comes to those turn spots, advantage Josh. We'll see if that keeps up as both players are sharing cards this time. If you're going to be snap folding the Jack 10 as Jeremy did on that turn, I think I much prefer just checking back. And I think it's a very reasonable hand to check back. When that turn card comes and it completes a lot of those like gutshot straights and two pairs and all that stuff, I think it's very reasonable to check back a hand like Jack 10 because you really don't have too many good river cards for you. There are obviously several overcards. A queen, king, or ace is not ideal. There are several cards that put a 4-card straight out there on the river. A 3, I believe a 2 would also have done that. A 7 or an 8 all make a 4-card straight. So it kind of makes sense to check back that hand, pot control, and then play the river. And then the way that one played out, it was pretty much as big of a disaster as possible for Jeremy folding with the best hand.
I feel like you wanted to call there.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Not if you had 2, 3 of hearts.
Clearly.
This is our first stream sponsored by Jock Market, where daily fantasy sports meets the stock market. I was also confused when I heard that. But it's a pretty interesting concept. If you want to check it out, click the link in the pinned comment in the chat or go in the description of this video. Or you can just type into your browser jockmkt.com/lodge. You get a special 100% deposit bonus if you decide to put $100 on there, up to $100. You'll get an extra 100 when you deposit it. It's a cool concept if you like, sports betting or, daily fantasy sports or even the stock market potentially. I think it's worth checking out. Donk around a little bit, see if you like it. Maybe you got a new hobby.
Yeah, Rick is hooked, by the way.
It is kind of fun.
Oh, nice.
I did baseball, too. I'm not as familiar with the baseball players as football, so looking forward to when football.
That's probably where you're going to lose all your money. Stick to baseball.
Man, maybe.
Yeah, because he's gonna have too much confidence when it comes to the football.
Exactly.
He's gonna be like, "Oh, I got this. I'm the sharp player here." Just be careful, Rick.
I will. King 8 here, trips for Jeremy.
We once again, the theme continues. We see Jeremy just call with a 3-bettable hand pre-flop. Should mostly be 3-betting with king queen offsuit against an opponent who's opening every button. But he does just call, and he also just calls on the flop. Josh essentially drawing dead here. Does have backdoor clubs, but it's not looking great for him.
Checks again.
Josh has got squad douche here. He does decide to check back. I was interested to see if he'd throw in the no equity bluff. And we get the 8 river.
Yeah, Josh is done with this hand. I think Jeremy's going to be on the lighter side on his sizing here, but let's see. Looks to be grabbing a decent amount of chips. Overbets it massive.
103,000. I like that size from Jeremy. I think he's targeting ace high or an 8.
Wants to make it look bluffy. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. And Josh, or rather Jeremy, could definitely have a hand like pocket 2s that gets counterfeited and decides to bluff.
Good aim, Frank.
Or a missed flush draw. The flush draw missed as well.
I'm on the overbet too, or something really small to try and induce a
Bad
raise.
deal, Frank. Just kidding. Beautifully dealt.
Yeah. Well done.
Oh, a break. She wasn't done shuffling yet.
You got to play some fast hands, guys, if you want a little break.
There. Well done.
Two dealers for the finals matchup. Game 1, best out of 3.
There's.
The winner takes home $20,000. Second place wins $14,000. So both these guys sitting pretty, a $1,000 entry to this tournament. So not a bad weekend.
Yeah, a nice return for either of them, but one of them is going to be taking home the trophy.
And the pride.
And the honor of being the first champion of the Heads Up Open. Check on the flop. Jeremy's got a gutshot straight draw. I would love to see him put out a bet here. And that's what he's going to do. He's going to go on the larger side, too. 37,000. He gets the quick fold. Nice one from Jeremy there. Nice play.
So just logistically regarding dinner break, are we going to try to find some time to get on our phones, order food, or?
I'm probably going to try and run over to that fast food barbecue place there.
Okay.
Smoky
yeah. I've been able to get there and back in the 15-minute breaks in some of the other tournaments. So I'm feeling all right about it. Yeah.
Yeah, I might want to try for something a little bit lighter.
Yeah, that's fair. Maybe food come afterwards. But yeah, you get a sandwich out of there, something like that.
That might honestly be fine.
Player's mind now on food. Sounds like the bunker.
No kidding. Both players flopping a gut shot here. Jeremy's got a little something extra to go with it. Backdoor ace high flush draw. Let's see what Josh decides to do here. Looks like he's going to come with just a call. Yes, it is just a call. I like the play. I do not like check raising a board like this as the preflop caller. As I said earlier, when you are the one who didn't raise preflop and the flop comes with some high cards, you can't have the strongest hands. So playing aggressively doesn't make a ton of sense. So I like just check calling even with a weak draw like this. And now we're going to get an interesting river spot. If this bricks off, I'll be very interested to see how it plays out. But that is not a brick. Josh hits a pair, but Jeremy hits Broadway. Josh has just enough showdown value to potentially put some money in here. He's going to put some money in as a bet. I would much rather see him check. I don't know what this bet achieves. 70,000 chips. Does he really get Jeremy to fold a queen? Does he get Jeremy to call with pocket nines? I don't think so. So I don't really know what this bet accomplishes. It's only going to get better hands to call or raise, and it's going to get worse hands to fold. Jeremy, of course, is not going to do either of those options. He's going to raise because he's got Broadway here.
150,000. Each of those
very
chips,
small raise from Jeremy
25,000.
here. Basically a min raise, but that's going to be enough.
King or the Jack 9?
Better than both of those. You will see.
Oh.
Very lucky river for you.
Very lucky what?
Very unlucky river for you, I
Unlucky.
think, yes. Until the river, I could not beat anything. On the river, I could beat Jack 9.
Yes.
One raise is 8 calls.
Oh, maybe there's a solution right there.
Yeah, he should be.
Zolo, what you cooking?
Nice.
What kind of chicken?
Oh, that's for sure what I'm eating.
Pesto
That's a
chicken
really
is
good one.
what Josh is going to be eating from the Lodge Cafe. Cafe, if you will. I mean, we have food here, catered each and every night. We got free soft drinks in the refrigerator. What's not to love about the Lodge?
raise to 20.
$807 in the live chat right now. If you're enjoying the show, please do us a favor. Hit that thumbs up button below the video. Helps us out a lot. Doesn't cost you anything. It just takes a few seconds. We will appreciate it. As we see Jeremy flop an open-ended straight draw on this monotone board, and he goes for the very small bet size. I mentioned this earlier. Monotone boards, you want to bet very, very small. It's just the optimal way to play them. So I like Jeremy's size here, and he really likes that turn. Hitting a straight, and the heart does not complete. Josh still with the queen high flush draw. Jeremy's going to come with a quick bet, and now he sizes up. I really like that play. Makes it 40,000, 2/3 of the pot. And Josh, once again, looks like he's going to come with a raise. He really likes these turn raise spots when he has a draw. Now this hand could get really interesting. If Jeremy calls this raise, the pot's going to be about 300,000. And Josh has just a little over 300,000 behind, so we could see a hidey-ho all-in on the river here. 5 on the river pairs the board. We'll see if that slows down Josh here. Looks like he's going to carve out a bet, but it's not going to be all in.
150.
Wow.
I don't know if that's going to be enough to get Jeremy to fold. But we'll see. Jeremy's made some tight folds already in this match.
$150,000 bet with 182 behind.
This turn.
This is still match number 1, best of 3 in the finals of the Heads Up Open. Jeremy in a tough spot here. Only beats a bluff. But Josh has been bluffing a lot in this exact line. Call preflop, call flop, check raise turn. Josh has done this several times as a bluff. Looks like Jeremy's just going to flick it in.
Right.
Seems to be leaning that way. He does.
Excellent call.
Just straight.
Huge point in the match in round 1 as Jeremy takes a stranglehold on this match. Up over $1 million, has about 1.1 million in chips, leaving Josh with under 200K. And there's the little catering service we have here at the lodge. Not too shabby. Different entree each night. I think they mentioned pesto chicken tonight.
We start at 640. Okay.
So you see 177,000.
160, 320.
Josh.
640, you're right. Yeah. I can do math. Not today. Too late.
All in.
All in.
All in.
Thank you.
Ace. We'll do it.
Yeah, what a 5-1 advantage? Yeah, 5-1. 6-1.
I couldn't even count to 640. I'm not going to try and second guess your ratios.
Yeah. Oh, thanks.
Jeremy's going to min raise with this ace-6 offsuit. We were talking about, or well, y'all were talking about this earlier with Doug. Doug was talking about how these hands generally like to limp preflop at the stack depth. That said, the ace-6, ace-7 offsuit specifically actually do both. If you look at like a solver output, they like to both raise and limp sometimes. So either play's okay. The really big problem is when you raise with a hand like ace-6 and then get jammed on preflop, as we see Josh just check shove all in with his middle pair here. He takes it down, which is, I'm sure, the result he was hoping for. You don't want to jam middle pair and get called. You're usually going to be in rough shape on a board like that. Josh back up to 23 big blinds now. A little bit extra play.
Nice.
Not quite in the all-in territory, at least open jamming anymore. He could definitely still re-raise jam over an open. Jeremy just gets out of the way with the Queen-6 offsuit. Looks like he's going into a little bit of protective mode, trying to protect his big chip stack. Queen-6 offsuit certainly strong enough to call a 2.5x raise there, but Jeremy opts for the lower variance approach.
Cinnabon, if you got bigger problems if you leave the gas tank open from your grilling the other night. That's pretty dangerous, Cinnabon. Come on now. Skull Mike just got his food delivered. Let me guess, sushi? No, he didn't get sushi.
6-3 off on the button for Josh. He does let it go. Looks like Josh is starting to tighten up a little bit now that we've...
F5, I think he's...
We're starting to play shorter stacks. We started this match over 200 big blinds deep. And Josh in particular is playing very, very loose preflop, and correctly so. He's tightened up now. Arguably a little too much. You should tighten up when you get shorter, but not that much tighter. And the biggest key difference when you're shorter in a heads-up match is you should be doing a lot more limping on the button, a lot less raising. That's going to allow you to still play a lot of hands. King 7 offsuit, that's certainly going to be good enough for Josh to play.
Nice.
Jeremy with a Queen-Jack offsuit, he's going to just call. I like that decision. It's a great hand to have in a single raise pot, 20 blinds deep. You flop top pair, you basically can treat it like the nuts. But neither player hits a pair here. Check skis on the flop. Now Jeremy picks up a flush draw, jack high. Yeah, nice spot for him to bet. And I like the size. Wow, Jeremy folding the Queen 5 off on the button. If Jeremy's folding a hand that strong, that means Jeremy's probably only playing about 60 to 55% of hands on the button, so quite tight. He's going to be giving a lot of walks to Josh. I would much prefer Jeremy to just limp if he's going to fold a hand like that. It's only 5,000 to call, 15,000 in there, and you have position. Why not just call? Your opponent's going to check a lot of the time. If they raise, you can fold then. But the pot odds you're getting on the button in a heads-up match are very, very good. And then add on top of that that you're going to have position after the flop. You're really incentivized to play a lot of hands.
Are you good? That's I'm sorry.
Shout out to our dealers.
If I'm defending the goal,
today.
you got to go around and
Cranking out the hands. We're already on hand number 80 in the round one.
Yeah, I feel like we just started.
The snowman for Jeremy.
A nice suited jack for Josh. He's definitely got to see a flop with that. So earlier I was talking about how I thought Jeremy's open size on the button was a little bit too small and Josh's was very good. Oh my god, I'm going to stop talking about that because this is a brutal flop.
Look
Jeremy
at this.
flopping a boat. Josh flopping trips. Jeremy's going to check back to trap. 2 of hearts on the turn. There's a flush draw on the board now. Josh is going to check again. Looks like both players are trapping. And this pot is 4 big blinds. Let's see if the money goes in on the river.
No trap anymore.
Yeah, there's no more time to trap. Josh goes for a 20,000 chip bet. Let's see what Jeremy decides to do. Looks like Jeremy's going to raise small.
70,000.
Or not too small, 70,000. Josh has to decide if he wants to just call or raise all in. I much prefer a just call here. Jeremy's either bluffing.
All in. Quick call.
But it doesn't matter. He takes it down.
And round one is
Well, that
over.
was made to happen.
Jeremy takes round one.
All right, hey.
Hey,
We're
good
gonna
first
have
game.
a
Absolutely,
couple
man. You as
of
well.
quick
Been a pleasure.
interviews with them, and then a
Thanks for watching,
break
everybody.
as
We're
the
gonna get a
players grab
snack
a
and see
bite
you in
to
20.
eat. But first, we're going to get some interviews with both players after round one.
Do you want me to push them over?
Well, we're going to split them up again.
So
I don't know what they want to do.
80, hand number 89
Yeah. Let me give me a
in round one. So let's talk with Jeremy first. Head down to the felt for a young Slick Rick. Slick Rick here, and you won the first of three. You got to win two.
That's true.
It's always good to win the first one.
It's almost like that one shouldn't count. I just got to set every other hand, so it was pretty unfair and brutal. And I'm looking forward to a really good match. Josh is a great competitor, and this is just so much fun.
We'll go get a little break, and we'll be right back.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to get Josh in here, too, now. Josh, come on over. And, Josh, it's always good to win the first of best of three, but it's not over. You still got a chance. Thoughts on how you played the first match?
I think overall I played well. I think I'm adapting to his style. I ran into a couple hands, and I don't think I'm telling any secrets here, but obviously I'm playing pretty aggressively against Jeremy. Absolutely agree with him that he's a fantastic competitor. I honestly still think it's anybody's game here.
So Jeremy and Josh, one down, playing for the big trophy, and $20K up top.
So there's the trophy, and we've got one down, folks. And Cinnabon saying I look like Grandpa Smurf. Thank you, Cinnabon. Always a pleasure.
Who is lifetime between the two of you and Potts played again?
We haven't played too much. I believe we're going to have 20 minutes. I don't know. Of break. So grab yourself.
You $27.
Something to eat.
I got you, Simone.
And maybe something to drink, and we will be back for round two. I do want to mention a couple things about our title sponsor, Jock Market. Check them out, and they've got it like combines fantasy sports with the stock market. You basically bid on players and how they do, and that's how you earn your money. You can sell players middle of the game, and there you see the clock. Even halfway through the game, if the player isn't doing as well as you think and you want to get rid of him on the open market, somebody might bid on him. And
Doug now with two pair.
In Jock Market, everyone is on the same playing field no matter how you want to trade. If you want a casual trading experience like Robinhood, we got you covered. Are you more technical? We offer tools for the more advanced traders, like an API with full documentation and a Python package. Trade in a market where you understand all the assets. So there you go. It's a lot of fun, and they're offering a special offer to Lodge members. If you deposit $100, they will match 100% of that if you use code LODGE. So go over to Jock MKT, Jock MKT, or Jock Market to find out more. It's a lot of fun. Also want to let everyone know that the Lodge is a sponsor and a radio advertiser on my radio show, which begins tomorrow night. If you like high school football and want to hear Slick Rick on the radio, download the Horn app. FM 104.9, the Horn app. The Lodge is an advertiser, and I want to thank the folks here at the Lodge for being part of my show. We showcase Austin area high school football coaches and players.
Popped out of your chair, all excited, like
just the way Doug was looking at the
lottery.
Let's listen in.
So we're going to take a quick break, and we will be back in about 15 minutes or so.
Drop that off your bingo card.
What do they think about your ginger?
Chad in a tough spot. Don't know if Chad really wants to play for it all early on. 41 minutes in, and Chad is going to lay it down.
You made a good fold. Add ace check.
Chad tells the table is holdings. I would not advise that.
Raise it up. Because I kind of wish that I blocked my Macau journey, but the problem with that is like, if I start advertising Macau, then like we're just gonna get influenced to like regs, and like it's not good.
Well, also you're gonna not get into certain games, I imagine.
Yeah, but Macau's public though, so it's like.
Oh, everything's public?
Well, I can't get private games being like 4,000.
Raise to 4,000.
4,000 is the raise with Big Slick suited from Ginge.
What about your 4,000?
Quick call from Doug with ace 10 suited.
I think 10 is pretty dark.
Ooh, 2 spades.
27, 2,000.
Doug slightly ahead here.
King Kai sending me text messages of a blowout tire. I think the year says 2018 though.
Yeah.
Those look like old tires.
He just punctured a hole in his own tire.
No excuses, Kai. Stream like a champion. You know the rules here.
Calls 27. Looking for a spade is Doug. We're at 10. Now it's
chop chop. Jacks and sevens, both players with the ace. Can one player get the other off of it here? Doug free rolling though with the spades.
Well, there's a king that could still come.
It's not coming. King of spades would be spicy.
Yes.
6,500 is the price.
Yeah, she saw me, she got excited and went back into the air and just flipped both of her legs.
Don't make the call. Or he's reaching for raisin chips. Oh,
wow, that's interesting. Those got to play.
Those got to play.
Yeah. Interesting raise here from Ginge. Going to represent the jack. Let's see if Doug believes him or not. Really irrelevant if Doug believes him. Drawing to the flush, no good. And Doug wastes no time. Quickly makes the call here. In position on Ginge. Both players have whipped here, but I don't think we're going to see a chop. Somebody's going to get after it. Will Ginge pull the trigger? If he tells a story there on the turn, he's repping the jack. Needs to pull the trigger. Needs to be rather large here. Could be for all of it. No, pulls, shuts down. Doug has plenty of showdown value with his ace. Don't see him betting here, so looks like we will indeed head for that chop. Doug's in the streets. He rips
all
it.
In.
Doug is getting after it. Well played, Doug. Ginge will be folding. You're not taking a check call for your entire stack. Not buying what Ginge was selling.
No, this is a similar
situation. No.
As yesterday.
It's not happening. It's not happening twice in 24 hours. It's not happening. This is a great play, though, by Doug. An excellent bet from Doug. All the haters in the chat for Doug. Take a back seat. He's locked in today. Ginge, all the way from Thailand here, playing at the lodge. It could be you, folks, watching at home. Hit me up, Skull Mike Poker, table 11.
Under the lights, and don't be too surprised if he doesn't make this call.
Not calling, Rick.
Did it yesterday.
Not doing it today. In the tank. Prove me wrong, Ginge. Prove me wrong. Sick to his stomach. $40,000 hero call? Not today. Not today. And it would have been excellent to see if Ginge pulls the trigger. Continues telling the story that he told on the turn. I don't see Doug calling there. But got a little cold feet. Might need to send 2 hot dogs to those cowboy boots for Ginge. Just to heat him up a little bit. Excellent camera work here from the maestro, Matt Sweeney. And this is what it looks like to be in the summertime blender. Reaching for chips. Touching the hat, touching the glasses, rubbing his shoulder. Perhaps second guessing the brunch from Denny's this morning. Stomach is starting to turn. I don't know if Ginge has another bullet. So that might be in the back of his mind if he's called and he's wrong.
Doug. Nice play from Doug. I thought Ginge might have it in him to make a call. He did the same thing yesterday.
Yesterday was for what, like 18,000 hero call? This was for twice that amount. $40,000 hero call, very tough to do. Doug up $80,000.
Aces make an appearance here for Eric.
Not the first time he's had aces.
Seat 3 raises to 750.
I think we got a 3-bet with ace-king.
Wow.
I think we want to ignore that stack size for Al. I think he's got significantly more.
Raise to 1,750,000 from seat 6.
I think that's a 4-bet.
Al moves on to the coffee. The green juice is to the side.
You hate to see that.
I know. I'm going to lose that bet here. Big slick versus aces.
Could have a huge collision here.
Not really.
These two just love chatting with one another.
Steven just an observer in this one as the shortest stack.
That's what he likes to see. He says, please knock each other out. Play a big one, boys. 4 bets to 1 million, Al. On the button. Also first to act here, 3-handed.
All right, seat 3 calls.
All right, we got a call of that 4-bet. So we're going to go off to a flop here in a 4-bet pot. Aces versus ace-king. Ace-king in terrible shape. Doesn't want to find a single king. Lucky for Al, he doesn't improve here on this flop. Let's see what sizing Eric chooses. Whether it entices Al to continue.
$1 million.
1 million. Half pot wager.
All in.
Al rips it all in.
Oh my.
And he's got way more than 326,000.
These are the big stacks here.
So he's got
Seat 3 went all in.
a couple million in chips. Does Al. And this is just, this board is so dry. Queen 9, 4 Skittles Rainbow here. What on earth would Al be ripping his entire stack with?
All right, guys. Careful. No.
Talking with one another. Michelle, the dealer, says no chatting.
Yeah, a little bit of banter, a little bit of chatting.
This is just absolutely bonkers here. A massive pot between Al and Eric.
On paper, it's how do you fold aces, but he's thinking, how can you just rip your entire stack into me?
Not something that Eric's used to seeing. Again, a multiple-time WPT champion, $4 million in career earnings.
Thinking we got another player at the table here who a little bit on the shorter side.
It's good. I think he's going to lay this down.
No, not at all. Come on, we know each other long enough to know that. No.
And a big one that we thought we were going to see. We thought more chips would be in the pot pre-flop. Instead, a check, 1 million bet from Eric, and a multiple $1 million jam from Al.
My goodness.
Never quite know what we're going to see from Al. The most interesting man in the world, Rick.
God, please, none of that.
He sure is. These guys are talking, and the Inez, the dealer, is
Michelle in the box.
Michelle now is in the box.
It's hard not to chat.
And we're putting in some eye drops.
He missed on that one.
mid-hand here, the biggest hand of the tournament here, hundreds of thousands of dollars at stake. And Al leans back for a couple eye drops. Are you kidding me, folks?
Cool as a cucumber.
We need to get Visine as a sponsor. My goodness here. Eric in the blender with pocket aces.
He's obviously worried about queens or nines. He can beat kings.
Why, were you ever jamming a set here? Never. Never. You're never.
He must think maybe he wouldn't jam ace queen.
There's really no...
He's worried about a set of queens.
We have kings.
There's some green juice drinking.
Drink that green juice.
Could be a tell.
Look at Al. Maybe it's, yeah, tell that he's nervous. He hasn't sit still since ripping his entire stack. Chugging the green juice, puts down the coffee.
Oh,
he's folding the aces.
Folding
up.
the aces.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my.
Shows him the ace king.
He showed it.
Raising here on the button is Eric. Al hasn't dominated. Probably going to defend. Taking a lot of time here. Action on Al on the right side of the screen. Makes the call.
Just the call here. Let's see a flop. Both players with jacks in their hand.
Jack would be trouble on this flop. Let's see. Al has Eric dominate. Jack in the window.
Oh, my goodness.
This is lights out.
Jack 6, Trey 2 hearts.
Quick check from Al. Eric, actions on him. No backdoor diamonds, just the jack. Deuce kicker. All in, he says.
In.
All in.
Don't see Al ever folding here. Going to ask for a count. Has not called yet. That's top pair. That's what it looks like.
It's an overbet jam, but it's probably not going to matter here.
Could be looking at our first ever LCS main event champion.
He calls.
Makes the call.
There it is.
Eric's going to need a deuce. Drawing the 3 out. Sees the bad news.
Deuce.
One time, of course, Max Payne tournament poker.
The deuce or some running straight cards here.
420,000.
Just the deuce
Just
and
the
a
deuce.
6 now.
That's it.
Stop. That's it. We have a champion.
That is it.
Al Bauer.
You don't know about On Time Road?
Long Time Road?
Old Time Road.
Old Time Road.
Yeah, you really been living under a barrel, buddy.
Sheriff
All my
Doug.
music I listened to was created more than 10 years ago.
Channeling his
Is
inner
that new or
slick
is that
Rick.
old?
Doesn't know the new tunes.
Doesn't really matter. You
Might
gotta
need
take
to
that
give
back
him a
now.
homework assignment to go home and touch up on his skills.
Too old. What can you do? Sometimes the game passes you by. And by the game, I mean just
gotcha.
what are the biggest songs in the world.
Nut
Doug
diamonds
flopping
here.
a flush draw. Dan's going to come with a quarter pot C-bet in this 3-bet pot. Don't worry, chat. The stream's not going to get taken down. We just might not be able to make money on this stream now. But you know what? That's okay. Because the real money is the friends we made along the way.
Okay, Brady.
Dan's going to check, essentially waving the white flag. Doug's going to check back, though. Dan with a free chance to hit a 6 or a 5. No dice. Let's see if Dan decides to make a little desperation bluff on this river. He's got no showdown value. Can't
Reaching
blame him
for
if he
a
does.
bunch of chips there. That's about 20,000. 18,000? Very polarizing sizing. 18,000. 6 high. River 8 for Doug. 2 pair 8s and 3s. Has diamonds in his hand. Unlikely that Deputy Dan has diamonds as well. See if Doug can sniff this one out. Largest bluff so far of the day for Deputy Dan. Just as he got the lead back, he is now looking to give it away.
Is this spewy? I don't know. I don't know.
Looks to be leaning on wanting to make the call, but worried about being spew-tastic. I think Doug's going to end up laying this one down, but let's see. He doesn't want to. Carving out some banana chips. Those are 1,000 a pop. Makes the call.
Dagnabbit! No, I wasn't domination. No! No! Dagnabbit, no!
Put your hands behind your back.
Ah!
I'm escorting you out of here.
No!
How are you doing this? All right.
You don't even know
Let's
how
go.
to
Let's get out of here. All right. We'll be seeing you guys later.
And the stream's over, guys. That's it. Not enough likes, not enough subs. That's going to be the final hand of the
Bullshit we
stream.
got over there, Jungle.
I had a good hand to do it with.
Just kidding.
This is the most clear bluff ever.
Almost got through it.
Dagnabbit! Ah! I'm seeing dandelions!
You played somebody on acid.
There was a hand where I like 3-bet and the flop was ace jack queen. I like check called the flop with 6 high. and then I bluffed and then I was about to muck it. And then he like picks up my hand anyway. And he sees the hand. Totally.
Flopped boat for Doug.
He sees it and I'm about to muck
While
it.
we're knee deep in
It's like, I need
acid
some more flop
talk.
plays right now.
Jungle Man definitely has visited the shaman.
What was funny
in
was
a
just
previous
that
life.
I was about to just fold it, and he.
And we are back for round 2, best 2 of 3, Slick Rick, Skull Mike, and Iron Mike Brady.
Maybe take your time calling on this one, Jeremy. Or raising.
Yeah, so Jeremy took down the first match. So if he wins this one, it's all over, folks. But if Josh wins,
There you go.
we've got one more to play.
Ask and you shall receive.
Once again, the players are going to be starting a little over 210 blinds deep. Sorry to cut you off there, Rick. What were you going to say?
No, players got a chance to grab a bite to eat. They've been at it since noon. It's 6 o'clock Austin time. For 6 hours they've been going at it, either in their semifinal game or now in their final game. 470 of you in the chat. I'm sure it'll build once again as everyone else will see that we're back on.
That was just good timing.
Yeah. They could have taken credit for it.
Yeah.
You got your mic on?
I do. They would have yelled at me.
Ooh, I didn't.
All right, so Josh.
Go. Idiot.
Josh raises to 8,000. Last time, I believe the blind started at 2,000. Is it different this time, or am I misremembering?
Blinds, blinds are 3,000. I don't know. I don't think they were.
I must have misread last time, because I thought they started with more last time, but not a big deal. Either way, Josh, flops middle pair.
Josh reaching for some chips with his nines and ducks.
Jeremy going nowhere with his draw.
Yeah, we didn't see Jeremy get out of line too often, especially in the check raise line in the last match.
And now he's coming
But
out
here we have
firing.
him. Yeah, here we have him going for it. I think he represents pretty well here. He should definitely be checking pretty often on the deuce, because Josh is going to have a deuce a lot of the time after checking back on the flop. So then when Jeremy checks and Josh bets, Jeremy can represent a trapped hand that he expected Josh, because he expected Josh to bet. So Jeremy does represent pretty well here. That river, however, is not a good one for him. Completes the flush draw, which Josh can certainly have. And crucially, Jeremy does not have a heart. So he doesn't block all those possible flushes from Josh's hand. And this is going to be really interesting to see what Josh does here. So Jeremy bets kind of a middling size, 63,000. I think he's pretty clearly representing a deuce here. This is what you'd want to bet with a deuce to expect to get called by worse. You wouldn't want to bet too big with a deuce because then only a flush would call.
He's going to get through. Nice
Josh?
bet there from Jeremy.
Yeah, nice play.
Good start.
Gets Josh to fold a decent hand. 10 of hearts is a powerful card in that situation, but I think Josh kind of read into that situation exactly what Jeremy wanted him to, which is that's what he would bet if he had a deuce. So I'm going to fold.
See Jonathan from Jock Market is in the chat. If you have any questions for him, feel free to ask about our new sponsor, Jock Market.
Raise call pre, couple of offsuit hands here. Ace 10 off, still ahead. Jeremy should be c-betting this flop very frequently for a very small size, and he does. Goes for 4,000. Love the size. Could even go 3,000, honestly. But this is good. Josh, of course, going to get out of the way with the 6-4, not feeling like getting squirrely.
We're happy to bring you some tournament action. I know so many of you ask us for some tournament action, so here you go. A whole day of it. We'll be back to cash games on Wednesday, 3 p.m. Central, on the Lodge live stream.
Good shot here for
Gutter
Josh. Some overs for Jeremy.
Josh is going to c-bet. He comes with kind of middling size. 8,000, I believe. Yeah. If you'll recall from just before the break, Jeremy used a big bet size on a similar board, and I talked about how much I liked it. So you can probably ascertain. Not a huge fan of the half-pot bet on that board. Very draw-heavy board. You want to bet big in that spot. Really juice it up, charge the draws, deny equity. But the small bet does take it down. So he risked less to win the same amount. Worked out for him. Jeremy raises with the king 4 offsuit. Josh just calls the 7s. We're not going to see a re-raise. Both players definitely seem to be playing on the conservative side when it comes to re-raising pre-flop specifically. Have not seen much of that at all in these matches, including with reasonably strong hands like pocket 7s. So check on the flop, and now Josh is... This is an interesting bet. It's a pretty scary card for Josh's 7s. I mean, Jeremy's often going to have a queen or a hand like ace-king that really hits that turn. Now he's really not going to like that river with 7s. Spades get in. And of course the 4-card Broadway straight. Jeremy's going to go for some value here against this check. Less than half pot. Really wants a call here, but he's not going to get it.
Queen Jack good enough for a raise here on the button. 8,000 to go. Jeremy suited cards, but they're low. Gonna fire in a raise.
26.
So Jeremy perhaps shifting gears a little bit here in game number 2. His third stream game. He won his semifinals match. Hasn't lost a match yet. Running good, playing good is Jeremy. 52,000 in the middle.
Pair of 6, 2 pair for Jeremy.
You just saying hi to random people in the chat, Rick?
Nobody said really much in the 5 minutes. I wanted to make sure we were still
checking the pulse.
Yeah, checking the pulse of Chatsville.
Yeah, Chatsville really seems to quiet down on those breaks. It subdues them a little bit.
I can
I think we need a little bit more of an entertaining break strategy. We're gonna have to look into that. We need some unique stuff to show them on these breaks. Maybe not even highlights.
Little song and dance by Iron Mike Brady.
Slick Rick jump roping in the corner.
Honestly, I think that would work. Could you make the video long enough though, Rick? Do you think
Probably
you could
not.
go for like 20 minutes? Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could jump rope for 20 minutes comfortably. Or at all.
No, not me in jump rope for sure.
Josh defends the Jack 7 suited. Backdoor flush draw for him. Not too much going on. Jeremy kind of in the same boat. Has a backdoor flush draw of his own. Jeremy goes 3/4 pot. So he goes for the bigger size on the king high board. I like it. Once again, those high card boards are going to favor the pre-flop raiser. So you can oftentimes go bigger. Nice card for Josh. He picks up a gutter and a flush draw. Jeremy with the same gutter. 6 makes a straight. Josh is going to come out with a lead. I think this is a very reasonable lead. I think Josh is more likely to hit this turn card. Josh is a little bit more likely to have 6-2 suited or 5-4 suited. I mean, it's probably pretty close to even. I think Jeremy should have those hands pretty often too. But Josh might have a slight advantage in that category, and he can leverage that advantage with a lead.
Yoda suggests that we just let people watch at the lodge cash tables. Maybe they can catch Turtle in his natural habitat.
Nah, nobody really needs to see Turtle.
Lodge cam could be a good idea.
Just let people watch, you know.
It's one for a brainstorming meeting for sure.
Sure.
Some nice break entertainment. I'm sure we'll come up with something fun.
This is the downside of having 2 dealers. We gotta move real quick here.
Monday night tournament at the lodge if you like the Big O game.
No chance you're playing in the Big O tournament tonight.
No, I'm not.
I would take a piece if you did. Just throw it out there.
Jerry Romero says you can hear Turtle if you listen closely. There you go, Jeremy. That's probably true.
Josh puts in a 3-bet there, by the way. I'd been talking a lot throughout this match about how little 3-betting there was. But Josh just finds it with the Queen-9 suited, which is a great hand to 3-bet. In fact, I think the computer, aka the solver, 3-bets that hand at 100% frequency, so Josh finds it there, and he takes it down against 8-7, which, you know, he did have the best hand, but he still got a hand with 40% equity and position to fold. So it is still a huge win to take down the pot with those hands.
You want to take a piece of a tired Slick Rick in a poker tournament?
I haven't been quite as creative this match.
I'm a gambler, Skull.
You are a gambler.
You're a smart guy,
You saw
but I'm
you
starting
saw
to question
You saw
that.
that 2-5 game. I immediately I borrowed money to sit in that
It was
2-5 game
good,
yesterday.
light food though. That's
with 7
Nice
players
coffee,
who
man.
play 25-50
Yeah,
on our
same.
stream.
Salud.
Yeah, that was a tough game yesterday.
Yeah.
Oh, don't
You
worry. I'll
gotta
be back to my
gamble,
old
man.
tricks just a minute.
So you're telling me you're playing straightforward? Is this what happened?
I'm telling you that for that stretch I was.
Oh, I see.
And then I
but
became
now,
more aware of it.
Okay. Okay. I'm glad I folded your raise earlier. Raise.
Couple nice hands here. Expect Jeremy to call. He has not been 3-betting much at all. Don't think he's going to find this one like Josh did. And in this case, it's good for him because he would be getting called by a dominating hand. Pretty bricky flop for both players, but it's also kind of a nice hand for Josh to bet. A lot of turn cards give him a straight draw. Plus, he's got that over card. And a 10's not such a bad card to hit either. And then kind of in a similar vein, Jeremy's got a little bit going on too. Backdoor flush draw, queen high could be good. And he has a few backdoor straight opportunities. But that's a nasty card. Both hit top pair. If you're Josh, definitely trying to get 3 streets with a hand this strong now. Hopefully. Well, in Josh's mind, I mean to say, he's hoping that Jeremy has a hand like a jack. It's probably beyond his imagination that he could have a worse queen. Pretty unlikely. Oh, 84,000 in the pot. Jeremy looks to be considering a lead. Maybe he doesn't expect Josh to bet this river as a bluff or with a worse hand very often. That would be the reason for leading here. And he is going to do it. See what size he comes with.
31 flavors.
Very blocky size here. And this actually might end up working out amazing for him. Because Josh might just call. And I expect that Josh would have bet quite a bit bigger than that had it checked to him.
With queen.
With a 9, I got a 10.
Nice hand.
10 will play. Josh will take it down. Yes, right now Jeremy is up 1-0, as the people would over in England would say. 1-0 over Josh. Jeremy 1, Josh 0. They're playing best 2 out of 3.
Pretty amazing, too, considering much earlier in the day, Jeremy was down to 6 blinds, maybe less, in his semifinal match versus Greg.
Yes.
Now he's here sitting 1-0 in the driver's seat. Players exactly back to even starting this hand with 640,000 each.
Dare919, hello, how are you? 513 in the chat. Hand number 12 of round 2 of the championship, the Heads Up tournament here at the Lodge. There's a 9 of hearts.
Gives Jeremy a gutter. Kind of a nice hand to bet in Jeremy's spot here. He does do it. Josh, by the way, notice he decided to call with the 6-3 offsuit versus a raise here in this
I'm
hand.
not going to raise this time.
On cue, as you said that, he said he's not going to raise this time. Jeremy, Jeremy Romero, are you saying it's raining in Austin? We've been inside all day. Please tell me yes.
It's not
We had
raining.
a little flash rain yesterday.
Ugh. Just can't catch a break. Josh is going to take that one down.
As someone not living in Texas, it was pretty funny for me to see how everyone at the Lodge yesterday was reacting when some medium showers rolled through the area.
I mean, seriously.
People literally went outside.
It's been a long time, Mike.
Isn't there that scene in, like, Shawshank Redemption or something? Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong movie, but everyone runs outside in the rain.
I know when Andy.
It's just the one guy in the ring.
Yeah,
Okay.
Andy
Okay,
Dufresne, when he escapes the prison, it's raining, and he puts both arms to the air. That's my favorite movie. I know that movie. Here we go. King 5 of clubs. Pair of fives for Josh. Now it's 2 pair. It's over. Jeremy just doesn't know it.
Could be a good barrel card for Jeremy, though, in his mind.
We're not playing the 7 deuce game today?
No 7 deuce game.
What do you think about a little red or black action next flop?
For a sandwich?
For a sandwich.
Got to mix in something.
I'm up 1, am I not?
6 hours. No, we're even. You're actually down 1 to Poobah, but forget him. I'm going to erase that.
Yeah, tell him to get his own scoreboard. Which one do you want?
I'll take black. If it's all black, all 3 black, it's double sandwich. 2 is just
You
one
fell
sandwich.
off your chair that one time you spiked 2 on me like that.
Oh, that was so sweet.
Well, I got red, and Josh has 2 black cards, a jack and a 6. I'm liking this. Jeremy's got 2 reds.
Yeah,
it's a fair fight.
Wait, who's got red?
I do.
Skull has red.
Let's go.
Skull
Shot
gets a
block,
sandwich.
Let's go.
And speaking of let's go, what a flop for Jeremy. Flops a straight flush draw and top pair. Now both players hit a straight. What a great spot for Jeremy if he's able to pump a lot of money into the pot on the turn here. If he's able to get a nice big check raise in here, he's essentially getting to free roll for a big pot. If he saw Josh's hand, he would make this very, very, very big right now.
Yeah.
Only
Although
leaning
at
on
10.
a call. It looks. Oh, there he goes. Grabs some blues. The raise is coming in.
This is just a must raise the hand like this with all the dream scenarios you're in against a hand like a 6 or, getting ace 10 to fold here is very nice. Like there's a bunch of upsides to raising. I think you got to do it.
Josh
Josh
doing a
with
little
6, of course,
double
not
take.
going anywhere.
Yep,
You
that's
think there's any way he's going to come over the top here, Skull?
Well, now we know our answer. Just leans on calling. 90K in the middle. Will there be a heart for Max Payne?
No siree.
Likely heading towards a chop.
Oh, correction. 10 gives Josh a better straight.
Yeah.
So it wasn't a total free roll for Jeremy. Ooh, but there were some nasty cards then. 10 of hearts.
Yeah,
Could have been the big one. So now I guess Jeremy's checking to kind of trap Josh with a draw.
Jack 10, it's Jack 10.
Maybe.
I just have to
Oh,
check.
he's worried about. He's actually worried about Jack 10.
Look at his
Okay.
free roll, though.
Man. I was praying for that 10 to come.
Oh,
actually.
yeah, no, it's not. You had your own free roll in your own right.
Yeah.
10 ball would be a nightmare.
Yeah.
You got 5 here. You should have 3,000. Yeah.
I have the 40.
No, the,
yeah.
Mhm. Yeah. You have 3?
Oh, no, I have 5.
Oh, he must have put 10,000. Yeah. Okay. So it's 5 and 5. Yeah.
Cool.
You need
Done.
to,
Thank you.
and the blind. He put more.
There you see Millionaire Mayhem Fall Series, September 6th through the 19th. It all starts off September 6th with the meetup game with Brad, Andrew, and Doug. Why don't you come and play some of that? Then the 15 different events, 1.5 million in guarantees, including the main event, $1,200 buy-in, $1 million guarantee.
Brady, are you coming back for that series?
To be determined. Not for the main event. Maybe for the earlier part.
That's getting a little close to the big day for Brady.
It is. A lot going on.
You got some planning to do.
You do not have to remind me, Rick. Trust me.
Wheel draw for Jeremy, pair of fives for Josh.
Jeremy's going to double barrel his ace high here. And that's going to get it done. It's a quick fold there from Josh with the best hand.
If you're just joining us, you're watching the finals of our Heads Up tournament. Best 2 of 3. Jeremy on the right there is up 1-0 over Josh. Best 2 of 3. $20,000 to the champion, plus that beautiful pyramid trophy you see on the felt. King Jack 7, Skittles. And I loved hearing Doug commentate and said Skittles.
I knew you'd like that. I tuned in briefly and heard him say that. For the
Did
first
not
time.
like
Oh my
that
God.
when we, at first. He's warming up to some of the...
I think Skittles is good. I think Skittles is really good.
Trademark Skull Mike.
Trademark Skull Mike.
Josh with one of the worst possible hands, and he does fold it. I was wondering about this earlier, if he would fold to a min-raise with 8-2 offsuit.
Yeah.
We got our
We could
answer.
play the stand-up game, but it won't be as exciting, heads up.
Yoda said she noticed that too.
You know, it still staves off the deep vein thrombosis, even without the fanfare.
Jeremy talking about stand-up. Can't go a single stream, heads up or not, without talking about stand-up.
And he's saying the good part
I'm
about
glad
the
that it's
stand-up
caught
game
on
is
so well.
warding
Yeah,
off
it was a lot of fun.
deep vein thrombosis,
Yeah,
which is like the
that's
thing people
really-
get when they're
that's
off
a
late for
crowning
too long. And
achievement
they're
when
like,
DVT.
It's pretty funny.
Got to keep our poker players
You
healthy.
get the 1-2 guys to play it, and gals.
The funny thing about that is,
Yeah, that's right.
it's like you can't just stand up when you're playing
But what's
for a moment.
No, there has to be an incentive.
What's going to be
There
the
ha-
bounty?
there has
I
to be a
usually
bet.
just scale it by doing it 5 times.
Otherwise,
the big
why
blind.
would I
Okay.
stand up?
I like that. But
Yeah, so it'd be $10 each. Yeah.
That's quite a lot for a 1-2 game.
Oh, yeah.
Especially full ring.
It's pretty significant. I mean, the buy-ins don't scale up like linearly with the
Right.
with the blinds, so.
Call.
Yeah, as long as it has some effect on the game without having an overwhelming effect, that's the sweet spot. Good bet. I have no idea what to do there.
You're going to start seeing that a little more often.
All right.
Oh, Josh saying he's going to start leading a little more often. Interesting.
That's good. That takes the stress off me. You pick which hands to bet, I'll just react to your bets. I don't want to have to figure out.
Players getting a little chatty here in round 2, which is good to hear.
Nice.
Josh does open the 3-2 offsuit. Obviously one of the worst hands to open, so it does seem like Josh is playing all the hands on the button at least.
About
So
even
when
here.
Jeremy, yeah, pretty much even after about a level and a half. When you do have an opponent who's leading a lot, you treat it a lot like an opponent who's 3-betting a lot, because they're going to be essentially forcing you to fold before the river. In other words, you're going to be realizing less equity when you face one of those players. So when someone's leading, you should actually play tighter on the button, raise fewer hands, maybe even limp some hands.
Did you
So
say
if Jeremy
limp?
believes, that's right. So if Jeremy believes what Josh is saying there are some strategic adjustments he could make.
Limp is Rick's middle name.
Well, then playing some heads up no limit might be Rick's speed, because you're supposed to be doing a lot of limping on the button.
Man.
Interesting
Heads up,
turn
no
card
limits.
here. 2 pair for Josh. Jeremy with the spade draw. Gutter.
Steel wheel draw.
Yeah, it's a double gutter for Jeremy here, right? 3 or 7? Yeah. That's neither.
Connects with the 4, though. Has a pair.
Shout out to Chatsville, by the way. We haven't done our roll call. Where are you tuning in from as we wait for Josh's river action here? He bets 27,000. Jeremy with 8 high, or rather a 4 with an 8 kicker. He could beat some bluffs. Hand
Not a
like
pair.
King of
I
Spades,
feel like you're the one
8.
with the straight
He beats
this time.
that.
Nice hand.
But he
No
lets
straight.
go.
No
Yeah. We did too a little roll call early in the show, but that was hours ago. So where are you watching from? Type it in. Now's the time to give a shout out to your home. Cayman Islands there is checking in from. Eric Robbins says he's still chilling in Fort Polk, Louisiana. And Doug actually thought you were trolling him, Eric. But it is really a place, Fort Polk, Louisiana. Mike Parkus, Iowa. Yoda's the land of no rain. And speaking of the rain, what about Vegas? Another rainstorm in Vegas, Ann. You guys are getting all the rain now, and you're in the desert.
Or
Shout out to Alex Gerlach, tuning in from sunny San Diego. That's where I am right now as well. I'm actually remoting into the lodge right now, though I was there this weekend for this very tournament.
Alex is actually your neighbor, Brady, and he's waving outside his window right now.
That's totally normal and not creepy at all.
Leonard checking in from a beautiful part of the world, Cape Cod, Massachusetts. Pair of tens for Jeremy.
Yep, Josh defending with the 9-5 offsuit. Definitely come to be expected at this point. He's been playing very loose against the min raise, as he should be. I like this defend pre-flop. And, of course, check folds with the total nothing burger.
I think I can avoid that.
Dr.
problem.
Teapot,
If I
Doug
move
was
over
here
there,
for the first 3 hours. If you want to hear
reaching across
some
the
of
left,
his
I'm
great
trying to
analysis,
overcompensate.
after this, you can go and rewatch the
If there's an
stream.
opportunity
First
to
3
move over
hours,
there,
all
I would
Doug
take it.
Polk.
Who's that username?
Dr. Teapot?
Just wanted to hear you say Dr. Teapot one more time.
Dr. Teapot. What's wrong with that?
Nothing.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Nothing at all. Just wanted to hear you say it.
Yeah, there's something very right with how you say it. Feels great. Feels great to the ears. Josh opening the action, King 5. Could we see our first 3-bet from Jeremy? Yes, we do. He makes it 35,000. I believe this is our first 3-bet of his matches against Josh. Could be forgetting one, though. He chose to just call ace-jack offsuit. Then he 3-bets there with ace-queen, so I think we have firmly established what Jeremy is doing when it comes to playing versus raises with big offsuit aces. Ace-jack and under, he's just calling. Ace-queen and up, he's going to 3-bet. We also saw him just call with 9s earlier, and I'm assuming he would 3-bet 10s. So I'm guessing that's where his line is as well.
I don't have a line. I mix it up. Sometimes I'm 3-betting ace-jack, sometimes I'm not. Sometimes I'm doing with 8s, sometimes I'm not.
Yeah, that's actually, with those hands, I think you should be mixing it up.
Paul Intro checking in from cool northern
out.
Vermont.
That sounds cool.
Paul,
Fortunately, with
how
200
far are
big blinds,
you
that'll
from
take a
the
while.
Canadian border? Kiddo checking in from Hamburg, right next to Frankfurt.
Three players this hand. See if that one gets him.
Ace Jack 6, pair of jacks for Jeremy.
It was like just forcing how to check.
Yes, I know where Goliad is. I know my Texas history, Joshua. Thank you for tuning in.
Josh drawing dead here 4 high, but that's not going to stop him from putting chips in the middle. Jeremy with a smile and makes the call. Usually when he's been smiling, he folds, but for 8K going nowhere, 5 of diamonds. Will Josh fire again on the larger side? Probably will work. North of half pot wager here, and I think Jeremy folds.
Check.
But Josh is going to wave the white flag. Goes check, check.
So 28 hands in, and we're about dead even. In round 2.
Yep.
Someone tuning in from Pyongyang.
Yeah.
Have a good VPN. Be a really
We're
good
wondering where Nimi is. He's in Cambodia right now. I wonder what time it is in Cambodia.
6:34 in the morning.
Little meetup game he's at.
12 hours.
Anytime that happens.
My goodness.
King Queen. 8,000 to go. Suited connectors for both players here.
Raise 25.
And Josh is going to 3-bet to 25,000. Jeremy going nowhere with this holding. Doesn't want to fire in the 4-bet, satisfied on calling, so to the flop we go.
Love the
9-9-3.
3-bet Josh, by the way.
Flush draw for
This
Josh.
is a phenomenal hand to 3-bet. Phenomenal hand to 3-bet. You either get the fold and you won the pot with 5 high pre-flop, or you get called and you get to play a very playable hand at a position. So it's a win, half win. Not quite a win-win, like a win, half win. Jeremy with a backdoor flush draw, he can't really go anywhere versus small bet. Now he's got a gutter. Interesting spot here for both players.
EB for 125 PLO.
Jeremy gonna come with a bet here, and on the bigger side too. 56,000. Almost 2/3 pot. Now Josh is in kind of a sticky spot.
140.
He's been check raising this spot in single raise pots.
Raises right here. I thought he might. Said 140, so check raises to 140 large. And Jeremy was going to be folding this.
Nice hand. Thank you.
Interesting raise from Josh there for sure. Nice way to play the hand. Worked out amazingly considering what Jeremy had.
Nice move there. Josh looking to battle. He already called home and said, don't wait up for me. Don't worry about dinner. I have a match to win and then another one to follow. Down 1-0 in the best of 3. For all the bragging rights, the trophy, and $20,000 here at the Lodge in Austin, Texas.
Philip White asked, they're still going? Yeah, Philip, we are still going.
And this might just be match 2 of 3. It also might be match 2 of 2. So we might be here for a little while longer.
Could be.
To be sure.
What does the chat think? Who's winning round 2 right now? Is Josh going to close the door, or is Jeremy going to sweep?
Now, you said somebody was going to sweep, so that means you're thinking Jeremy. Because Josh can't sweep anymore.
Yoda thinks Josh is going to win round 2 here.
Raise.
Laura, Jeremy's lovely wife, says Jeremy's going to win.
First time we see Laura in the chat. Thought we'd see her a little earlier. Jeremy has a fan in Adam Sneed, the best player he's ever seen, and he will sweep. Laura's apologizing in the chat. You don't need to apologize, Laura. Come on. Not to us, at least.
Couple real hands. Ace 9 off. Going up against pocket fives.
Seen pocket fives a few times today.
It's a good flop for both hands. You got to think as both players, if you were ahead pre-flop, you're still ahead after that flop. Josh checks back. Now Jeremy's going to come with somewhat big sizing, 12,000 into 20. Josh, ace high, definitely enough showdown value to continue. He also can obviously hit an ace or a 9 to have quite a strong hand.
Check mark for Jeremy, 2 pair queens and fives.
Check.
Goes check, check.
Lines are up there. 3-6.
Both guys still looking fresh. They've been playing poker for a number of hours now.
Yeah. 6 hours and 40 minutes to be exact.
But who's counting? Slick Rick's counting.
Well,
See Laura in chat there. Jeremy said he met Laura at the poker table playing poker.
Oh, I didn't know that. Similar to a Poobah and Princess of VPIP story.
But they were both players. Poobah was dealing to Princess.
Pretty decent flop for Josh here.
Not the worst flop for Jeremy either.
Bet. Yeah, and he comes with a pretty large bet, 15,000. Josh is going to slow play the Nutter Butters. Take off a card. Heartbreaking for him.
Board pairs here on the river straight for both players. 114,000 in the middle. Action is on Josh.
I suspect he's going to think the only way he can get a worse made hand to put in more money here is by leading out. So that's what he's going to do. That's kind of just how he's been approaching a lot of these spots so far in this match and the previous one. But of course, in this case, it's just going to be a chop.
10-1. 10-8. Man.
All right, Rick, I want some action.
Am I?
Red or black?
All right, you've won one sandwich already. You want to go for more?
I'm hungry.
All right, I chose black last time, so I'm going to choose black this time.
Guess that means I have red, and you lost last time.
I know.
Which means you're probably going to lose again. It's a fair fight.
Yeah.
I'm feeling confident about this one. You might even have a black card in the window, followed by 2 red cards for max pain.
We won't see a flop as Josh will take it down. 586 in the live chat. We appreciate it. Next hand, same thing.
Of course, same thing. You even need to ask.
Is the action on?
It's on. We're on.
I'm in good shape here.
Well,
3 red cards. All right, I get the sandwich back.
Damn it. $11,000 by Jeremy. Josh can't do nothing with his 6 high. Sends it in. In the middle of game 2, folks, the best out of 3.
Really never seen Jeremy just slide chips in. He always does something special. A little flick of
He's
the
pretty,
chips.
yeah, he's pretty consistent. It kind of goes like out the side of his hand.
Yes.
Underneath side pitch.
Wow, Jeremy going to let go with 10-4 suited versus Josh's raised pre-flop. Pretty strong hand, honestly. 10 high suited. Heads up versus a raise. Usually good enough to call, but he's going to surrender. And he gets rewarded with the jacks. Or the jiggities, as chat may prefer to hear.
Jeremy's up 1-0, Rob, who asked in chat who won the first game of the finals. That would be Jeremy.
Bad flop for jacks. 2 overs.
Even worse flop, though, for Jack 4. Jeremy's still in the lead, goes check, check.
A free look at the turn for Josh, and that gives him a flush draw. This could get interesting. Josh deciding not to bet, just goes for the check. Expect Jeremy to check back again. Maybe try to put in a value bet on the river, depending on what it is. Oh, and that's a card that he actually might get paid off. Josh may even try to bet himself to get called by ace high here.
Gonna lead.
Yeah, looks like he's opting for that. Looks to be 8,000. Gonna be an easy call for Jeremy.
18,000. Yeah, and Jeremy still makes a quick call.
Interesting bet from Josh there. I wonder if he was trying to get called by worse or trying to get better to fold. Like maybe he was trying to get a 6 to fold, or maybe he was trying to get ace high to call.
I think that was a value bet, if I had to guess. I think he thought he had the best hand there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he does have the best hand there the majority of the time. The question is, do many worse hands call?
value donation.
I think if he goes much smaller, like even just 6,000 or 9,000, one big blind or 1.5 big blinds, I think he can get called by worse. I think it's a tall order to get called by worse when you bet that big. Now he's running into it. King 3 off, raises on the button. Jeremy's got kings. Likely going to see his second 3-bet of this match.
Jeremy's been running pretty pure today. He's had a lot of sets, a lot of pocket pairs, a lot of premiums. More so than any of the other opponents we've seen. Raises big, though, and Josh is out of there. Tournament started on Saturday, folks. 70 participants showed up at the lodge thinking maybe, just maybe, they would be the ones on stream Monday night, table 11.
Under the lights.
But instead, it's just 2, and it's Jeremy and Josh. Here we are.
Jeremy has had pocket 5s about 8 times today. in all of his semifinal and final matches. It's
Three pocket pairs in a row, jacks, kings, and fives.
As Brian noticed that as well. Brian Simon, how you doing?
What do you think? Pocket sevens? Oh, just hands are fast and furious here. Two dealers. I like the two dealers. Really speeds up the pace of play. Raise from Josh. Jeremy not interested in playing 9-4 off.
Well,
call.
Two pair for Josh.
okay.
Some backdoor possibilities for Jeremy. Josh elects to slow play. Checks it on over. Jeremy in position on the buttons. Going to fire out a bet here. Goes for half pot, 12K. Does Josh go for the check raise right now?
Raise.
The answer is yes.
30.
30,000. Should do it for Jeremy. Don't see him calling. Unless he wants to get pretty sticky here. There could be some turns that give him some more equity, but not really Jeremy's style there, and he lays it down. Josh now with a small lead here in game 2. Mr. B, the coin man, in chat. What's up, coin man? Rooting for Jeremy. Josh is from where? Where is he from, Rick? Is he local? He's not local.
Josh is, yeah, he is local.
Okay.
As of about 5-6 years ago, he just got back into poker seriously.
About a year ago.
About a year ago, after, well, he said 3 years ago, then COVID, and then he really got back into it about a year ago. So, and he said last August he had a tremendous run of some tournaments. Won about 25K last August in different tournaments. So,
you did the same thing last August, right, Rick?
Oh, just exactly like it. That was me.
Good. Good.
Goes check, check. See a turn here. Still, neither player with a pair ace high. Just killing it right now. Jeremy looking for a 5 or 6 on the river. Doesn't come.
Ace. Good. Nice.
Another pot for Josh.
Yes, Kevin. Jeremy definitely is local. He and his wife moved here over a year ago. They call the lodge their home club, and we're happy to have them. They're great people.
Hard to root against good people.
Yes. Easy to root against ugly people. And by ugly, I don't mean looks. I mean
mean?
Mean.
Well,
ugly doesn't mean mean.
Could be.
So you root against me?
No comment.
Wow, harsh.
But fair.
3-bet from Josh here with the queen jack suited. It's going to get through.
I think we played in round 1. We played 88 hands, maybe, and we're already on hand number 49 in round 2 here.
Seen a lot of hands today. You think you're a better heads-up player than you were before the day started, Rick?
Probably not. I don't think heads up is for me. Could be, though. I don't know. If it's for Jason, maybe it can't be for me.
Whoa, shots fired at Jason.
You know I love Jason.
Don't know who Jason
Call.
is. I only know Leibowitz.
Leibowitz.
2 pair, and we have the flush draw for Josh. So 66,000 here in the middle. Jeremy hoping to hold. Also a 9 would give him a straight. Doesn't want to fall close to 200,000 down in match 2. Goes check, check, free river card for Josh. No help.
Little straight now for Jeremy. Thank you, Beck's Life. Appreciate it. 52,000 is the bet. Just amazes me. Close to 50 hands in, and we're almost
Good bet there.
even.
Terrible river.
No movement.
I had an 8.
Ah, I made a great fold.
Good fold.
The pride of New Hampshire, Beck's Life. Always nice having you in the chat. Uh-oh. Both players with diamonds here. How about a little diamond flop here?
Rick wants some blood.
There's one of them.
You double parked outside?
No, I want to, you know me. I like to see action.
Lights, camera. 13,000.
Yeah.
Josh not looking like he wants to give this one up with Jack High. But he does.
Cheers.
15K on the button from Josh gets the fold. All right, chat, a little bit of a lull in the action. I think it might be time for one of our favorite games.
Wrong answers only.
What is a nickname for the poker hand pocket aces? Wrong answers only. Go, go, go. Nickname for pocket aces, wrong answers only. Drop it in the chat. Jeremy gets a raise through with the Jack-7 suited. Certainly a little bit of a lull in the action right now.
Cheers.
Raise 12.
Cheers.
Josh is going to be 3-betting these pocket jacks here. Jeremy's got a suited connector on the button, so he could definitely peel.
Call.
He's going to do just that. We're going to play a 3-bet pot. Have not had many of these. 72,000 chips in the middle. Let's see 3. Josh did not want to see that ace, but he does still have the best hand. Jeremy flops a gutter. I don't think he's going to want to go anywhere.
Bet 32,000.
Jeremy's going to take at least one off here, and it's the 9. Not a card Jeremy wanted to see. Now even on a 7 river, a single 10 beats him. Some good answers in the wrong answers only game. Doberman pincer ears, I like that. Is a nickname for pocket aces.
90.
Double pointy thingies. Step siblings. Some good answers. Josh gonna bet pretty big on this turn. Interesting bet size. He's gonna take it down. Josh lets the trash go on the button.
Are we shuffled? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One more hand. Yeah.
Want to thank Kimmy and Big Daddy D, and of course Maestro Matt Sweeney, all the people involved in making this happen behind the scenes.
Gutter ball for Josh. Looks like he's going to be breaking out that lead he was talking about earlier. Yep, leads out for 15,000. Earlier when he let out, he also did so with a gut shot. So I guess he's going to like to do that with some draws. Turn queen hits neither player. Jeremy still just with a pair of 4s. 6 would be a nasty card. Jeremy's going to take another card off here. Not ready to give this one up with pair of 4s. I think if Josh decides to take one more stab at this pot, it's going to work, but no, he surrenders.
Check.
Goes check. Jeremy's going to take this down.
Pair of 4s.
Yeah, folks, we realize we appreciate everybody's comments. Sound is a little lower than usual. We're going to check that out. We believe we have a solution post-stream. It's just not something we can do during the stream. So, as you know, we always improve. And that's our goal each and every stream, to get a little bit better than we were the last stream. And over 200 shows in. I think we've met that goal.
Even I have limits. Yeah.
Lawrence Vanderpool says, damn, this is still going on. Yep. Lawrence. That's funny.
This might only be match 2 of 3.
Yeah, exactly. Alan says, sounds all right to me. Thank you, Alan, for that feedback, too.
Lines, I believe, just went up 4,000, 8,000 now.
16.
Maybe two or three hands ago. Jeremy pops it up on the button.
Call.
9-3 suited gets called by a dominating hand.
Check.
Josh did not fold, obviously. Graphic error there. We got it corrected.
Check. Okay.
Jack 6-5, Skittles. Goes check, check on the flop. 8 on the turn. Both players now with a straight draw. Josh has the real one, 7 or a queen. Would give him the best hand. 7 would be a disastrous card for Jeremy should he stay in.
And that's 12,000. Oh.
Players, I am doing an interest check for 2-5, no limit. Please give me a thumbs up or a thumbs down.
Lawrence says, I would lose this tournament straight up from just not wanting to play poker for so damn long. Let me tell you, Lawrence, heads up poker, playing that for a long time is even more intense than playing something like a cash game for 9 hours, because you're on every hand. You're playing every single hand. There's nowhere to hide. You never fold 9-3 suited under the gun and take 5 minutes off while a couple other guys battle. You're in every hand. As soon as you fold, you got another one coming. So it's pretty intense. And these guys are definitely going to be tired after this.
Matt McLeod, $5 super chat says, Mike Brady, what are the chances you can get Nick Petrangelo and Brad Owen on the stream to promote the new cash course when it comes out on Upswing?
Chances of that happening right after it comes out, not super high. I actually think we will have Brad on the stream the week that the new Smash Live Cash course comes out on Upswing Poker. Going to be an amazing course, by the way, if you're trying to get better or if you just want to win more in live cash games. This course will help you do it. One of the best players in the world has been working with Brad Owen. You're going to get to sit in on their coaching sessions throughout this course. That makes up about 6 hours of the content. Then the other 20 or so hours is all about pre-flop and post-flop play in live cash games. It's going to be a phenomenal course coming out early next month. Yeah, Matt, we're going to have Brad on the stream that week that the course comes out, most likely.
13. 13's the best.
And then Nick is interested in coming out for a stream in the future. But I don't think it's going to be that week, unfortunately.
There you go. Ask and answered.
Check call on the flop. Josh slow playing his 2-pair this time. And I like that decision on an ace-high board.
Mark H for 2-5.
As Josh, you do have to play a little bit more defensively on ace-high boards. Can't fast play all your strong hands, because otherwise Jeremy's going to really be able to run him over on the turn-in river. Josh springs to life there with a lead and gets it through, unfortunately for him, because he definitely wanted action that time.
Pocket 10s for Josh. Starting to separate himself from Jeremy. 737,000. And Jeremy from the big blind is going to fire in a raise with 4 high. Not something we've seen much of from him so far today. 3 bets to 68,000. Makes
Just
the call.
A call from Josh with the 10s. Could see a 4-bet there, but call is certainly fine as well. This is the first light 3-bet we've seen from Jeremy of the entire day, at least from what I've been watching. He may have had some in his first match against Greg in the semifinals. Now here he flops a flush draw on the King-King-8 board, and that's not a bad board for Josh either. He's got to be feeling pretty decent about his 10s.
I think that's 57,000.
Looks like Josh is going to come with a raise here to protect his tens. If he was up against a hand like Ace King or Pocket Queens, this would be looking really silly, but he's up against 4 deuce suited, so this is a genius raise. Jeremy now is either going to be forced to call 100,000 more chips with a 4 high flush draw, or he's going to have to fold a flush draw. And as you can see next to his name, he's got 30%. Pretty brutal to have to fold when you have a 30% chance of making the best hand by the river.
Reaching for chips.
He's getting a great price, 100,000 he needs to call to win 350.
All in.
How much more?
Get a count.
And Josh looks a little nervous here. Did not want to hear all in. As soon as Jeremy announced it, looked up to the skies. Trying to get some assistance from the poker gods. But it's 1 player per hand, and it's only up to Josh. In really good shape here. Has Jeremy covered here, so if he makes the call and holds, we're going to go to game 3.
And if he makes the call and loses, he's going to be on life support.
Life support.
In this final match. Definitely the hand of the match so far here. Josh might be thinking, would Jeremy really want to go all in with a strong hand here? Would he really want to just go all in with Ace King? Would he really want to just go all in with pocket aces? If he thinks the answer's no, he can put Jeremy squarely on a draw and call. If he thinks the answer's yes, it's a lot trickier.
What do we think in the chat, folks? Is he calling this off? 1 for a call, 2 for a fold. 1 for the call, 2 for the fold here as Josh, Summertime Blender, Monday Night Poker from the Lodge in Round Rock. Very close to 74,000 subs, people. Help us get there tonight as we crown a championship in the first ever heads-up battle. Lays it down.
Wow.
Nice hand. And if that was a bluff, man.
Josh fishing for some information. Jeremy silent.
It has to be Ace King in my head. That's...
Jeremy nods, says, yeah, sure, Ace King. Why not?
I like your comment there,
Into the lead.
Mike. You know,
sorry, what was that, Rick?
I like the comment. You know, is he willing to go all in if he had a king there, or does he want to trap there? You know,
I suppose it could have also been Jack plus.
You're 4 then, so just so we're...
thank you, sorry.
what would be the reason to go all in if he truly had a great hand? In that position. Interesting.
Yeah, it's hard to say what exactly.
That was the hand of the match for sure.
And Josh just said it. That was the hand of the match for sure. Comes out of Josh's mouth.
Now Jeremy has the 10s.
Aaron S. said if it wasn't 1-0 already, he would have called. Good point.
Jeremy now has a decent lead here. Already up 1-0, so in good shape as we have another pot building here. Looks like Josh on the ropes a little bit, stunned from the previous hand. He needs to turn the page and move on. No hands off.
Interesting check back from Jeremy here with the 10s. Definitely some value to be had there. Now let's see if Josh wants to bluff with ace high. No, he doesn't. He wants to take a showdown value. I think that's wise. Jeremy can definitely check no more. He's going to go for 2/3 pot, 50,000. Josh with the quick beard stroke.
Did that last time.
That this could be a bluff. Did he do that last time with the tens as well?
Did that last time. You know, at some point, he's going to get tired of being. He's going to pay this off there. The value bet's going to get paid. So Josh is spiraling here, thinking about a couple hands prior and thinking maybe his ace high was good there, but it's not. A disguised pair of tens, 2 pair for Jeremy, and this could be over soon, folks.
Right now, he's zigging when he should be zagging. Thinking back to that all-in moment from Jeremy. It could have been over. It could have been 1-1 if Jeremy doesn't hit a club.
And that's even a little bit more tilting when the hand that Josh was in the tank was a pair of tens. Then he calls it off and sees Jeremy flip over the pair of tens. So playing a little bit of mind games for Josh here. On the button, back to raising 20,000. About a 2-to-1 chip advantage now for Jeremy. Laura's probably at home right now in the family office, setting some space up for this beautiful trophy. Yeah, I think the trophy will look good here. Maybe there.
Maybe on Amazon, looking at things to buy with the 20 grand that Jeremy's going to bring home.
Yes, shopping list. Or maybe it's all premature and it's a little bit too early because Josh still has a good chance of winning this. One more double up, and he's in the lead. Maybe he can close the door and win game 3. Who knows? We're going to be here to find out.
Yeah, Josh is wearing sunglasses because he's had an eye procedure. But it doesn't really matter, but that's why he's wearing. And why he has to sit a little closer to the board. He had a little eye procedure.
Laura says you guys are crazy.
Well enough. Glad he's feeling well enough to play some poker.
Laura's
great flop for him.
She's at soccer practice.
Looking at Amazon. 2 pair for Josh. Trips.
It's like Josh.
For Jeremy.
Yeah, Josh is going to go for the check raise with this pair of 8s here. Jeremy, obviously loving that with trip jacks.
8 right here?
To go nowhere.
Nope, an ace.
Yeah, there's some life for Josh.
Flush draw.
Now.
More outs.
$56, I believe I heard. It's about half the pot. Pretty much a no-brainer call for Jeremy here. No real reason to raise.
7 of clubs here would be disaster.
Josh is bluffing. Jeremy wants him to continue bluffing, so slow play is good. Brick City on the river for Josh. He wanted to see a puppy feet card. He did not get one.
I'm a jack.
Yeah.
Josh is getting a little bit steamy.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, he needs to settle in a little bit.
Yeah, stream has been going on since 12:30, so we're coming up on the 7th hour of the stream. I know some of you have been with us since the first hand of the semifinal match. Stand up and let me give you an applause for being here all day with us.
You're really standing up and clapping in the
Of course,
bunker, Rick?
they deserve it.
Wow. Wow, you needed to stretch the legs for the deep vein thrombosis that Jeremy loves.
Spell that.
No. Jeremy over $1 million in chips now. Josh hanging on by a thread.
Wow, Beck's Life taking a stab at spelling deep vein thrombosis. You win the spelling bee.
Maybe we should award an MVC right now as well.
Beck's Life just won it.
Congratulations, Beck's Life.
Beck's Life, the pride of New Hampshire. You are today's most valuable chatter for being able to spell, and I don't know if you're right or not, but it looks right, deep vein thrombosis for the win.
And Beck's Life has been here for quite a while. We appreciate that, folks. Remember to hit that like button. Pair for both players here.
Josh is going to come with a C-bet with bottom pair. On the larger side as well, 2/3 pot. I like that size on this flop. 7 of clubs on the turn. About as draw-heavy of a board as you can get. Straight draws and flush draws up the wazoo. Josh is still going to bet with this hand, though. I like this hand as a triple barrel bluff a lot. If Josh decides to bluff the river, especially on a heart, I like it. If he gives up on the river, I have to question this turn bet. Let's see what happens.
Just a 5.
Have a queen.
Queen is good, and Josh can't buy a bucket here. Starting to think when it's going to be his time. When am I going to win a pot? Everything going Jeremy's way.
Yeah, he's not losing a ton of big pots other than that pocket tens hand that he folded. It's mostly been he flops a pair, Jeremy flops a pair, and a bet or two goes in post flop. And that's what happens a lot heads up. You just make a pair, good enough to put in, maybe a flop bet, maybe a turn bet, maybe you get to showdown, maybe you don't, but those pots really add up after a little while. You lose 4 big blinds here and 5 big blinds in the next hand. And eventually, you're staring down a big stack like he is. Trying to make something happen. Down to 18 big blinds here.
Jeremy does not want to defend here with Jack 3. Starting to taste it is Jeremy here. Going to be having his foot on the gas on the button. Hand number 70 of the round 2 matchup, or game 2 matchup. We are in the finals, 20K on the line. All in announced from Josh with the Snowmen. They don't survive in the Texas heat. Does Jeremy want to call this? Asking for a count. I think Jeremy lays it down.
125, 135, 185.
Yeah, we haven't been seeing too much pre-flop all-ins from these guys. So I suspect Jeremy's going to play it a little more conservatively and fold it. But I couldn't fault him for a call. I mean, King 10 suited is going to be in great shape against the range of hands that Josh is shoving. Obviously, against his specific hand, it's an easy call.
Usually, opponents try to respect their opponent. He flips a coin again.
Making it exciting.
Last time he rolled a fold, and he rolls a fold again. I'm starting to suspect that that's a double-sided coin.
A two-folded coin? Fold
Yeah,
on both sides?
Now, see, that's heads, the little Endymion guy. Heads is going to be a call. Tails is going to be a fold.
All right.
The token of use side.
I did one of those coin flips in my heads-up match in round 1 of this tournament, and it came up call.
That's right.
And my opponent had a rivered set, so.
Ouch.
The coin did me wrong.
Hand number 72 here. And Jeremy. Eight-5 offsuit for Jeremy. 10-4 for Josh. We'll see a flop here from Nancy. Shout out to the great dealers at the lodge. Uh-oh.
2 pair for Jeremy. Josh with a quick call with his straight draw.
Now an open ender.
Josh limped in here pre-flop, right?
Yes.
I really like to see that. Good play to limp the 10-4 offsuit. It's a good enough hand to play for sure, but it's not really good enough to raise once you get this short. Now he's in a tough spot, though. He has this.
All in. Uh-oh.
Going to be a quick call from Jeremy, I imagine. Makes the call here, so this could be it, folks. Match point.
Just 2 pairs. Okay.
Going to need a deuce or a 7.
Open ender for Josh. Or it's lights out if he doesn't hit a deuce or a 7. And it's over.
That's going to do it, folks.
Jeremy.
The winner of the first ever Heads Up Open.
Jeremy sweeps 2-0 in the best of 3, and we're going to get some interviews with these players.
Yeah, sure.
What a match. We get an interview with both players.
This is Slick Rick with the winner of the inaugural Heads Up Championship, Jeremy Moore. Jeremy, you outlasted everyone, and you won yourself 20 grand. Thoughts?
This is a fantastic event. I'm just really glad to be able to play this so close to home. It was really beautifully run, and I love Heads Up. So I was just really happy that things broke my way. I won the flips that I needed to. I got some really, really favorable coolers, and I got one really big bluff through with the 4 deuce clubs. If you guys were watching, that was a pretty pivotal spot for me.
So $20,000. Anything special you want to do with that money?
Just play more poker, of course.
Right here at the lodge. Jeremy Moore is the champion of the Heads Up Championship, which we're going to do this a lot more. I'm sure you'll be looking forward to that.
I can't wait.
Congratulations, Jeremy. And let's bring over the runner-up who did a great job, Josh Beckenstein. Why don't you stand a little closer, Josh? You made it to the finals, which won $14,000, which is exciting. Thoughts on the overall experience?
Love the tournament structure. Talking to Joe after the semifinals, I know we're going to be doing more of these. I anticipate I'll be seeing Jeremy again. Really, really respect his play. Not surprised to hear at least one bluff got through, but man, this was a fantastic tournament and can't wait to see more.
You did wonderfully and made it to the finals. $14,000, not too shabby.
I'll take it.
Josh Beckenstein, the runner-up of the first ever Heads Up Tournament Series, and fantastic job.
So, Skull Mike, and there's the trophy, the beautiful trophy that will go to Jeremy. And your final thoughts, Josh. Skull. It's been 7 hours, Skull.
Yeah, I'll let you off the hook. You did a great job, Rick, as always. Tough day here, 7 hours plus in the bunker, but all for a good cause. I'm glad Chad stuck through. A great ran event here by the lodge, Poobah, all the dealers. Again, it started on Saturday and ends Monday night around dinner time. Congrats to Jeremy Moore, a great guy. And I told him I got a seat on Wednesday's stream, so I want to showcase you. He might be in the lineup again on Wednesday playing some stand-up game that he loves.
Iron Mike, you have any final thoughts?
What a great tournament. I'm so glad that we have the opportunity at the lodge to run fun stuff like this and fun stuff like the 6 Max tournament we ran on Friday. We also have this fun tournament series coming up soon, the Fall Mayhem. Head over to lodgepokerclub.com if you want to see the schedule, see the structure sheets for that. I was glad to be a part of this, and yeah, appreciate spending time with you guys.
Yeah, we want to thank Mike Brady and Doug Polk for helping us out with the commentary on the heads-up matches. For everyone in the production crew,
Kimmy, Big Daddy D, Brennan, and, of course, Maestro Matt Sweeney, and the dealers who were incredible today. All of the dealers. For Skull Mike, my name is Slick Rick. We'll see you in 45 hours on the Lodge live stream. Take care, everybody.